Chapter 1470. Horizontal Lightning Sword. It was the single-target offensive technique from the human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic that He Zhong cultivated. He had cultivated it to the 4th stage, the proficiency stage. Now, as he performed the movement technique, the horizontal stride, he arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! The 3-foot-long green sword that was as thin as a willow twig in his hand was like a sharp thorn as it charged toward Duan Ling Tian. Horizontal lightning sword. The sword was so fast that a piercing sound could be heard in the air. The piercing sound seemed to be able to penetrate everything, causing the onlookers' faces to turn grave. Naturally, some of the outer court disciples with a lower cultivation base did not have time to hear the piercing sound at all. Heavy as Mount Tai. In the face of He Zhong's sword, Duan Ling Tian took out the 1,000-mass sword at a leisurely pace and activated the 1,000-mass saint inscription on it. He swung the sword horizontally as though he was lifting a mountain and smashing it toward He Zhong's sword that was charging at him. "You're overestimating yourself." He Zhong smirked in the face of the scene. The true energy on the sword in his hand pulsated like green electric snakes, emitting an oppressive aura. As soon as the aura appeared, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. This aura gave him a feeling of invincibility. It was as though the sword in He Zhong's hand had undergone an earth-shattering change at that moment and became invincible. Rumble. The 1,000-mass sword pierced through the air and brought along a series of rumbles as it charged toward He Zhong's horizontal lightning sword. From the beginning until the end, He Zhong's horizontal lightning sword had been moving in a straight line, and it didn't have the slightest intention of changing direction to dodge. It pierced straight towards the 1,000-mass sword that Duan Ling Tian swung and smashed out. In the face of the heavy sword that was charging at him like a mountain, he was fearless. Finally, the sword in He Zhong's hand hit Duan Ling Tian's 1,000-mass sword. Just when the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled up into a sneer, thinking that he would be able to send He Zhong flying with his sword, a sudden change occurred. A terrifying scene appeared before his eyes. The terrifying scene caused the smirk on his face to freeze instantly. He was shocked to see, the sword in He Zhong's hand actually seemed to be indestructible. When the 1,000-catty heavy sword in his hand was raised and smashed out, it pierced through the vital energy that covered the 1,000-catty heavy sword. After piercing through the 1,000-mass sword, the 3-foot-long blade that was as thin as a willow twig seemed to have transformed into a poisonous snake as it bit toward him. Its speed was shocking Isa's heart's eye. Strange pupil. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy swept out and entered his left eye as he activated the strange pupil. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian was Isa's lightning eye. He also took advantage of this opportunity to quickly dodge to the side. However, he soared. He Zhong's sword brushed past his arm and tore his robe, causing a splash of fresh blood to spurt out. It penetrated his flesh. The tearing pain immediately traveled through his nerves to Duan Lingtian's consciousness. Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian quickly retreated. He Zhong did not pursue him. Instead, he looked down at Duan Ling Tian from above. His eyes were filled with mockery. "Duan Ling Tian, that's all there is to you. What saint inscription is that? It can actually pierce through the 1,000-mass sword. The 1,000-mass sword is an earth-rank primitive saint weapon." Duan Ling Tian felt a lingering fear when he recalled the earlier scene. He looked at the sword in He Zhong's hand with a hint of dread in his eyes. Not only did the sword ignore the impact of the 1,000-mass sword, but it even pierced through his true energy and 1,000-mass sword as it headed toward him. The hole on the 1,000-mass sword's body was extremely glaring. The 1,000-mass sword was pierced through. "Don't tell me that's the penetration saint inscription?" An inner disciple sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in surprise. The penetration saint inscription. The moment his words left his mouth, the entire place went into an uproar as expected. The sword in senior brother He Zhong's hand is actually inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription. As far as I know, even in the Merit Pavilion, saint weapons inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions are rare. They only appear occasionally. Moreover, the moment they appear, the inner court elders will buy them all. In the sect, only the inner court elders and above have the wealth to purchase a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions. A saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions costs at least 1,000,000 merit points. The group of onlookers discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Hizhong. That sword seems a little familiar. An inner court disciple frowned as he looked at the sword in Hizhong's hand. He seemed to be trying to recall something. A moment later, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "I remember now. That's the sword of our inner court's elder Lu Huan. I was fortunate enough to see Elder Lu Huan using this sword before." A saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions will never appear twice in the Moon Illumination sect. It's obvious that the sword in Hizhong's hand is Elder Lu Huan's sword. Elder Lu Huan's sword? I've never heard of Hizhong being related to Elder Lu Huan. How does he have Elder Lu Huan's sword? Many inner court disciples looked at Hizhong in shock. Perhaps Hizhong is a direct disciple that Elder Lu Huan secretly took in? As far as I know, the sect's senior officials like to secretly take in genius disciples in the outer court as their disciples. Their identities will only be made public after they enter the inner court. An inner court disciple said. I've heard about that as well. It seems like Hizhong must be a disciple that Elder Lu Huan secretly cultivated. Another inner court disciple chimed in. Lu Huan. Upon hearing the group of inner court disciples' discussion, many of the onlookers' eyes lit up. Elder Lu Huan has finally made his move. Unfortunately, this isn't a death duel. The outer court elder, Huang Cheng, who had arrived at the scene and was hiding by the side to watch the battle, smirked coldly. However, even if it's not a death duel, with the enmity between Elder Lu Huan and the city governor of Mound Hill City, Feng Hui, I'm sure he won't let this Duan Lingtian go so easily. The enmity between Lu Huan and Feng Hui was not a secret in the Moon Illumination sect. Therefore, after learning that Duan Lingtian came from Mound Hill City, Huang Cheng had been waiting for Duan Lingtian to get into trouble. Huang Cheng was the outer court elder who had lost more than 300,000 merit points to Duan Lingtian more than a month ago. For more than a month, he had been keeping an eye on Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian dared to leave the sect, he would kill Duan Lingtian immediately. Unfortunately, he had been keeping an eye on Duan Lingtian for more than a month, but Duan Lingtian did not seem to have any intention of leaving the sect to train. Elder Lu Huan. The outer court deacon, Deng Wei, smiled as well. With Elder Lu Huan's people making a move, this Duan Lingtian will be crippled even if he doesn't die. With Hizhong's position in the outer court, even if Duan Lingtian is crippled, he'll only be punished moderately. Although Duan Lingtian was a genius martial cultivator, if he was crippled, he would lose his value to the Moon Illumination sect. Hizhong, on the other hand, was very valuable. Naturally, the Moon Illumination sect would not cripple Hizhong. Naturally, if Hizhong dared to kill Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to escape death. This was because that was the Moon Illumination sect's rule. If someone managed to survive after killing someone, the Moon Illumination sect's prestige would no longer exist. Nobody would abide by the Moon Illumination sect's rule in the future. Duan Lingtian, Yi Man, was present as well. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Duan Lingtian was from Mound Hill City, and he had heard about the enmity between him and the inner court elder, Lu Huan, since he had been in the Moon Illumination sect for more than 3 months. Therefore, he also felt that Hizhong would not let Duan Lingtian go so easily. Unlike before, Yi Man could not wait for Duan Lingtian to be crippled. If that was the case, it would be much easier for him to kill Duan Lingtian. 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription. Lu Huan's sword. Duan Lingtian's face turned slightly grave. He did not expect Lu Huan to lend his sword to Hizhong just to deal with him. However, the power of the 3-star saint inscription still shocked Duan Lingtian. When he went to the Merit Pavilion previously, he did not see any saint weapons inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions. Otherwise, he would have definitely bought one. Horizontal stride. Horizontal lightning sword. When He Zhong heard the surrounding inner court disciples pointing out the origin of the sword in his hand, he immediately made his move again. This time, the target of the sword in his hand was Duan Lingtian's right hand that was holding the 1,000-mass sword. It was as though he wanted to cut off Duan Lingtian's right arm. Faced with He Zhong's viciousness, Duan Lingtian's face turned completely grave. In the next moment, he immediately activated the strange pupil. Endless spiritual energy continued to gather in Duan Lingtian's left eye, causing a small whirlpool to appear in the middle of Duan Lingtian's left eye. The whirlpool's spinning speed continued to increase until it reached its limit. At this moment, he had no choice but to use the strange pupil. As the person who ranked third in the outer court, He Zhong's strength was extraordinary. Coupled with the sword that was inscribed with the 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, Duan Lingtian could not block it at all. He activated the strange pupil. Space shift. At that moment, the sword in He Zhong's hand was also shifted to the side, allowing it to pass through Duan Lingtian's right arm. Just when Duan Lingtian sighed in relief, he was surprised to see that He Zhong's eyes revealed a hint of realization. However, there was no hint of panic in his eyes. It was as though he had already known that this would happen. He already knew. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Duan Lingtian, Feng Fan must have died under your spiritual secret tactic, right? Your spiritual secret tactic is indeed extraordinary to be able to shift the horizontal lightning sword that I stabbed out with all my might. However, it's time for all of this to end. He Zhong's true energy voice transmission pierced Duan Lingtian's eardrums, confirming Duan Lingtian's ominous feeling. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that a yellow piece of paper appeared in He Zhong's other hand. There were some complicated veins drawn on it. It's a Dao talisman. When the crowd recognized the Dao talisman, Duan Lingtian naturally recognized it as well. The Dao talisman shot straight toward Duan Lingtian. Lin. Chapter 1471. Appear. Almost at the same time as He Zhong shouted the word appear, another appear echoed in the air. It was precisely Duan Lingtian who shouted the word descend. When He Zhong's true energy voice transmission pierced Duan Lingtian's eardrums, an ominous feeling rose in Duan Lingtian's heart. His entire body and mind were on full alert at that moment. When he saw He Zhong taking out the Dao talisman, he knew the reason for He Zhong's confidence. As it turned out, He Zhong wanted to use the Dao talisman to deal with him. Naturally, he believed He Zhong would not dare to kill him with the Dao talisman. However, He Zhong would definitely dare to cripple him. Perhaps, this was He Zhong's motive. Due to this reason, when He Zhong took out the Dao talisman, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and grabbed a Dao talisman in his hand as well. When He Zhong's Dao talisman shot out, he shouted, appear, to activate the Dao talisman's power. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian also shouted, appear, and activated the Dao talisman's power in his hand. A non-offensive Dao talisman could be used without being thrown out. In the air, the Dao talisman that He Zhong threw out exploded instantly and transformed into 4 extremely fast rays of light that shot toward Duan Lingtian's limbs. It was as though they wanted to tear Duan Lingtian's limbs apart. One could imagine that if the 4 rays of light succeeded, Duan Lingtian would definitely become a limbless cripple. The speed of the 4 rays of light was so fast that only a handful of people on the scene could see it clearly. 2-star offensive Dao talisman. The outer court elder, Huang Cheng, was one of the few people who could see the trajectory of the 4 rays of light. His eyes lit up immediately when he saw that He Zhong had used a 2-star offensive saint inscription. The energy contained in it was comparable to the attack of a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. The other outer court elders' expressions turned solemn. They did not expect He Zhong to be so ruthless as to want to cripple Duan Lingtian with a Dao talisman. Duan Lingtian, after today, you are destined to become a cripple. The outer court deacon, Deng Wei, had a bright smile on his face. It was as if he could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian's limbs being cut off. If Duan Lingtian was crippled, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for him. This was undoubtedly good news for his nephew. However, in the next moment, the expressions of the people who clearly saw the trajectory of the 4 sharp lights that burst out from the 2-star offensive Dao talisman froze. This was because they only saw a flash in front of their eyes before they realized that Duan Lingtian had disappeared in front of them. From the beginning to the end, they did not know how Duan Lingtian disappeared. It's a 3-star divine strider talisman. Soon, one of the outer court elders cried out in surprise and was the first to react. Just now, when Duan Lingtian shouted Lin, he also heard it and realized that Duan Lingtian had also used a Dao talisman. A Dao talisman that could make Duan Lingtian disappear in front of his eyes could only be a 3-star divine strider talisman. The highest grade of divine strider talisman in the Moon Illumination sect was 3-star. For this reason, he immediately confirmed that Duan Lingtian had used a 3-star divine strider talisman. Although a 3-star divine strider talisman cost 300,000 merit points, it was impossible for an ordinary outer court disciple to afford it. However, Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary outer court disciple. He had earned almost 2 million merit points more than a month ago. It was not difficult for him to buy a 3-star divine strider talisman. A 3-star divine strider talisman. Upon hearing the outer court elder's exclamation, Huang Cheng and Deng Wei's face turned grave immediately. Impossible. In the training field, horror dawned on He Zhong's face when he saw the 4 sharp lights that burst out from the Dao talisman that he shot out missed Duan Lingtian after he disappeared. Disbelief was written all over his face. Nothing's impossible. Just when He Zhong was pushed a distance away by the inertia and barely managed to stop himself, a calm yet terrifying voice resonated in his ears. After using the 3-star divine strider talisman, Duan Lingtian, whose speed was comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, appeared next to He Zhong like a ghost. Bang! Before the onlookers, including the few outer court elders, could react, He Zhong was sent flying out like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. He crashed hard on the ground in a wretched manner. Slap! Just as He Zhong was about to struggle to stand up, a crisp sound of a slap rang out. On his face, there was a fiery red palm print. Duan Lingtian, if you're so capable, come out and fight me with your sword and spear. What's the point of being so sneaky? He Zhong spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth as he gritted his teeth. Upon hearing He Zhong's words, the group of onlookers had a strange expression on their faces. Did he say Duan Lingtian had the ability to fight him with his sword and spear? Did he say Duan Lingtian was sneaky? Wasn't he the one who used the Dao talisman first earlier? This He Zhong is too shameless. How can he say something like that? Right now, Duan Lingtian is just giving him a taste of his own medicine. An inner court disciple glanced at He Zhong in disdain and said. The other inner court disciples agreed with his words. Even the group of outer court disciples agreed with him. They felt that He Zhong only had himself to blame. Fight with my sword and spear? Do you think you're worthy? Duan Lingtian's sneer resonated in the entire training field. However, nobody could see his figure at all. After using the 3-star divine strider talisman, Duan Lingtian's speed was comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial or Dao cultivator. He could even maintain it for 15 minutes. As long as he was moving, unless it was someone who was an inner court elder or above in the Moon Illumination sect, it would be difficult for anyone to catch his trace. Even the few outer court elders could only vaguely catch a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's afterimage the moment he made his move. Apart from that, they could not see Duan Lingtian's figure clearly at all. Slap! Another crisp slap resonated in the air. The other side of He Zhong's face began to swell as well. His entire body turned into a pig's head. His handsome face no longer existed. Duan Lingtian, how dare you humiliate me like this? Do you know who my master is? He Zhong roared. I'm not interested in knowing who your master is. All I know is that you want to cripple me. If that's the case, I'll cripple you too. Duan Lingtian's voice was extremely cold. He Zhong was so frightened that horror dawned on him. He immediately said, I admit. He wanted to open his mouth and admit defeat. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped by Duan Lingtian again. He forcefully swallowed the word that he was about to say. Subsequently, every time he wanted to open his mouth and admit defeat, Duan Lingtian would slap him to stop him. In the end, he became completely obedient. Duan Lingtian, as long as you don't cripple me, I promise I'll never be your enemy again. Under the watchful eyes of the others, He Zhong gave in completely. He was afraid. If he was crippled by Duan Lingtian, he would have no future to speak of. Faced with a crisis that concerned his future, He Zhong had no choice but to lower his arrogant head. Never be my enemy again? Duan Lingtian smirked disdainfully. Do you think I'll believe you? Currently, Duan Lingtian had completely taken control of the situation. His speed was comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Just his speed alone was enough to send chills down He Zhong's spine. In the martial Dao in the world, only speed was invincible. This was especially true when Duan Lingtian's speed was so ridiculously fast. I'll make an oath right now. Afraid Duan Lingtian would suddenly attack him, He Zhong hurriedly pricked his finger and used the tribulation oath to swear he would never be Duan Lingtian's enemy again. Boom! 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 9 deafening claps of thunder bore witness to He Zhong's oath. You're quite bold. Duan Lingtian sneered. However, you almost crippled my limbs today and even made me waste a precious 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Do you think you'll be able to cover up what happened today just by swearing an oath? I can compensate you for the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. He Zhong took a deep breath and said. It's only right that you compensate me with the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Also, if you want to keep your limbs, you'll have to show your sincerity. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Although he could not wait to cripple He Zhong's limbs and give him a taste of his own medicine, Lu Huan was the reason behind Lu Huan's actions. However, when he thought about how the culprit was Lu Huan, even if he crippled He Zhong, he would not be able to change anything. At once, he thought of another way to solve the problem. Extortion. What do you want? He Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian warily. 1 million merit points to buy your limbs. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, I think your limbs are still worth these merit points, right? 1 million merit points. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Oh my god. This Duan Lingtian has such a huge appetite. He actually wants 1 million merit points from He Zhong. Many inner court disciples clicked their tongues. It was obvious they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Senior brother Duan Lingtian wants so many merit points. I'm afraid senior brother He Zhong can't afford it, right? Many outer court disciples mumbled with a dazed expression on their faces. Even the outer court elders and deacons who were present were shocked by Duan Lingtian's exorbitant demand. 1 million merit points. None of them would be able to take out so many merit points in one go. Although He Zhong knew Duan Lingtian would ask for an exorbitant price, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to have such a huge appetite to ask for 1 million merit points in one go. At once, He Zhong's face turned grave. I don't have that many merit points. Of course, I know you don't have that many merit points. You can just ask the person who ordered you to pay for these merit points. I think he has no reason not to pay for your limbs, right? Duan Lingtian smirked. Even if he doesn't care about the kinship between the two of you, I'm sure he'll do something for you, who's helping him, for the sake of your master, right? Duan Lingtian spoke to He Zhong through true energy voice transmission. You actually know about this? He Zhong was dumbfounded. It turned out that Duan Lingtian already knew about his background. At this moment, an unparalleled sense of defeat rose in his heart. "Uncle, it seems like you have no choice but to pay for it this time." At this moment, He Zhong's heart was filled with helplessness and bitterness. "Make another oath. Say that you'll send 1,000,000 merit points and a 3-star Divine Strider talisman to me tomorrow. If you can't do it, you'll be struck to death by the lightning penalty." Chapter 1472. Duan Lingtian only let him go when He Zhong swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation again. This speed. It feels so good. Duan Lingtian, who was boosted by the 3-star Divine Strider talisman and whose speed was comparable to a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse, began to wander around the outer court after He Zhong swore on his oath. He was so fast that even the outer court elders could not catch him. However, the effect of the 3-star Divine Strider talisman was limited after all. After wandering around the outer court for a while, the effect disappeared and Duan Lingtian returned to his original state. At the same time, the news of Duan Lingtian defeating He Zhong spread to the inner court like a hurricane, causing Duan Lingtian to be in the limelight again. Although He Zhong was only an outer court disciple, he was ranked 66th on the Earth rankings in the 9 Sect Alliances district. He was so famous in the 9 Sect Alliances district that he even surpassed some of the ordinary inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. However, such a person was defeated by Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 3 months ago. Duan Lingtian had successfully replaced He Zhong and became the person who was ranked 66th on the Earth rankings. He Zhong, on the other hand, switched places with Duan Lingtian and was now ranked 99th on the Earth ranking. This position originally belonged to Feng Fan. In the inner court district, Duan Lingtian's name spread out again, causing many inner court disciples to click their tongues repeatedly. All this while, as long as it's someone from Mound Hill City, they would not be able to gain any advantage when facing Elder Lu Huan's group. However, this Duan Lingtian actually made Elder Lu Huan's group suffer a loss. He's really something. Many inner court disciples knew about the enmity between the inner court elder Lu Huan and the city governor of Mound Hill City, Fang Hui. They could not help but be shocked. The news of He Zhong being Lu Huan's disciple also spread out. All in all, Lu Huan was greatly humiliated this time. In Lu Huan's mansion in the inner court. Smack! The enraged Lu Huan raised his hand and slammed his palm forward, shattering the stone table in front of him. 1 3-star Divine Strider talisman for 1,000,000 merit points. He really had a big appetite. Isn't he afraid of eating himself to death? His appetite has always been huge. It is said that he earned nearly 2,000,000 merit points a month ago. He Zhong sighed. "Uncle, I know you're not willing to accept this, but I've already made a vow." He Zhong reminded Lu Huan. "Little Zhong, don't worry. Uncle won't let you go back on your words. Isn't it just a 3-star Godly Strider talisman and 1,000,000 merit points? Uncle can still afford it." Lu Huan took a deep breath. When he looked at He Zhong, his expression softened a little. However, the anger in the depths of his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. "However, that Duan Lingtian is really bold. He actually beat you up like this." Looking at He Zhong, whose face was still swollen, Lu Huan said angrily, "Little Zhong, are you really willing to accept this?" "Uncle, I know what you mean, but I've already made a vow that I'll never go against him again. Therefore, please don't make things difficult for me. I don't want to be killed by the 99 heavenly tribulations lightning punishment." How could He Zhong not know what Lu Huan meant? It was without a doubt that Lu Huan wanted to continue dragging him into the water so that they could deal with the Duan Lingtian together. At this moment, he was starting to regret agreeing to Lu Huan's request. Otherwise, he would not have been so humiliated. Although he did not suffer any substantial loss, the humiliation was enough to cause his position in the outer court to plummet. "I know you've made a vow, but Vice Sect Leader Zhang," Lu Huan's eyes gleamed. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by He Zhong. "Uncle, it's not up to me to interfere with what Master will do. Since I've already made a vow that I'll never go against that Duan Ling Tian again, it's only natural that I won't go to Master to instigate him. Otherwise, the tribulation of the oath will definitely think that I've broken my vow and send down the lightning punishment. There's no need for you to say that. I'll tell Vice Sect Leader Zhang about this. I'm sure Vice Sect Leader Zhang won't let go of someone who humiliated his direct disciple. When Lu Huan reached the end of his sentence, a cold smile appeared on his face. He Zhong glanced at Lu Huan indifferently but did not say anything. If that was the case, he would not be considered as breaking his vow. Uncle, about the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman and 1 million merit points, He Zhong looked at Lu Huan and reminded him, intentionally or otherwise. I'll transfer 1 million merit points to you. You can purchase the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman from the Merit Pavilion. As for the extra 100,000 merit points, take it as my compensation to you. After all, I'm the one who asked you to deal with that Duan Ling Tian. Lu Huan took out his crystal card and transferred 1 million merit points to He Zhong without any hesitation. All right. He Zhong nodded. He was very satisfied with Lu Huan's tactfulness. After He Zhong left, Lu Huan's face turned completely gloomy. 4 million merit points were gone just like that. It was impossible for him not to feel the pinch. His entire net worth was no more than 6 million merit points. In just a short while, he had lost almost 90% of his merit points. Duan Ling Tian. If you don't die, I, Lu Huan, won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Lu Huan thought to himself as his eyes gleamed coldly. Subsequently, Lu Huan began to rack his brain to think of a way to get rid of Duan Ling Tian once and for all. Early the next morning, He Zhong went to look for Duan Ling Tian. Not bad, you're quite trustworthy. After receiving the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman and the 1 million merit points that He Zhong transferred to him, Duan Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. When He Zhong heard this, a wry smile appeared on his face. How could he not keep his word? He had made an oath using the 9-9 Heavenly Tribulation Oath. If he did not keep his oath, he would definitely not live to see the next day. After He Zhong passed the Dao Talisman and the merit points to Duan Ling Tian, he did not stay any longer and left immediately. Although he had made an oath that he would no longer be enemies with Duan Ling Tian, it did not mean that he could face Duan Ling Tian calmly. Right now, all he wanted to do was to stay as far away from Duan Ling Tian as possible. To him, Duan Ling Tian was no different from a nightmare. It's a good thing I bought a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman when I went to the Merit Pavilion. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape yesterday. When Duan Ling Tian recalled what happened yesterday, fear still lingered in his heart. If it was not for the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, he would not have been able to dodge the offensive Dao Talisman that He Zhong threw at him yesterday. That offensive Dao Talisman was a 2-star offensive Dao Talisman. The energy contained in it was comparable to the full force of a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse once it was unleashed. It seems like I can't save the merit points that I used to buy the Dao Talisman. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian left the small courtyard and went to the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect again. Unlike the last time he came to the Merit Pavilion, most of the inner court disciples recognized him when he came to the Merit Pavilion this time. After arriving at the Merit Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian did not stay on the first level of the Merit Pavilion. Instead, he went up the stairs directly. His target was the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. The 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion was where Dao Talismans were sold. When Duan Ling Tian passed by the 2nd level of the Merit Pavilion, he realized the person on duty was not Elder Fong Gan. Therefore, he went up to the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion directly. Duan Ling Tian. The 2 inner court deacons on duty on the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion were still the same as before. When they saw Duan Ling Tian, their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. They had heard about what happened yesterday. He had defeated He Zhong, the Earth Rankings powerhouse who was suspected to be the disciple of Inner Court's elder Lu Huan, and extorted 1 million merit points and a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. When they first heard about Duan Ling Tian's valiance, they were rendered speechless. In the history of the Moon Illumination sect, it seemed like there had never been such a valiant person before. Duan Lingtian nodded at the two of them. Then, he put down his spatial ring and entered the third level of the Merit Pavilion directly. This time, apart from buying a 3-star Divine Strider talisman, he also bought 2 3-star Golden Energy talismans. When Duan Lingtian was buying offensive Dao talismans, he realized there were no 3-star offensive Dao talismans on sale, so he could only buy a 2-star offensive Dao talisman. At this moment, he had 2 3-star Divine Strider talismans, 3-star Golden Energy talismans, and 2-star offensive Dao talismans in his hands. At the entrance of the third level of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian, who had spent 900,000 merit points, could not help but ask, "May I ask why there are no 3-star offensive Dao talismans on the third level of the Merit Pavilion?" Once a 3-star offensive Dao talisman was activated, its power was comparable to the full force of a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator. Naturally, it was only an ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator. "We don't have any 3-star offensive Dao talismans in the Moon Illumination sect." One of the inner court deacons shook his head and said, "Among all the Dao talismans, the offensive Dao talisman is the most difficult to inscribe. Although the offensive Dao talisman can be used up in just a blink of an eye, its value is still incomparable to the Divine Strider Dao talismans and Golden Energy Dao talismans. If you want to buy a 3-star offensive Dao talisman, you'll have to buy it at the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters." The other inner court deacon said. "The 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. The 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters is located in the biggest city in the 9 Sect Alliance's district, Hanyang City. If you want to buy a 3-star offensive Dao talisman, you'll have to go to Hanyang City. The inner court deacon who spoke first said again. "Understood." Duan Lingtian nodded and asked again, "May I ask where Elder Fong Gon lives?" After learning the approximate location of Elder Fong Gon's residence from the 2 inner court deacons, Duan Lingtian left the Merit Pavilion and went to the inner court district. This was his first time entering the inner court district since he came to the Moon Illumination sect. The biggest difference between the inner court district and the outer court district was the cultivation environment. The density of the heaven and earth spirit energy here was much higher than the outer court district. Not only that, the deeper he went, the denser the heaven and earth spirit energy he could feel. The 7th grade Saint Stone Reserve of the Moon Illumination sect is obviously in the central district of the Moon Illumination sect's estate. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. The closer he was to the Saint Stone Reserve, the denser the heaven and earth spirit energy was. Not only that, but the inner court district was also much larger than the outer court district. It stretched as far as the eye could see. Following the directions given by the 2 inner court deacons, Duan Lingtian arrived at an area east of the inner court district. Chapter 1473. Senior brother, do you know which mansion belongs to Elder Fong Gon? Duan Lingtian stopped an inner court disciple who was passing by and asked politely. "That mansion is it?" The inner court disciple pointed at a mansion not far away and replied. "Thank you, senior brother." Duan Lingtian quickly thanked him and walked toward the mansion at the same time. An outer court disciple looking for Elder Fong Gon? The inner court disciple was slightly surprised when he saw the outer court disciple identity token on Duan Lingtian's waist. In the Moon Illumination sect, the gap between an outer court disciple and an inner court elder was like a chasm. Theoretically, it was impossible for them to cross paths. When Duan Lingtian arrived at Fong Gon's mansion, he was stopped by an old man. "Senior, is this Elder Fong Gon's mansion?" Duan Lingtian looked at the skinny old man in front of him and asked politely. "Is there anything you need from my young master?" The old man asked back. "Young master?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned at first. Then, he realized that young master the old man mentioned was Elder Fong Gon. "Senior, please pass the message on my behalf. Just say that outer court disciple Duan Lingtian is here to see Elder Fong Gon." Duan Lingtian smiled. You're Duan Lingtian? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man's eyes lit up. It was obvious he had heard of Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, he looked at Duan Lingtian's waist. To be more precise, he was looking at the outer court disciple identity token on Duan Lingtian's waist. Young master has instructed me to bring you in directly if you're here to look for him. As the old man spoke, he led Duan Lingtian in. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Elder Fong Gan would care so much about him, and for a moment, he was extremely touched in his heart. Under the old man's lead, Duan Lingtian met Elder Fong Gan in the backyard of the mansion. Elder Fong Gan was watering the vegetable garden in the backyard. He looked very serious and didn't even know that they had arrived. Young master, Duan Lingtian is here. The old man looked at Fong Gan and said respectfully. Duan Lingtian? When Elder Fong Gan heard this, he immediately stopped what he was doing and turned around to look at Duan Lingtian. It really is you. Why? Why are you looking for an old man like me? What can I do for you? Fong Gan asked with a smile. I do need Elder Fong Gan's help. Duan Lingtian nodded. As the saying goes, one never visits a temple without a cause. If it wasn't for a cause, he wouldn't have come looking for Fong Gan. While Duan Lingtian and Fong Gan were conversing, the old man who had led Duan Lingtian in quietly retreated. I've told you before that you can look for me if you need anything. As long as it's within my ability, I won't reject it. Fong Gan gestured for Duan Lingtian to sit at the stone table in the backyard and poured him a cup of tea. Thank you, Elder Fong Gan. After Duan Lingtian thanked him, he explained his purpose of visit. Elder Fong Gan, I'm here today to ask you. Is there a saint inscription master who can inscribe 3-star saint inscriptions on saint weapons in the Moon Illumination sect? Yes. Fong Gan nodded. In our Moon Illumination sect, most of the high-ranking officials who are inner court elders and above have a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions. These saint weapons all came from the hands of Elder Bailey. Elder Bailey? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Elder Bailey is the only 3-star saint inscription master in our Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, he's also the revered elder of our Moon Illumination sect. His position in our Moon Illumination sect is equivalent to the vice sect leader. Due to his special identity as a saint inscription master, even the sect leader and the few saint stage powerhouses in the sect are very courteous when they see him. This is something that the few vice sect leaders of our Moon Illumination sect can't compare to. Fong Gan said. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. A 3-star saint inscription master would be treated well even in a 6th-rate force. Let alone in a 7th-rate force, the Moon Illumination sect. I wonder if it's possible for me to ask Elder Bailey to inscribe a saint inscription on a saint weapon? Duan Lingtian asked Fong Gan in anticipation after taking a deep breath. This was the reason he came to look for Fong Gan. Ever since he saw the 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, on He Zhong's sword yesterday, he wanted to inscribe a penetration saint inscription on his son's shooting bow as well. In that case, the arrow that he shot out from his son's shooting bow would have a powerful penetration attribute. Once the arrow was shot out, it would be able to pierce through everything. Naturally, even if the saint inscription masters in the Dao Martial Saint Land could inscribe a saint inscription master on the sun's shooting bow, it was not something the saint inscription masters in the Moon Illumination sect could do. Duan Lingtian wanted to inscribe a penetration saint inscription on the bowstring of the sun's shooting bow. The bowstring of the sun's shooting bow was the dragon tendon of a 5-clawed devil dragon. Although it was challenging to inscribe a saint inscription on it, it was much easier compared to inscribing a saint inscription on the sun's shooting bow. Inscribe a saint inscription? What kind of saint inscription do you want Elder Bailey to inscribe? Fong Gan asked curiously. Penetration saint inscription. Duan Lingtian said bluntly. Penetration saint inscription? A 3-star saint inscription similar to the one on Lu Huan's sword? It was obvious Fong Gan knew the saint inscription on Lu Huan's sword was a penetration saint inscription. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. The most powerful saint-grade martial tactic I cultivate is my archery skill. I'm thinking if I can inscribe a penetration saint inscription on my bowstring, the arrows I shoot out will have the penetration attribute and its power will increase tremendously. If the penetration saint inscription is inscribed, its power will definitely increase tremendously once it's activated, Fang Gan said. However, it's not easy to get Elder Bai Li to inscribe a 3-star saint inscription for you. Elder Bai Li always depends on his mood when he inscribes a 3-star saint inscription. For this reason, not every inner court elder has a saint weapon inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription even in the inner court. Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared for this. Those who were truly capable were those who had their own independent personalities. Since you've come to the inner court, I'll bring you to visit Elder Bai Li. I'll try my best to convince him. However, it's not up to me to decide whether he'll agree or not. Fang Gan gave Duan Lingtian a heads up beforehand. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. In that case, let's go to Elder Bai Li's mansion. Fang Gan stood up and said. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was more than happy to see Fang Gan was so concerned about his matter and wanted to bring him to Elder Bai Li immediately. After leaving Fang Gan's mansion side by side, Duan Lingtian learned a little about Elder Bai Li from Fang Gan along the way. He found out Elder Bai Li's full name was Bai Li Hong and that he had joined the Moon Illumination sect 30 years ago. When he joined the Moon Illumination sect, he was already a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. He was only a step away from the Saint stage. However, many years had passed, and he was still at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. The Saint stage is too difficult. I've already broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage for 20 years, but I still can't take the last step. Fang Gan could not help but sigh when he mentioned Bai Li Hong's cultivation base. Similar to Bai Li Hong, his cultivation base was stuck at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. He could not take another step forward to enter the Saint stage. Although there was only a step between the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage and the Saint stage, the difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. The weakest Saint stage powerhouse could easily kill dozens of Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses if they joined forces. There was a saying in the Tao martial Saint land. Those who had not entered the Saint stage were like chickens and dogs. Once they entered the Saint stage, they would ascend to the heavens. Based on this, one could see the difference between the Saint stage and the non-Saint stage. Naturally, there was a difference in strength between those who were at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. According to Fang Gan, he was no match for Bai Li Hong. The Saint weapon in Bai Li Hong's hand was an Earth-rank prominent Saint weapon that was inscribed with 3 3-star Saint inscriptions. It was also the number 1 Saint weapon in the Moon Illumination sect. With this Saint weapon alone, Bai Li Hong's strength was on par with the few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect. In fact, those few vice sect leaders were already half a step into the Saint stage. They were the ones who had the highest chance of breaking through to the Saint stage in the Moon Illumination sect. All they needed was an opportunity to break through to the Saint stage. The imminent Saint stage was between the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage and the Saint stage. It was stronger than the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage but weaker than the Saint stage. A Saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star Saint inscriptions? Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he heard about Bai Li Hong's Saint weapon. That's too extravagant. Duan Lingtian, even if Elder Bai Li is willing to inscribe the 3-star Saint inscription, the penetration Saint inscription, for you, it'll cost at least 1,000,000 merit points. Fang Gan reminded Duan Lingtian before they arrived at Bai Li Hong's mansion. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already mentally prepared himself for this. Elder Bai Li, I still have about 1,000,000 merit points with me. If it's not enough, please lend me some. Duan Lingtian looked at Fang Gan and said, I'll return them to you as soon as possible. This is a small matter. Fang Gan smiled faintly. After being notified by the people in Bai Li Hong's mansion, Duan Lingtian and Fang Gan entered Bai Li Hong's mansion and walked into the main hall of the vast mansion. A middle-aged man with stubble on his face was already standing in the main hall. He was frowning as though he was thinking about something. Elder Fong Gan is here. The person who led Duan Lingtian and Fong Gan in said to the middle-aged man. He's Bai Li Hong. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately as he stared at the middle-aged man. All right, you may leave. The middle-aged man's brows relaxed as he waved his hand impatiently. Then, he looked at Fong Gan and asked, Elder Fong Gan, is there anything I can help you with? Elder Bai Li. Chapter 1474. Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Fong Gan's words, Bai Li Hong's gaze instantly shifted to Duan Lingtian. You're the Duan Lingtian who's only been in the sect for 3 months, but you've already caused a commotion in the outer court district? Duan Lingtian greets Elder Bai Li at this moment. Duan Lingtian also bowed at Bai Li Hong. It seems like Elder Fong Gan thinks highly of you since he's willing to lead the way for you. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Bai Li Hong asked without beating around the bush. Elder Bai Li, I'm here to ask you to help me inscribe a penetration saint inscription on my saint weapon. Duan Lingtian said without beating around the bush. Penetration saint inscription? Bai Li Hong shook his head when he heard this. If you're here for the penetration saint inscription, then I'm afraid you've made a wasted trip. Even I have to put in a lot of effort to inscribe a 3-star saint inscription. For this reason, I only inscribe a 3-star saint inscription based on my mood. Based on my mood? Upon hearing this, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch. As expected of a capable person. What a character. Elder Bai Li, it seems like you're worried you won't be able to inscribe a 3-star saint inscription on my saint weapon. If that's the case, you can rest assured that I've already decided to let you inscribe a saint inscription on the bowstring of my bow. There's no need to inscribe it on the bow. Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at Bai Li Hong. Do you think your provocation will work on me? Bai Li Hong glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently. A hint of disdain could be heard in his voice. Fong Gan, who was standing at the side, smiled wryly. He felt Duan Lingtian was too impatient. Let alone Elder Bai Li, even Fong Gan could see through Duan Lingtian's provocation. Elder Bai Li, why don't we make a bet? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he spoke. What bet? Bai Li Hong asked calmly. If you can inscribe a saint rune on my saint artifact bow, even if it's only a 1-star saint rune, I'll consider it my loss. If I lose, I'll give you 1 million merit points. How about that? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Bai Li Hong and announced the terms of the bet. 1 million merit points. It had to be said that Duan Lingtian's generosity had not only shocked Fong Gan, but even Bai Li Hong was so shocked that he took another look at Duan Lingtian. Are you sure? Although Duan Lingtian did not lack merit points since he was the only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect, he did not have any reason to reject Duan Lingtian's bet since he was offered 1 million merit points. Even if it was a heaven-grade saint artifact, he was confident that he could inscribe saint runes on it. Therefore, he did not think that he could not inscribe saint runes on Duan Lingtian's saint weapon. Elder Bai Li, you've agreed? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. That's right. Bai Li Hong nodded. Elder Bai Li, I don't think I've mentioned the price you'll have to pay if you lose, right? You've agreed so quickly? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. I won't lose, Bai Li Hong said confidently. Bai Li Hong was very confident. He did not dare to speak about other areas, but he was confident in the saint inscription Dao. Although you're so confident, Elder Bai Li, I still have to tell you the price you'll have to pay if you lose. If you really can't inscribe the saint inscription on my saint weapon bow, please inscribe the penetration saint inscription on my saint weapon bow for free. Elder Bai Li. Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Li Hong and said. No problem. Bai Li Hong agreed immediately. Elder Bai Li, I haven't finished speaking. Duan Lingtian said again. Duan Lingtian, don't push your luck. Bai Li Hong said with a frown. The wager of 1 million merit points was almost the same as the value of the penetration saint inscription. Now that he saw Duan Ling Tian wanted to increase the wager, he was unhappy even though he did not think he would lose. If you lose, Elder Bai Li, apart from inscribing the penetration saint inscription for free, you'll also have to guide me in the saint inscription Dao for free for a month. Duan Ling Tian ignored Bai Li Hong's words and continued to speak. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, not only was Bai Li Hong stunned, but even Fang Gan was stunned as well. Duan Ling Tian was interested in saint inscriptions? That's all. Elder Bai Li, are you willing to bet with me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile as he looked at Bai Li Hong. Humph. Since you want to give me merit points, I naturally won't refuse. Bai Li Hong snorted. Take out your saint weapon. I'd like to see what kind of saint weapon can make you so confident. I'm not bragging, but I can even inscribe saint inscriptions on a heaven rank saint weapon. Heaven rank saint weapon? Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh inwardly when he heard Bai Li Hong's words. A heaven-grade sacred artifact was nothing in front of the sun shooting bow. Under the watchful eyes of Bai Li Hong and Fang Gan, Duan Ling Tian took out the sun shooting bow and revealed it to them. The corner of Fang Gan's mouth twitched when he saw the rusty sun shooting bow. No matter how he looked at it, this saint weapon did not look like a saint weapon that Elder Bai Li could not inscribe saint inscriptions on. However, Bai Li Hong's attitude was different from Fang Gan's. As the saying went, the layman enjoys the show while the expert appreciates the skill. With just a glance, Bai Li Hong could tell Duan Ling Tian's bow was extraordinary. Put aside the bow, just the bowstring alone was not something a human-rank saint weapon or earth-rank saint weapon would possess. Is this a dragon tendon? Bai Li Hong asked after he took the sun shooting bow. He stared at the bowstring of the sun shooting bow and gasped. Dragon tendon? Fang Gan was also shocked by Bai Li Hong's words. Although there were many rumors about dragons in the history of the Dao martial saint land. However, in the current era, the dragon was a legendary existence. However, Bai Li Hong said the bowstring of Duan Ling Tian's bow was a dragon tendon. Elder Bai Li, you can recognize it? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He did not expect Bai Li Hong to recognize the dragon tendon. In fact, this was the first time someone recognized the bowstring of his son's shooting bow as a dragon tendon since he came to the Moon Illumination sect. In the Dao martial saint land, there's no lack of bows that use dragon tendons as bowstrings. The worst bow is a heaven-rank primitive saint weapon. It seems like your saint weapon must be a heaven-rank saint weapon as well. Bai Li Hong muttered to himself. Heaven-rank saint weapon. Fang Gan was dumbfounded. He did not expect the saint weapon Duan Ling Tian took out to be a heaven-rank saint weapon. In fact, even the Moon Illumination sect did not have a heaven-rank saint weapon. Even the 9 sect alliances might not be able to take out a single heaven-rank saint artifact. Heaven-rank saint weapon? Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duan Ling Tian remained silent. However, even if it's a heaven-rank primitive saint weapon, although it's difficult for me to inscribe a saint inscription on it, it's not impossible. You'll definitely lose this bet. Chapter 1475. Elder Bai Li, don't you think it's too early for you to say this? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Humph. Bai Li Hong snorted softly and ignored Duan Ling Tian. With a raise of his hand, he took out an extremely small iron pen. It was the inscription pen used by Dao Talisman Masters and Saint Inscription Masters in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The inscription pen had 2 ends. One of the ends looked no different from a brush. The other end was a sharp awl. The inscription pen was so small that it was like a big needle. It emitted waves of cold air. It was obvious the material used was extraordinary. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, inscription pens were divided into different grades. The inscription pen in Bai Li Hong's hand was one of the best in the Dao Martial Saint Land. His inscription pen could even leave a mark on a heaven-rank prominent saint weapon. Logically speaking, such an inscription pen should not have appeared in the hands of a 3-star saint inscription master in the Dao martial saint land. Let alone a 3-star saint inscription master, even a 6-star saint inscription master might not have such an inscription pen. The reason Bai Li Hong had such an inscription pen was related to a fortuitous encounter he had in the past. That fortuitous encounter was the inheritance left behind by a 7-star saint inscription master. The inscription pen was also left behind by a 7-star saint inscription master. Due to this fortuitous encounter, he finally became a saint inscription master after many hardships. There's no need to try to inscribe saint inscriptions. As long as my inscription pen can leave a mark on your saint weapon Bao, I'll be able to inscribe saint inscriptions on it. You won't deny this, right? Bai Li Hong, who was holding Duan Lingtian's Sun shooting Bao in one hand and the inscription pen in the other, asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Of course, I won't deny it. Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly, as long as you can leave a mark on my Bao, Elder Bai Li, I'll consider our bet as my loss. I'll definitely admit defeat. Very good. Bai Li Hong nodded in satisfaction. Then, under Duan Ling Tian and Fang Gan's watchful eyes, he inserted his true energy into the inscription pen and pointed the sharp end of the inscription pen at the sun shooting Bao's body at lightning speed. The two ends of the inscription pen were also very particular. The sharp end was used by saint inscription masters to inscribe saint inscriptions on saint weapons. The other end of the brush was used by talisman masters to inscribe talismans on talisman papers. The inscription pen was used by both saint inscription masters and Dao talisman masters. Of course, saint inscription masters usually didn't use the other end. Fang Gan watched intently. His heart was filled with curiosity. Who would have the last laugh in this bet? It was not that he did not trust Bai Li Hong. It was Duan Lingtian's confidence that had shaken him a little. After all, ever since Duan Lingtian came to the Moon Illumination sect, he had never suffered a loss before. He wasn't sure if it would be an exception this time. Duan Lingtian watched calmly. Although he did not know that the inscription pen in Bai Li Hong's hand was extraordinary, he was full of confidence in the body of the sun shooting Bao, almost blind confidence. What a joke! The body of the sun shooting Bao was a special material used to forge immortal supreme treasures. It was definitely not an easy task to leave a mark on it. At the very least, Duan Lingtian did not think Bai Li Hong would be able to leave a mark on it. Whoosh! The inscription pen fell like a bolt of lightning. The surrounding genuine qi was like a small green snake. At first glance, it looked like streaks of green lightning, constantly rotating around the inscription pen. Clang! Finally, the inscription pen landed on the body of the sun shooting Bao and made an ear-piercing sound. At the same time, Bai Li Hong's eyes narrowed. His hand that was holding the inscription pen shook as he tried to leave a mark on the body of the sun shooting Bao. However, although his hand moved, the result left him dumbfounded. He was shocked to find that there was no mark on the body of the Bao at all. How's this possible? With the inscription pen in my hand, I can even leave a mark on a heaven-rank prominent saint weapon. After taking a deep breath, Bai Li Hong tried again in disbelief. Unfortunately, the result was the same this time. His inscription pen did not leave a mark on the body of the sun shooting Bao. There's no mark at all. Fang Gan was stunned as well. When he regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. Elder Bai Li, you won't go back on your word, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. What saint weapon is this? Don't tell me it's one of the legendary super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Dao martial saint land? Bai Li Hong did not answer Duan Lingtian. Instead, he asked with a solemn expression. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said nonchalantly, this is a saint weapon that my master asked his friend to refine for me 20 years ago. It's definitely not one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking that has been circulating for a long time. When Duan Lingtian spoke, he made up a fabricated master. Your master isn't simple to have a friend who can refine such a saint weapon. Bai Li Hong's expression turned even more solemn when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Fang Gan sighed in relief. Fortunately, he did not ask to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Otherwise, he would have been humiliated. No wonder he only acknowledged the city governor of Mound Hill City as his teacher and not his master. As it turns out, he already has a master, and it's obvious that he's an extremely powerful one. Fang Gan thought to himself. It was not difficult for Fang Gan to figure this out. He knew about Bai Li Hong's ability. According to Bai Li Hong, he could even inscribe saint inscriptions on a heaven-rank saint weapon. When Bai Li Hong suspected that Duan Lingtian's saint weapon was one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking earlier, it undoubtedly explained one thing. Duan Lingtian's Bao was a saint weapon that was comparable to a super saint weapon. As for the connection between Duan Lingtian and the city governor of Mound Hill City, he had only found out about it recently. I don't know about that. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw the solemn expression on Bai Li Hong's face. He muttered to himself gloomily, that old man isn't a good master at all. He always likes to leave me alone, saying that he's training me. I've really boarded a pirate ship. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's words were fabricated. However, it was a different story when it was heard by Bai Li Hong and Fang Gan. If he did not have the sun's shooting bow as a cover, they might not have believed Duan Lingtian's words. However, with the sun's shooting bow that was comparable to a super saint weapon, they could not help but suspect that Duan Lingtian's words might be true. Duan Lingtian, you're lucky to have such a master. It's your good fortune. How can you say that you've boarded a pirate ship? Fang Gan shook his head. I was wondering what kind of background could nurture and produce such a monstrous talent like you. I didn't expect you to have such a mysterious and powerful master behind you. When Fang Gan reached the end of his sentence, he sighed emotionally. Bai Li Hong nodded in agreement when he heard Fang Gan's words. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, I admit that I've lost this bet. Come and take your saint weapon 3 days later. As for learning saint inscriptions, you can start in 3 days. Although he could not inscribe the body of the sun's shooting bow, he was 100% confident that he could inscribe the bowstring. This was because he could not tell what material the body of the sun's shooting bow was made of, but he had long recognized the material of the bowstring of the sun's shooting bow. It was a dragon tendon. Dragon tendon. With the inscription pen in my hand, I'll be able to inscribe the saint inscription even if it's the dragon tendon of a 5-clawed divine dragon. Bai Li Hong was filled with confidence. In the inheritance he obtained from the 7-star saint inscription master, not only did it contain the saint inscription art, but it also contained many secrets such as the secrets of the dragons. He also knew that the 5-clawed divine dragon was the most powerful existence among the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land. According to the message left behind by the 7-star saint inscription master, the inscription pen he left behind could even inscribe saint inscriptions on the toughest part of a 5-clawed divine dragon's dragon scales, let alone the dragon tendon. However, Bai Li Hong did not know that the dragon tendon on the bow in his hand was the dragon tendon of a 5-clawed divine dragon. Thank you, Elder Bai Li. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he heard Bai Li Hong's promise. He quickly thanked him. After thanking him, Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Li Hong and Fang Gan before he said solemnly, also, please don't tell anyone about this bow of mine, Elder Bai Li and Elder Fang Gan. I don't want to become a target for everyone. One could imagine that if others found out that his son's shooting bow was comparable to a super sacred artifact, there would be countless people who would want to snatch his son's shooting bow. I'm not that bored, Bai Li Hong said indifferently. I'm not that bored. Naturally, there was something he did not say. Even if he was so bored, he did not dare to take the risk because it was very likely that he would offend the master behind Duan Lingtian. Although Bai Li Hong could not confirm the existence of Duan Lingtian's master, he did not dare to take the risk. Don't worry. Fang Gan's reply was even more straightforward. Since Bai Li Hong was going to help Duan Lingtian inscribe the 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, on the bowstring of the sun's shooting bow, Duan Lingtian and Fang Gan did not stay to disturb him. After saying their goodbyes, they left Bai Li Hong's mansion together. After they left, Fang Gan spoke to Duan Lingtian along the way. He was curious about Duan Lingtian's master. Duan Lingtian responded to his questions one by one. The reason he made up a master that did not exist was just to be safe. From the moment he was prepared to show how extraordinary the sun shooting bow was, he already had a plan. He would fabricate a master so that Bai Li Hong and Fang Gan would be wary of him and would not dare to snatch the sun shooting bow from him. Although he could see that Bai Li Hong and Fang Gan were not cunning people, he had to be cautious. As the saying went, one could know a person's face but not his heart. As a person who had lived 2 lives, he was more cautious than ordinary people. Elder Fang Gan, when I went to look for you earlier, the senior in your mansion seemed to address you as young master? He must have been following you for a long time, right? Chapter 1476. Yes, he's been with me for a long time. Fang Gan nodded and said in a nostalgic tone, more than 100 years ago, when I was still young, I was the young master of the prominent clan in the Moon Illumination sect's territory. He, on the other hand, was a martial arts student who accompanied me to train. Later on, he entered the Moon Illumination sect with me until today. Fang Gan's face was gentle when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian nodded. It was similar to what he had expected. After rejecting Fang Gan's invitation, Duan Lingtian left the inner court and returned to the outer court. As soon as Duan Lingtian returned to his independent courtyard, he saw a familiar figure standing outside his courtyard. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the figure. He greeted him with a smile, Xiong Hu. Senior brother Duan. Xiong Hu turned around when he heard Duan Lingtian's greeting. His face was also filled with excitement. I didn't expect so many things to happen while I was in closed-door cultivation. Duan Lingtian, you're too powerful. This time, our Mound Hill city can finally hold our heads up high. It was apparent that Xiong Hu had heard about Duan Lingtian's recent achievements after he came out of closed-door cultivation. Killing Feng Fan, defeating an inner court disciple, and defeating He Zhong. When he first heard about it, he was stunned and could not react in time. Duan Lingtian appeared calm in the face of Xiong Hu's excitement. He merely smiled faintly. Xiong Hu, you happened to be in closed-door cultivation when I went to look for you the last time. Since you've come out of closed-door cultivation, should transfer the merit points that teacher gave you to you. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and took out his crystal card. Senior brother, you should keep those merit points for yourself. Xiong Hu chuckled. Are you sure you want to keep them for me? Are you sure you don't want to borrow a human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Xiong Hu, causing him to feel a little awkward. He really did not think so much before this. He only thought that those merit points could be put to greater use in Duan Lingtian's hands. That's enough. You're a man. Why are you wasting time? Duan Lingtian said impatiently. Only then did Xiong Hu take out his crystal card. However, when he saw the merit points that Duan Lingtian had transferred to him, he cried out, Senior brother Duan, this isn't right. I remember that master gave me 20,000 merit points. Why did you transfer 250,000 merit points to me? What can you do with 20,000 merit points? With these 250,000 merit points, other than being able to borrow a human rank high-grade Saint-grade martial technique, you can also buy an Earth rank Saint weapon inscribed with 2-star Saint inscriptions. Duan Lingtian said, that's all I can help you with. As for the merit points you need to borrow human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics, you'll have to earn them yourself. Senior brother Duan. Xiong Hu's eyes turned red when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Naturally, he knew that Duan Lingtian was trying to help him. Even his master, the city governor of Mound Hill City, might not have an Earth rank Saint weapon inscribed with 2-star Saint inscriptions. Alright, hurry up and go to the Merit Pavilion. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he returned to his small courtyard without waiting for Xiong Hu's response. He had thought it through carefully before giving Xionghu so many merit points. Currently, he had completely offended the inner court elder, Lu Huan, in the Moon Illumination sect. If Lu Huan thought that he was not easy to deal with, he would definitely shift his target to Xionghu and Ling Yun. If Xionghu and Ling Yun did not have the ability to protect themselves, they would definitely suffer. Although Lu Huan would never let the people from Mound Hill City go, he was the one who had triggered the current conflict. Therefore, he did not want Xionghu and Ling Yun to suffer because of him. After 3 days, Duan Lingtian finally finished inscribing the saint inscription on the sun's shooting bow. During these 3 days, Duan Lingtian entered the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and cultivated for 9 days before coming out. At this time, 3 days had passed in the outside world. This time, Duan Lingtian went to Bai Li Hong's mansion alone. Your saint weapon. Bai Li Hong passed the sun's shooting bow to Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian received it on the spot, he was ready to test it out in the front courtyard of Bai Li Hong's mansion. Coincidentally, there was a huge rock in the front courtyard. Moreover, it was not an ordinary rock. With your strength, the saint weapon in your hand, and the penetration saint inscription, it'll be a little difficult for you to penetrate this huge rock. Bai Li Hong told Duan Lingtian. This huge rock was a unique rock in the Dao martial saint land. The metal material extracted from it could even be used to refine saint weapons. Naturally, it could only be used to refine human rank saint weapons. However, even with that being the case, it was not difficult to pierce through such a large rock. Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duan Lingtian did not say anything. He raised his hand and raised the sun's shooting bow. True energy shot out from his right hand and eventually formed an arrow. He knocked the arrow on the bowstring and pulled the bowstring open. This is the penetration saint inscription. As he pulled the bowstring open, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the bowstring. He saw the inconspicuous inscription on the bowstring. It was obvious it was the 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, that Bai Li Hong had inscribed on it. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian directly inserted his true energy into it and activated it. In an instant, the penetration saint inscription was activated. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the change in the true energy arrow that was knocked on the bowstring. It was a very clear change. It was as though the arrow had the ability to pierce through everything at this moment. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian pulled the bowstring open with all his might. Squeak! Squeak! In the end, the bowstring emitted a soft sound that was particularly ear-piercing. Bai Li Hong stood at the side and watched intently. He also wanted to see how powerful this martial Dao genius who was famous in the outer court would be with the help of a strong bow that was inscribed with the penetration saint inscription. Duan Lingtian, who had knocked the arrow on the bow, began to pull his back as well. It was as though he had transformed into a strong bow as well. All of a sudden, the strong bow shook violently. In the next moment, the arrow on the bowstring in his hand shook and transformed into a streak of light that shot through the air. With a puff sound, it penetrated the huge rock in front of him, leaving a bottomless hole on it. Puff! Before Bai Li Hong could react, he heard another soft sound. After the Jinshi arrow pierced through the boulder, the Jinshi arrow continued to pierce through the thick wall and continued to whistle through the air. Ah! At this moment, a shriek suddenly resonated from outside, causing Duan Lingtian to be stunned. Someone was shot by me? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a strange expression on his face. Who would be so unlucky? Duan Lingtian rushed to the entrance of Bai Li Hong's mansion immediately. When he looked outside the wall, he happened to see an inner court disciple limping away without any hesitation. It was as though he had no intention of entering Bai Li Hong's mansion at all. It seems like as a 3-star saint inscription master, Elder Bai Li's prestige in the Moon Illumination sect is quite high. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was not difficult for him to understand this. Even the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect and the few other saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect had to treat a 3-star saint inscription master with respect. Let alone the people below. Since that inner court disciple was able to appear here, he must be a disciple of an inner court elder. As a disciple of an inner court elder, it was only natural that he knew Bai Li Hong was not someone to be trifled with. When Duan Ling Tian returned to the front courtyard of Bai Li Hong's mansion, he saw Bai Li Hong looking at him as though he was looking at a monster. Elder Bai Li, you're indeed a 3-star saint inscription master. The 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, is just too powerful. Duan Ling Tian could not help but exclaim when he recalled the power of the arrow when it left his hand. Not only did the arrow penetrate the huge rock, but it even penetrated the thick wall and injured an inner court disciple who was passing by. Are you really a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage? However, Bai Li Hong ignored Duan Ling Tian. Instead, he stared at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "What? Elder Bai Li, are you trying to probe me with your spiritual secret tactic?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head. However, what he did not expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Li Hong's spiritual energy pressed down on him and enveloped him in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he even felt as though he was standing in front of others completely naked. At this moment, it seemed like he no longer had any secrets. Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless. He did not expect Bai Li Hong to probe him with his spiritual secret tactic. Moreover, he could not lose his temper. After all, he was the one who suggested it. It was equivalent to shooting himself in the foot. He's really on the perfection mortal shedding stage. What a little monster. Bai Li Hong muttered to himself after inhaling a breath of cold air. At this moment, he was even more certain of one thing in his heart, and that was it was very likely that the master Duan Ling Tian had fabricated really existed. If it was not for the mysterious and powerful master behind him, how could Duan Ling Tian be so monstrous? Bai Li Hong's thoughts were simple and straightforward. With your current ability, you can be ranked at the top even in the Earth ranking. By the time you break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I'm afraid the first place on the Earth ranking will have to give way to someone better. Bai Li Hong looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze as he said this. Elder Bai Li, are you that confident in me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. I'm confident in the saint inscriptions that I've inscribed. Bai Li Hong snorted. Naturally, he would not admit that. Every time he recalled how he had given away a 3-star saint inscription for free, his heart felt like it was bleeding. The materials for a 3-star saint inscription alone would be worth at least 200,000 to 300,000 merit points in the Moon Illumination sect. If Duan Ling Tian could hear Bai Li Hong's thoughts, he would definitely have cursed him secretly. A saint inscription that could be inscribed with 200,000 to 300,000 merit points was sold at a sky-high price of millions of merit points. Even a crow was not that greedy. Elder Bai Li, can I learn saint inscriptions from you from today onward? Duan Ling Tian asked with a gleam in his eyes. Since I've promised you, of course, I won't regret it. However, the saint inscription Tao isn't something that can be learned easily. It also depends on your innate talent. You must be mentally prepared for that. Chapter 1477. Was the saint inscription Tao not something that could be learned just because one wanted to? Did it have to depend on one's innate talent? Did it have to be mentally prepared? Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duan Ling Tian chuckled inwardly. He had inherited Reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of Inscription Tao. Since Inscription Tao and Saint Inscription Tao were different, he did not need to start from scratch to learn Saint Inscription Tao. All he needed to do was to grasp the similarities between Saint Inscription Tao and Saint Inscription Tao. As long as he could build a bridge between Saint Inscription Tao and Saint Inscription Tao, he believed he would become an outstanding Saint Inscription Master. In the following month, Duan Ling Tian stayed in Bai Li Hong's mansion and learned the Saint Inscription Tao from him. In the beginning, Bai Li Hong did not think highly of Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Lingtian's innate talent in the martial Tao was already heaven-defying. In his opinion, God was fair. When he gave Duan Lingtian a heaven-defying innate talent in the martial Tao, he would not give Duan Lingtian an innate talent in the Saint Inscription Tao. However, reality gave him a resounding slap. He even thought God was playing a joke on him. How could there be such a person in this world who was so blessed by God? In just a month, Duan Lingtian could already inscribe a 1-star saint inscription. If it was not for Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy being too weak, Bai Li Hong did not doubt Duan Lingtian would be able to inscribe a 2-star saint inscription. In this 1 month, Duan Lingtian had given him too many surprises. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was confused. Then, Duan Lingtian was able to draw inferences from one instance. Occasionally, Duan Lingtian would say something that would make him ponder for a long time. Sometimes, Duan Lingtian gave him a feeling that he was not a beginner in the Saint Inscription Tao. Instead, he felt more like an experienced person. It was an unbelievable feeling, but it was true. Inscriptions, saint runes, they are the same in essence. Duan Lingtian had already seen that a bridge that connected inscriptions and saint inscriptions when he had just learned 10 heavenly saint inscriptions from Bai Li Hong. After 20 days, he had already walked on the bridge and comprehended it. After a few more days, he had completely grasped the similarities between inscriptions and saint inscriptions. He could also convert some of the inscriptions in Emperor Wu's memory into saint inscriptions. The inscriptions in Emperor Wu's memory were all-encompassing. There were so many types that it would take more than a day and a night to list them all. For example, the 2-star saint inscriptions, the 1,000-mass saint inscription, the Gale saint inscription, and the 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, that he had come into contact with before could be transformed and inscribed through the inscriptions in the rebirth martial emperor's memory. Naturally, the material required for the inscription must be similar to the material used by the Tao martial Saint Land saint inscription masters. It must be refined into an ink-like liquid. The liquid was driven by the inscription pen to inscribe saint inscriptions. With his current spiritual energy, the limit was to inscribe a 1-star saint inscription. If he wanted to inscribe a 2-star saint inscription, he would have to break through to the saint rudiment stage first. Only by breaking through to the saint rudiment stage would his spiritual energy be able to transform further and reach the level where he could inscribe 2-star saint inscriptions. After this 1 month of learning, I can now see inscriptions and saint inscriptions as one. With the help of Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, as long as my spiritual energy reaches a certain level, I'll be able to inscribe the corresponding saint inscription. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This situation was exactly the same as when he was on Cloud Continent. When he was on Cloud Continent, as long as his spiritual energy reached a certain level, he would be able to inscribe the corresponding inscription. Elder Bai Li, I'll have to trouble you for this 1 month. A month had passed, and it was time to leave. Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Li Hong and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian, your innate talent in the Saint Inscription Tao surpasses mine. Bai Li Hong looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Then, as though he had made up his mind, he clenched his teeth and said to Duan Lingtian, I'd like to accept you as my disciple on behalf of my teacher. Are you willing? Elder Bai Li, why you have a teacher? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Otherwise, where do you think I learned the Saint Inscription Tao from? Bai Li Hong shook his head and said solemnly, Duan Lingtian, my teacher is a 7-star Saint Inscription Master. Even the inscription pen in my hand was given to me by him. 7-star Saint Inscription Master. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Bai Li Hong's words. Although he had guessed Bai Li Hong's teacher must be a 4-star Saint Inscription Master or above, he did not expect Bai Li Hong's teacher to be a 7-star Saint Inscription Master. Do you know why I was so confident about our bet a month ago? Bai Li Hong asked. Weren't you confident that you could inscribe saint inscriptions on a heaven-rank saint weapon? Duan Lingtian asked. Then do you know why I was so confident that I could inscribe saint inscriptions on a heaven-rank saint weapon? Bai Li Hong asked again. It should be the inscription pen. Duan Ling Tian pondered for a moment before he replied. The material used to forge a heaven-rank saint weapon was extremely hard. If the inscription pen was too inferior, it would not be able to leave a mark on it. That's right, it's the inscription pen. Bai Li Hong nodded. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he said, generally speaking, it's already considered good for a 3-star saint inscription master to have a 4-star inscription pen. However, a 4-star inscription pen can only inscribe saint inscriptions on an earth-rank primitive saint weapon at most. A 4-star inscription pen can only inscribe saint inscriptions on an earth-rank primitive saint weapon at most? There's such a requirement? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Of course. Bai Li Hong nodded. Inscription pens are divided into different grades. The worst is a 1-star inscription pen while the best is a 9-star inscription pen. Of course, this is just a common saying in the Dao martial saint land. According to my teacher, there's an inscription pen that's of a higher grade than a 9-star inscription pen in the Dao martial saint land. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. Although he had already connected saint inscriptions and inscriptions together and mastered the method of transforming inscriptions into saint inscriptions, he did not know much about the inscription pens in the Dao martial saint land. Now that he heard Bai Li Hong's words, he finally knew there were so many requirements to an inscription pen. A 1-star inscription pen corresponds to human rank inferior saint artifacts, and it can inscribe saint inscriptions on them at most. A 2-star inscription pen corresponds to human rank medial saint artifacts, and it can inscribe saint inscriptions on them at most. A 3-star inscription pen corresponds to a human rank primitive saint weapon. A 4-star inscription pen corresponds to an earth rank primitive saint weapon, and so on. A 9-star inscription pen corresponds to a heaven rank primitive saint weapon. Duan Ling Tian gained a new understanding of the inscription pen after Bai Li Hong finished speaking in one breath. Then, Elder Bai Li, the inscription pen in your hand is a 7-star inscription pen or above? Duan Ling Tian asked in surprise. A month ago, Bai Li Hong had said he could inscribe saint inscriptions on a heaven-rank saint weapon. Now that he had a deeper understanding of the inscription pen, it was not difficult for him to figure this out. That's right. Bai Li Hong nodded. At the same time, he took out his inscription pen and muttered, "This is an inscription pen that my teacher whom I've never met gave me. It's a 9-star inscription pen. With it, I can even inscribe saint inscriptions on a heaven-rank primitive saint weapon. Now, you should know why I was so confident a month ago, right?" When Bai Li Hong reached this part of his sentence, he looked at Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he recalled the bet from a month ago. He could not help but sigh. However, I didn't expect the saint weapon in your hand to be a super saint weapon that's above a heaven-rank primitive saint weapon. Super saint weapon was how Bai Li Hong described Duan Ling Tian's sun shooting bow. Only Duan Ling Tian knew the sun shooting bow in his hand was not a super saint weapon. It was a damaged celestial supreme treasure. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, it was a celestial supreme treasure. Although it was damaged, its hardness was not something a mere super saint weapon could compare to. A 9-star inscription pen. When Bai Li Hong said his inscription pen was a 9-star inscription pen, Duan Ling Tian was so shocked that he did not hear what Bai Li Hong said after that. A 9-star inscription pen was the best inscription pen in the Dao martial saint land. Although Duan Ling Tian had guessed the inscription pen in Bai Li Hong's hand was at least a 7-star inscription pen, he thought it was just a 7-star inscription pen. He did not expect Bai Li Hong's inscription pen to be a 9-star inscription pen. Elder Bai Li, didn't you say your teacher was only a 7-star saint inscription master? How did he get a 9-star inscription pen? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Bai Li Hong in shock. Well, it's not mentioned in the jade token my teacher left behind. That's why I don't know. Bai Li Hong shook his head. You didn't ask him? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Ask him? Bai Li Hong was stunned as well. Then, he smiled wryly. Duan Ling Tian, I've already said that I've never met my teacher. The inheritance I obtained is a spatial ring my teacher left behind. Apart from some materials for inscribing saint inscriptions, there are only 2 jade tokens and this 9-star inscription pen in my hand in the spatial ring. Even I don't know which era my teacher was from in the Dao martial saint land. When Bai Li Hong reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sigh. I see. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. As it turned out, the saint inscription inheritance that Bai Li Hong obtained came from the spatial ring left behind by a 7-star saint inscription master. It was not passed down by the 7-star saint inscription master himself. Since that senior isn't here, why did you say you want to accept me as your disciple on behalf of your teacher, Elder Bai Li? Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion. In the jade token my teacher left behind, he told me that if my innate talent in saint inscriptions is ordinary and I meet someone who's much more talented than me, I must accept him as my disciple and inherit his legacy, the strange inscription art. When Bai Li Hong reached the end of his sentence, his face was solemn. Strange inscription art? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. What's that? Does it have anything to do with saint inscriptions? According to my teacher, the strange inscription art is an alternative inscription technique of the saint inscription art. It focuses on using the cheapest materials to inscribe saint inscriptions that are similar to the ones inscribed by the orthodox inscription technique. The saint inscriptions are the same, but the materials used are very different. In some cases, the difference is a few times more exaggerated. Chapter 1478. It's a pity my talent is limited, and I didn't manage to learn the strange inscription art from the legacy my teacher left behind. If it wasn't for the legacy my teacher left behind, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Bai Li Hong sighed with a gloomy expression on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. Bai Li Hong had always been worried about not being able to learn the strange inscription art from his teacher whom he had never met before. Throughout the years, he had met some saint inscription masters who were quite talented in saint inscriptions. However, those saint inscription masters could not learn the strange inscription art. The strange inscription art was all about the word strange. For a saint inscription with the same effect, the strange inscription art required less than half of the materials required for an orthodox saint inscription art. The reason the strange inscription art was so miraculous was because it had a high requirement on one's spiritual energy. Naturally, the high requirement on one's spiritual energy did not mean the level of one's spiritual energy was high. Instead, it meant the usage of one's spiritual energy was high. Only those who could utilize their spiritual energy to an extraordinary degree would be able to master the strange inscription art. Some people were born with strong spiritual energy. Their spiritual energy would follow their thoughts like a shadow. In other words, they could move their soul at will. Unfortunately, Bai Li Hong was not such a person. Due to this reason, he was destined to never learn the strange inscription art. This had always been a knot in Bai Li Hong's heart. After he obtained the 7-star saint inscription master's legacy, he knew how much the 7-star saint inscription master wanted to find a successor for the strange inscription art. For this reason, he had always hoped to find a qualified successor for the 7-star saint inscription master. Although he had never met the 7-star saint inscription master before, he had always treated the 7-star saint inscription master as his teacher. After all, without the 7-star saint inscription master, he would not have achieved what he had today. All these years, he had relied on the saint inscription art to gather a large amount of cultivation resources to achieve what he had today. Otherwise, with his innate talent, he would not have achieved what he had today. He was a person who knew how to repay kindness. He had always been looking for an opportunity to repay his debt of gratitude. And now, he realized that his chance to repay the favor had come. Duan Ling Tian was the person he had been looking for, the person who could inherit his teacher's strange inscription art. During this period of time, when Duan Ling Tian was inscribing the saint runes, he could clearly sense that Duan Ling Tian's use of mind power had reached the acme of perfection, leaving him in the dust. Ordinary saint inscription masters had to be at least at the saint rudiment stage. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was able to inscribe sacred runes when he was in the immortal realm. Strange pattern art. Duan Lingtian was quite curious about the strange inscription technique from Bai Li Hong. The orthodox saint inscription art in the Dao martial saint land was undoubtedly similar to the inscription art on Cloud Continent. However, the strange inscription art was quite different from the inscription art on Cloud Continent. This piqued his curiosity. This jade token contains the records of the strange inscription art. I think you're the most suitable person for him. With a raise of his hand, Bai Li Hong took out a jade token and passed it to Duan Lingtian solemnly. At the same time, he said solemnly, Duan Lingtian, I know you already have a teacher. However, if you really inherit the strange inscription art, I hope you can treat my teacher as your teacher as well. That's only right. Duan Lingtian did not reject the jade token that Bai Li Hong passed to him. He was also curious about the strange inscription art. Now that he had the chance to learn it, he would not miss it. Since he had obtained the inheritance from the 7-star saint inscription master, it was only natural for him to acknowledge him as his teacher. Moreover, he did not know which era the 7-star saint inscription master was from. He might not even be alive now. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not even need to think about it. Only a fool would reject the benefits that were sent to him. From today onward, you're my junior brother, Bai Li Hong said with a smile. Bai Li Hong smiled and said, in the future, don't call me Elder Bai Li. Just call me Senior Brother. Senior Brother. Duan Lingtian was not a person who would stick to trifles. He immediately changed his way of addressing Bai Li Hong. A bright smile appeared on Bai Li Hong's face when he heard how Duan Lingtian addressed him. It doesn't matter if my teacher is still alive or not. I'm sure he'll be very happy if he knows I've found such an outstanding disciple like you for him. Senior brother, don't be in such a hurry to praise me. I'm not even sure if I'll be able to cultivate the strange inscription art. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. With your ability to use spiritual energy, if you can't cultivate the strange inscription art, I'm afraid nobody in the world can cultivate it. Bai Li Hong was very confident in Duan Lingtian. Just like that, Duan Lingtian had already acknowledged an inner court elder as his senior brother before he even entered the Moon Illumination sect's inner court. Moreover, this inner court elder was not an ordinary inner court elder. As a 3-star saint inscription master, Bai Li Hong's position in the Moon Illumination sect was not only on par with the few vice sect leaders, but it was even slightly above them. Even the few saint stage powerhouses, including the sect leader, were very polite to him. Junior brother, I heard you're from Mound Hill City? Bai Li Hong asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. The fact that he was from Mound Hill City was no secret in the Moon Illumination sect. As for Lu Huan, I'll personally knock some sense into him later. I'll let him know that my junior brother isn't someone he can touch as he pleases. Bai Li Hong's eyes gleamed. His tone was domineering. It was apparent he knew about the conflict between the people from Mound Hill City and Lu Huan. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not reject Bai Li Hong's good intentions. However, he knew very well that even if Lu Huan was wary of his senior brother, he would only restrain himself on the surface. However, Lu Huan would still see him as a thorn in his side. If he did not get rid of him, Lu Huan would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. That's good as well. At the very least, Lu Huan will restrain himself on the surface. This is a good thing for Xiong Hu and Ling Yun. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Senior brother, a month's time is up. It's time for me to return. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Bai Li Hong. Junior brother, leave your bow behind. I'll inscribe 2 more 3-star saint inscriptions for you. My current limit is to inscribe 3 3-star saint inscriptions on a saint weapon at most. More than that is beyond my ability. Bai Li Hong told Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian was his junior brother, it was only natural that he would help Duan Lingtian as much as he could. He was reluctant to inscribe a 3-star saint inscription for Duan Lingtian previously. However, he was more than willing to inscribe more 3-star saint inscriptions for Duan Lingtian now. Thank you, senior brother. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately as he thanked Bai Li Hong. If the sun's shooting bow had 3 3-star saint inscriptions, it would undoubtedly be more powerful. It would be of great help to him. Although his attainment in the saint inscription Dao was not inferior to Bai Li Hong after he had mastered both saint inscriptions and saint inscriptions. However, due to his weak spiritual energy, he could only inscribe 1-star saint inscriptions. According to Bai Li Hong, he would have to break through to the perfection saint rudiment stage before he could inscribe 3-star saint inscriptions. Also, you can stay in my mansion from now on, Bai Li Hong said to Bai Li Hong. Bai Li Hong said to Duan Ling Tian, senior brother has arranged a quiet courtyard for you. It's definitely better than the courtyard in the outer court. Senior brother, I appreciate your kindness. However, I'd like to stay in the outer court for the time being. It won't be too late for me to stay in your courtyard when I enter the inner court. Duan Ling Tian smiled. You said it yourself. You must stay at my place when you enter the inner court, Bai Li Hong said seriously. Yes. Of course. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly nodded in response. After handing the sun's shooting bow to Bai Li Hong, Duan Ling Tian left. He was in a hurry to go back and study the strange inscription art. If he could master the strange inscription art, the efficiency of him earning saint stones in the future would be 2 times higher than an ordinary saint inscription master. After all, a saint inscription master who specialized in the strange inscription art would need less than half of the materials compared to an ordinary saint inscription master to inscribe the same saint inscription master. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian could faintly sense that the profundity of the strange inscription art did not stop there. However, since he did not cultivate the strange inscription art, his understanding of the strange inscription art was limited to the amount of materials needed to inscribe the saint inscription. Naturally, this was just his intuition. He would have to find out if this was the case. As soon as Duan Ling Tian left the inner court, a piece of news spread in the inner court. The inner court elder, Bai Li Hong, the only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect, announced that he would take Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple, as his disciple on behalf of his master. From today onward, Duan Ling Tian would be Bai Li Hong's junior brother. The news spread like a hurricane in the inner court and shook the entire inner court. It was as though a violent earthquake had happened in the inner court. Elder Bai Li has taken an outer court disciple as his junior brother? Is this a joke? Who's that outer court disciple? Is he so awesome? He's taken as Elder Bai Li's junior brother? The group of inner court disciples who did not pay much attention to what happened in the outer court were stunned by the news. Really? You don't know who that Duan Ling Tian is? That Duan Ling Tian is famous in the sect recently, but you don't know him? Those inner court disciples who had long heard of Duan Ling Tian began to tell the disciples who had never heard of Duan Ling Tian before about Duan Ling Tian's past deeds. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's name began to spread in the inner court. These inner court disciples who had heard of Duan Ling Tian were also shocked by the news that Duan Ling Tian had become Elder Bai Li's junior brother. Some of them even looked into it and found out that it was true. Duan Ling Tian had really become Elder Bai Li's junior brother. When the news shocked the entire inner court, Lu Huan, naturally, received the news as well. When he heard the news, he was so angry that he crushed the teacup in his hand into powder. Who's that Duan Ling Tian? How did that old man, Bai Li Hong, take him as his junior brother? Damn it! Damn it! Chapter 1479. Duan Ling Tian has been taken in as a disciple by Elder Bai Li on behalf of his master, and he's now Elder Bai Li's junior brother? Outside the courtyard where Lu Huan lived, Su Qi, who had planned to look for Lu Huan, stopped in his tracks when he heard Lu Huan's roar. A complicated expression flashed across his eyes. However, a faintly discernible smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He did not look for Lu Huan anymore. Instead, he turned around and left. He knew Lu Huan's temper very well. He would be asking for trouble if he looked for Lu Huan at this time. In the next few days, the news that spread in the inner court had also spread to the outer court, shocking everyone in the outer court. Not many people would be surprised if some outstanding outer court disciple was secretly taken in as a direct disciple by an inner court elder. This was not a rare occurrence in the history of the Moon Illumination sect. However, this was the first time in the history of the Moon Illumination sect that an outer court disciple was taken in as a junior brother by an inner court elder. Most importantly, the inner court elder who took in the outer court disciple as his junior brother was not an ordinary inner court elder. Elder Bai Li has taken in senior brother Duan Lingtian as his disciple on behalf of his master, and he's taking senior brother Duan Lingtian as his junior brother? Is this for real? The news came from the inner court, and it was confirmed by the people in Elder Bai Li's mansion. This news can't be fake. Isn't senior brother Duan Lingtian a little too amazing? For other outer sect disciples to be able to become inner sect elders' disciples is already envied by others. Yet, he directly became an inner sect elder's junior brother. That's an existence on par with inner sect elders. Most importantly, that inner court elder is Elder Bai Li. Who doesn't know that Elder Bai Li is the only 3-star saint inscription master in our Moon Illumination sect? Among the 9 great sects in the 9 sect alliances, only our Moon Illumination sect and another sect have a 3-star saint inscription master each. The other 7 sects don't have one. They'll have to come to our Moon Illumination sect if they want a 3-star saint inscription master. Even the sect leader doesn't dare to neglect Elder Bai Li. After all, if Elder Bai Li is unhappy and leaves our Moon Illumination sect, it'll definitely be a great loss to our sect. As the news spread, the entire outer sect area was shaken. All the outer sect elders, deacons, and outer sect disciples who were not in closed-door training knew about the news immediately. In a remote mansion located at a corner of the outer court district, the outer court's grand elder, Dongfang Quan, almost spat out the mouthful of tea he had just sipped when he heard the news. Duan Lingtian has been acknowledged by Elder Bai Li as his junior brother? After Dongfang Quan swallowed the tea in his mouth, he sucked in a breath of cold air, and his face was filled with shock. As the grand elder of the outer court, Dongfang Quan's position in the Moon Illumination sect was in no way inferior to the inner court elders. In fact, his position even surpassed ordinary inner court elders. However, before Elder Bai Li Hong, even though he did not have to be extremely respectful, he still had to maintain a courteous attitude. He did not dare to be negligent or overstep his boundaries. All of this was not only because Elder Bai Li was powerful, but it was more because he was a 3-star saint inscription master. In the Moon Illumination sect, apart from the few saint stage powerhouses including the sect leader, the person he feared the most was Elder Bai Li. However, now that he found out Elder Bai Li had acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his junior brother, Elder Bai Li is definitely not an impulsive person. Why would he acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his junior brother? Dongfang Quan could not figure it out even after thinking about it for a long time. In the end, he could only make wild guesses. Maybe it's because Duan Lingtian has revealed his true identity in front of him, so he acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his junior brother just to cover it up and protect Duan Lingtian? Other than that, he really could not think of any other reason. He did not believe that Duan Lingtian had known Bai Li Hong for a long time. If Duan Lingtian had such a relationship with Bai Li Hong, why would he need to spend 4th grade and 5th grade saint stones to hire him as a witness when he had a death duel with Feng Fan? Due to this reason, he was certain Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong had only gotten in touch recently. While Dongfang Quan was shocked by the news of Bai Li Hong acknowledging Duan Lingtian as his junior brother, Huang Cheng, who was in an independent mansion in the outer court, had also received the news. Smack! The moment Huang Cheng heard the news, his expression was extremely grave. He slapped his palm out, and the sound of wind and thunder reverberated in the air. The stone table in front of him was instantly crushed into dust. Is this news true? Huang Cheng asked in a deep voice as he looked at the outer court disciple who told him the news. It's true. I heard that even the people in Elder Bai Li's mansion admitted it. The outer court disciple nodded. All right, you can leave now. Huang Cheng took a deep breath and waved his hand impatiently. After the outer court disciple who told him the news left, Huang Cheng's expression darkened as he growled in a low voice. Don't tell me that the matter between me and Duan Lingtian is going to end just like that? My 300,000 merit points are going to be wasted just like that? He was unwilling to accept this. Finally, Huang Cheng took a deep breath and said with a gloomy expression, Duan Lingtian, you have Elder Bai Li as your backer now. It's true that I can't do anything to you in the sect. However, if you dare to leave the sect, I'll make sure you regret it for the rest of your life. It was obvious that Huang Cheng did not choose to compromise in the end. At the same time, the outer court deacon, Deng Wei, had also received the news. His expression was extremely grave. What did Duan Lingtian do to deserve Elder Bai Li's favor and even become Elder Bai Li's junior brother? He suddenly felt that his chance of revenge seemed to have become extremely slim. Forget it, forget it. The enmity between us was because of you in the beginning. Now that he has such a backer, there's no need for me to continue to be his enemy. Otherwise, if Elder Bai Li finds out about this, I'll definitely die. Unlike Huang Cheng, Deng Wei chose to compromise. I must let Yuer know about this. I must let him forget about the enmity between him and Duan Lingtian. Deng Wei did what he wanted to do. He immediately wrote a letter and asked someone to send it to his clan, the Deng clan. He did not want Deng Yu to not forget about the enmity between him and Duan Lingtian and bring disaster to the Deng clan. Elder Bai Li? The only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect? In an independent courtyard in the outer court area, Yi Man's eyes were scarlet red, and his expression was extremely gloomy. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. Could it be that you were really born to restrain me, Yi Man? I'm unwilling to accept this. I'm unwilling to accept this. Yi Man was almost roaring when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, he had a feeling that since he was born, why was there a need for him to be born? In another independent courtyard, He Zhong had also received the news. He let out a long sigh. I only hope Uncle can stop now. Although it's impossible. Elder Bai Li is someone that even my master, the vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, is afraid of. Although his master was the vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, he was also an eminent saint stage powerhouse. However, in terms of strength, he was on par with Elder Bai Li at most. This was because Elder Bai Li had an Earth rank prominent saint weapon that was inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions. With that saint weapon, Elder Bai Li could fight an eminent saint stage powerhouse even though he was only at the peak of the paramount saint rudiment stage. In the end, He Zhong gritted his teeth and left the outer court district to enter the inner court district. No matter what, Lu Huan was still his uncle. He still planned to persuade him personally. I understand. In the face of He Zhong's kind words, Lu Huan nodded perfunctorily. Although He Zhong could tell Lu Huan was trying to brush him off, he knew this was the best he could do. Uncle, now that Duan Lingtian has become Elder Bai Li's junior brother, I'm afraid even my master wouldn't want to make him his enemy. I know. Lu Huan nodded his head nonchalantly. If there's nothing else, you may leave. He Zhong sighed when he heard Lu Huan's intention to send him off. He could only turn around and leave. No matter what, he had done his best. It was enough for him to answer to his mother who had passed away many years ago. After He Zhong left, Lu Huan smirked coldly. You want me to stop? Impossible. I've already sworn that anyone who comes out of Mound Hill City will either die or become my disciple. There's no exception. Not even Duan Lingtian. 5 days later, an uninvited guest arrived at Lu Huan's mansion. Elder Bai Li, Lu Huan's expression was a little unnatural when he saw the person, but he still bowed politely. Although the person in front of him was also an inner court elder, his position in the Moon Illumination sect was not something he could compare to. Elder Lu Huan. The person who had just arrived was none other than Bai Li Hong, Duan Lingtian's senior brother. I've never been one to beat around the bush. I'm here to remind you that Duan Lingtian is my junior brother. If anyone dares to harm him, it'll be equivalent to slapping my face. Bai Li Hong's tone was calm, but it was overbearing. The relationship between Elder Bai Li and your junior brother is so deep that it's enviable. Lu Huan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He forced a smile on his face. That's all I have to say. You're on your own now. Bai Li Hong glanced at Lu Huan nonchalantly before he turned around and left. He came and went like the wind, entering and exiting Lu Huan's mansion as though there was no one around. After Bai Li Hong left, Lu Huan's face turned completely grave. He said hatefully, Duan Ling Tian, if you don't die, I, Lu Huan, swear that I'm not human. Unless you hide in the Moon Illumination sect forever, I'll make sure you die a graveless death. The moment his words left his mouth, he left his mansion, the inner court, and the Moon Illumination sect. After leaving the Moon Illumination sect, Lu Huan headed north. That direction was the direction of Han River City. Han River City was the biggest city in the 9 Sect Alliance's territory. It was also the most prosperous city. The headquarters of the 9 Sect Alliances was located there. Chapter 1480. It's been 10 days. Senior brother should have finished inscribing the other 2 3-star saint inscriptions on my son's shooting bow, right? After Duan Ling Tian left the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, he walked out of his room, courtyard, and outer court district. After 10 days, he entered the inner court district again. Did you see that? He's Duan Ling Tian. Unlike before, Duan Ling Tian was recognized not long after he entered the inner court district. Wherever he went, there would be inner court disciples paying attention to him. No wonder those outer court disciples looked at me differently when I left the courtyard earlier. It seems like senior brother has already spread the news that he's taking me in as a disciple on behalf of his master. 10 days ago, he had been in seclusion ever since he returned from Bai Li Hong's mansion. He had stayed in the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda for a month. 10 days had passed in the outside world before he finally came out. When he recalled the respectful gazes of the outer court disciples along the way and the complicated gazes of the group of inner court disciples in front of him, he could vaguely guess what had happened. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian arrived at Bai Li Hong's mansion once again. Young Master Ling Tian, please come in. The servants in Bai Li Hong's mansion were also respectful when they faced Duan Ling Tian. It was as though they treated Duan Ling Tian as their second master. Junior brother. When Bai Li Hong saw Duan Ling Tian from afar, he walked up to him enthusiastically. Senior brother. Duan Ling Tian smiled in response. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. After meeting with Duan Ling Tian, Bai Li Hong took out Duan Ling Tian's son's shooting bow and returned it to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian reached out to take the son's shooting bow. The first thing he did was to look at the bowstring. Soon after, he saw the 2 additional saint inscriptions on the bowstring. Senior brother, what are the other 2 3-star saint inscriptions that you inscribed for me? These 2 3-star saint inscriptions are the Explosive Flame saint inscription and the Erosion saint inscription. Bai Li Hong said with a smile, these are 2 3-star saint inscriptions that I specially picked out for you. Together with the Penetration saint inscription, they will have a miraculous effect. I would like to hear the details. Duan Ling Tian looked curious. No matter how much you say, it's all meaningless. Why don't we leave the sect and look for a savage beast to test it on? Bai Li Hong suggested. That's fine. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Indeed, no matter how much he said, it was better to put it into practice. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian and Bai Li Hong left the inner court together. They left the Moon Illumination sect and arrived outside the sect's estate. This was Duan Ling Tian's first time leaving the Moon Illumination sect since he had been here for almost 4 months. Humph. You're lucky that Bai Li Hong is following you. After Duan Ling Tian and Bai Li Hong left, a faint silhouette appeared at the side of the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. It was blurry when one looked at it from afar. It was as though one was seeing things. If one looked closely, one would be able to tell it was a person. If there was an outer court disciple here, he would be able to tell it was the outer court elder, Huang Cheng. Although Huang Cheng was only an outer court elder and his cultivation base was not as high as Bai Li Hong's, he had obtained a secret tactic to conceal his whereabouts when he was young. With his current cultivation base at the perfection Saint rudiment stage, it was impossible for anyone to discover his whereabouts as long as they were not Saint stage powerhouses. Due to this reason, Bai Li Hong did not notice him at all. Recently, he had taken the initiative to request to be on duty at the monastery gate. Usually, other than a few outer court disciples, an outer court elder would be in charge of the monastery gate's duty. The reason Huang Cheng took the initiative to request to be on duty at the monastery gate was, naturally, because he had an ulterior motive. His target was Duan Lingtian. As long as Duan Lingtian dared to leave the Moon Illumination sect without the accompaniment of a powerhouse, he would follow him immediately. Then, he would kill Duan Lingtian at a place far away from the Moon Illumination sect's estate and snatch Duan Lingtian's spatial ring and Duan Lingtian's crystal card. His purpose was to take back the merit points that he had lost to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he would kill Duan Lingtian to vent his anger. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know that apart from Lu Huan, there was someone else who was plotting to kill him in the Moon Illumination sect. Currently, Duan Lingtian had followed Bai Li Hong to a remote place far away from the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Apart from being remote, this place was unique because there were many wild beasts. Wild beasts were beasts without intelligence in the Dao Martial Saint land. They were like wild beasts on the mortal continent that fought and killed each other. It was the law of the jungle. Every powerful savage beast had its own territory. As long as there were invaders in its territory, it would fight to the death to defend its absolute control of its territory. This place is the territory of an early Saint rudiment stage wild beast. Bai Li Hong told Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Bai Li Hong had introduced this place to him before he came here. This place was called the 10,000 Beasts Ridge. Here, wild beasts at the Saint rudiment stage and above had their own territories. In their territories, they were the absolute kings. Boom! As Bai Li Hong raised his hand and pressed it down, a gush of invisible energy shrouded the ground and hit a big tree. Not only did it destroy the tree, but it even made a huge pit appear on the ground. Be careful, it's coming, Bai Li Hong said. When it appears, try your best to shoot an arrow at it. Don't hit its vital parts. Don't hit its vital parts? Duan Lingtian was stunned. How do I kill it then? Just do as I say. However, although you can't hit its vital parts, you must activate all 3 saint inscriptions at the same time. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon after, a gigantic creature appeared in front of Duan Lingtian as the sound of a furious beast roaring reverberated in the air. It was a wild beast the size of a small hill. Wherever it passed, the ground trembled as though there was a violent earthquake. This wild beast looked very strange. Duan Lingtian could not find any words to describe it. It had a triangular head with eyes as big as a gong at each corner. All of them were glaring at him and Bai Li Hong fiercely. Bang! As a loud bang reverberated in the air, the wild beast the size of a small hill stomped on the ground in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. Like a huge cannonball, it shot up into the sky and charged toward Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian focused his left eye and quietly activated his strange pupil. In an instant, in Duan Lingtian's field of vision, the wild beast's speed slowed down. However, it was still very fast. Wherever it passed, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. Duan Lingtian raised the sun-shooting bow with his left hand while he condensed a true energy arrow with his right hand and placed it on the bowstring. As soon as he pulled the bowstring, traces of true energy gushed out of his chi and merged into the bowstring in his hand through more than 70 saint veins, activating the 3 saint inscriptions on the bowstring. Penetration Saint Inscription. Explosive Flame Saint Inscription. Erosion Saint Inscription. All 3 saint inscriptions were 3-star saint inscriptions. As Duan Lingtian pulled the bowstring and placed the arrow, his left eye locked on the wild beast's lower abdomen. That was not a vital part. Even if the arrow can penetrate the wild beast's body with the penetration saint inscription, it's not a vital part after all. Even if it penetrates, it'll only injure it but not kill it. Although Duan Lingtian had many doubts in his heart, he still chose to believe Bai Li Hong. Clang! The moment Duan Lingtian let go of the bowstring, the true energy arrow in his hand instantly transformed into a bolt of green lightning and shot through the air. Due to the penetration saint inscription, the arrow pierced through the air like a meteor tearing through space. In the blink of an eye, the true energy arrow pierced through the thick scales on the wild beast's lower abdomen amidst the wailing of the wild beast. The arrowhead of the arrow appeared behind the wild beast in just a blink of an eye. Look carefully. At this moment, Bai Li Hong's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears like a clap of thunder. With Bai Li Hong's reminder, the scene before Duan Lingtian's eyes was clearly captured in his left eye's field of vision. The true energy arrow had penetrated the wild beast's body. The arrowhead appeared behind it. The tail of the arrow was still in front of it. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian was shocked to see the scene before him. With the power of the penetration saint inscription, the true energy arrow that had easily penetrated the wild beast's body emitted a dazzling green light. Following which, the dazzling green light exploded like a flame. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the green true energy flame exploded, causing a huge hole to appear in the wild beast's lower abdomen. The hole was so big that 2 adults could enter and exit at the same time. Explosive flame saint inscription. Hearing the shrill cry of the wild beast, these 4 words immediately appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. The scene before him was not his doing. In that case, it could only be the power of the saint inscription. There's also the erosion saint inscription. As though it was supporting Duan Lingtian's thoughts, the moment Duan Lingtian's thoughts left his mind, black smoke began to emit from the hole on the wild beast's body. The black smoke continued to spread, and wherever it spread, everything turned into nothingness. The hole in the wild beast's lower abdomen was getting bigger and bigger. Wherever the black smoke around the hole passed, the wild beast's body was corroded. It was as if it had been doused with concentrated sulfuric acid or corpse-dissolving powder. The wild beast's cry became softer and softer. In the end, it stopped abruptly. At the same time, the wild beast's body turned into nothingness. It was completely corroded, leaving behind a cloud of black smoke that dissipated without a trace. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. The early Saint Rudiment stage wild beast that was still alive a moment ago had turned into nothingness in just a blink of an eye and completely disappeared from this world. There were many inscriptions similar to the corrosion saint inscription in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. He had even used similar inscriptions before. However, those inscriptions could only deal with those with mediocre cultivation base. They were useless against those with profound cultivation base. However, a similar saint inscription had directly turned an early Saint Rudiment stage wild beast into ashes. Chapter 1481. Now, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Bai Li Hong told him not to attack the vital points of the savage beasts. It was because Bai Li Hong knew that even if he didn't attack the vital points of the savage beasts, he would still be able to kill them. Whether it was the explosive flame saint inscription or the erosion saint inscription, they were both created by Bai Li Hong. Bai Li Hong was well aware of their power. Although the explosive flame saint inscription and the corrosive saint inscription are both 3-star saint inscriptions with extraordinary power, the most you can do is deal with someone at the early Saint Rudiment stage with your true energy at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Bai Li Hong reminded Duan Lingtian. The Saint Rune required the activation of true energy. Only when one's Jin Qi was strong enough would they be able to activate the full power of the Saint Rune. If it wasn't enough, he could only activate a portion of the Saint Rune's power. For example, a 1-star Saint inscription could have a miraculous effect in a battle between 2 people of the same cultivation level. However, if one wanted to defeat an enemy of a higher level, it was almost impossible. 2-star saint inscriptions, on the other hand, could allow one to defeat opponents of a higher cultivation level. Of course, the prerequisite was that the opponent's strength hadn't reached the level where he could defeat someone of a higher level. For example, Duan Ling Tian was currently at the perfection mortal shedding realm. Even if he did not use the strange pupil or the saint inscription, the martial and Dao cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage would not be able to fight against him even if they used 2-star saint inscriptions. This was because he was an existence that could easily defeat opponents above his level even without using the strange pupil or the saint runes. On the other hand, 3-star saint inscriptions were 2 grades more effective. For example, the perfection mortal shedding stage's true chi could activate the 3-star saint inscription. It would be effective on those in the early saint rudiment stage. Of course, it would only work on those in the early saint rudiment stage at most. In order to be effective on intermediate saint rudiment stage powerhouses, one must first break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. The saint runes only depended on the level of one's true energy. The higher the level of one's Xinqi, the more powerful it would be. Of course, no matter how strong it was, there was a limit. It depended on how many stars the saint inscription was. For example, a 2-star saint inscription could only threaten an imminent saint stage powerhouse at most. Only a 3-star saint inscription could threaten a saint stage powerhouse. In order to threaten a saint stage powerhouse with a 3-star saint inscription, one must first be at the perfection saint rudiment stage. There were 2 levels between the perfection saint rudiment stage and the saint realm. The imminent saint stage was actually the paramount mortal shedding stage. It was only called the imminent saint stage because it was close to the saint stage. The saint realm was a watershed. The difference between the saint stage and the non-saint stage was even more exaggerated than the difference between the mortal shedding stage and the innate stage. The 3-star saint inscription activated by my current true energy is only effective on early saint rudiment stage existences? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, it seems like I still have to seize the opportunity to elevate my cultivation base. Currently, I'm not far from breaking through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Once I break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I'm confident I can defeat even a saint rudiment intermediate stage cultivator. Of course, this was without using his strange pupil to defeat an intermediate saint realm master. As for the existence of a saint realm master, Duan Ling Tian didn't even dare to think about it. Someone at the mastery saint rudiment stage had already mastered the true energy consolidated weapon technique. Even if he used his strange pupil, he would have to exhaust all of his spiritual energy just to affect his opponent for a split second. He might not be able to defeat his opponent in that split second. Using the true chi weapon, he was able to block Li Mu's attack at that moment. The mastery saint rudiment stage and the intermediate saint rudiment stage is a watershed. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. Thank you, senior brother. Duan Ling Tian put away the sun's shooting bow and thanked Bai Li Hong. Based on the effects of the 2 3-star saint inscriptions, it was enough to see Bai Li Hong's good intentions. The 2 saint inscriptions combined with the penetration saint inscription would definitely have a miraculous effect. There's no need to thank me since we're brothers. Bai Li Hong shook his head and smiled. Then, he asked in anticipation, Junior brother, how much have you mastered the strange inscription art in these 10 days? I should be able to inscribe saint inscriptions with the strange inscription art now. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Bai Li Hong was dumbstruck when he heard this. 10 days ago, he had just passed the jade token that recorded the strange inscription art to Duan Ling Tian. 10 days later, Duan Ling Tian said he could inscribe saint inscriptions with the strange inscription art. How could he not be shocked? Junior brother, let's go. Let's go back. Bai Li Hong raised his hand, and an invisible energy swept out and shrouded Duan Ling Tian. He quickly brought Duan Ling Tian back to the Moon Illumination sect, the inner court, and his mansion. He was eager to see Duan Ling Tian's strange inscription art technique. He had never mastered the strange inscription art in his entire life. However, the junior brother that he had accepted as a disciple on behalf of his master had mastered the strange inscription art in just 10 days. There was a quiet room in Bai Li Hong's mansion that was specially used to inscribe saint inscriptions. When inscribing saint inscriptions, one could not be disturbed at all. Otherwise, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Currently, there were only Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong in the quiet room. There was a stone table in the middle of the quiet room. A sword was placed on the stone table. It was obvious it was a saint weapon. Next to the sword was a vessel that contained an unknown liquid. The unknown liquid was dark yellow and would boil from time to time. Junior brother, are you really able to inscribe the floating light saint inscription with the inscription ink refined from such a small amount of materials? Bai Li Hong asked in disbelief as he looked at the dark yellow liquid in the vessel. The floating light saint inscription was a 1-star saint inscription. Bai Li Hong knew this saint inscription very well because it was an extremely common 1-star saint inscription. When he had just become a 1-star saint inscription master, he had used it to practice many times. He knew the materials needed to inscribe this saint inscription very well. Not a single one of those materials could be missing. Currently, his junior brother, Duan Lingtian, was also preparing to inscribe the floating light saint inscription. However, the materials he was going to use were less than half of the standard materials. The cost of the materials was reduced by almost 2/3. Although he knew the biggest advantage of the strange inscription art was its cost saving, he still found it unbelievable that it was so economical. Senior brother, just watch and see. Duan Lingtian smiled slightly. His words were filled with confidence. In the next moment, he extended his right hand and held Bai Li Hong's 9-star inscription pen in his hand. After taking a deep breath, he extended his left hand and picked up the sword on the table. This was his first time inscribing a saint inscription with the strange inscription art. Naturally, in the past 10 days, he had practiced it countless times in his mind, so he was already very familiar with it. Therefore, everything that happened next was logical. Duan Lingtian shook the 9-star inscription pen in his right hand. The 9-star inscription pen seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as it shot toward the inscription ink. Inscription ink was a general term for the liquid refined from the materials needed to inscribe saint inscriptions. The sharp end of the 9-star inscription pen that shot out like a bolt of lightning picked up a drop of inscription ink like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Then, the 9-star inscription pen brought the drop of inscription ink to the sword in his left hand. Suddenly, a mark appeared on the sword. As Duan Lingtian's right hand moved quickly, a series of complicated inscriptions appeared on the sword. The drop of inscription ink flowed along the inscriptions like water flowing into a stream. Everything was so natural. Duan Lingtian's movements were as smooth as flowing water. However, Bai Li Hong, who was standing at the side, was already stunned. Duan Lingtian's speed of inscribing saint inscriptions was even faster than his. This is the strange inscription art? How much mental energy does he have to use at such a fast speed? Junior brother is really the best candidate to cultivate the strange inscription art. At this moment, Bai Li Hong's heart trembled slightly from excitement. Fast. Too fast. That was the only thought left in Bai Li Hong's mind when he saw Duan Lingtian's movements. Is this the difference between the orthodox saint inscription art and the strange inscription art? After a long while, Bai Li Hong regained his senses. He had mixed feelings. It's done. While Bai Li Hong was in a daze, Duan Lingtian had already stopped. Senior brother, take a look at the effect of the floating light saint inscription and see if it has decreased. It's done. Bai Li Hong was completely dumbfounded when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It should be known that even with his current strength, it would take him at least half an hour to inscribe the floating light saint inscription. However, this junior brother of his only used less than 15 minutes to do so. It was not even half of the time he had to spend. He was a 3-star saint inscription master. Bai Li Hong took a deep breath and suppressed the inexplicable shock in his heart. He took the sword that Duan Lingtian passed to him and tested the 1-star saint inscription, the floating light saint inscription. His gaze became extremely complicated. The effect has not decreased. After a long while, Bai Li Hong finally caught his breath and sighed. The strange inscription art is really the work of a god. It's a pity that I'm not fated to use the strange inscription art with my mental strength. The use of mental strength depended on one's innate talent. However, Bai Li Hong was obviously not talented in this aspect. He was not the only one who could not do it. Most saint inscription masters could not do it. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Bai Li Hong's words. Although he had deduced the strange inscription art many times in his mind, this was the first time he had put it into practice. Therefore, although he was confident, he could not help but feel a little nervous. "Senior brother, here's your inscription pen." Duan Ling Tian called out to Bai Li Hong when he was gently caressing the floating light saint inscription on the sword in his hand. At the same time, he passed the inscription pen back to him. However, although Bai Li Hong raised his head in time to look at the inscription pen, he did not reach out to take it. His eyes flashed as he gritted his teeth. It was as though he had made a huge decision. "Junior brother, you can have this 9-star inscription pen. I'll go to Han River City and buy an inscription pen for myself." Bai Li Hong looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He said, "You've inherited teacher's strange inscription art, so it's only right that I give this inscription pen to you. Senior brother, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have come into contact with teacher's strange inscription art. This 9-star inscription pen is your fortuitous encounter. If I were to snatch away what you love, I wouldn't be worthy of being your junior brother." Chapter 1482. Duan Ling Tian had his own principles. He had to admit that he really wanted the inscription pen in his hand. Who would not want a 9-star inscription pen? However, as the saying went, a gentleman would not take away someone else's treasure. Based on Bai Li Hong's hesitation earlier, one could see that he was reluctant to part with the inscription pen. Therefore, he shouldn't have taken the inscription pen for himself. Otherwise, it would be too selfish of him. Seeing how Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to accept the inscription pen, Bai Li Hong had no choice but to take it. After taking it, he said firmly, "Junior brother, I know you don't want to take away what I love. However, I can take this inscription pen back temporarily, but you have to promise me one thing." "Please tell me, senior brother," Duan Ling Tian said. "When you become a 3-star saint inscription master, at that time, you must accept this inscription pen. Otherwise, you'll have to accept this inscription pen today." It was true that Bai Li Hong was reluctant to part with the 9-star inscription pen in his hand. However, that was human nature. There were not many 9-star inscription pens even in the entire Dao Martial Saint land. Moreover, he had used it for so long. It was normal for him to be reluctant to give it away. However, he knew he could not be so selfish. This inscription pen was left behind by his teacher whom he had never met. Although he was the one who obtained it, his teacher had always hoped to find a successor who could inherit his strange inscription art. Duan Ling Tian happened to be that successor. He believed that if his teacher was present, he would most likely pass the inscription pen to Duan Ling Tian. No problem. Seeing how Bai Li Hong looked as though he was going to fight him if he did not agree to it, Duan Ling Tian agreed immediately. In his opinion, nobody knew what would happen in the future. Perhaps, he would no longer be in the Moon Illumination sect when he became a 3-star saint inscription master. After chatting with Bai Li Hong for a while, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell and prepared to return to the outer court. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian noticed that as long as it was a person, they would stare at him as though there was a flower on his face. It's true that people are afraid of fame while pigs are afraid of being fat. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly to himself. When he passed by the Merit Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian stopped and muttered to himself, "There seems to be nothing left to exchange for in the Merit Pavilion now. I'll use the remaining merit points to exchange for Dao talismans to protect myself." In the end, Duan Ling Tian only kept the portion of merit points that he had given to Ling Yun and 100,000 merit points for himself. He used the remaining merit points to buy Dao talismans. To him, the Tao talisman was a life-saving item. As for the 100,000 merit points, he kept them as a precaution. What if the materials needed to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda appeared in the stalls of the inner disciples on the first level of the Merit Pavilion? If he didn't have any merit points, who would he cry to? Naturally, he could ask for it from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong. However, his senior brother had already helped him a lot. If it was possible, he really did not want to trouble his senior brother. After buying the Tao talismans, Duan Lingtian went to the first level of the Merit Pavilion and started to wander around. However, after one round, due to Duan Lingtian's greeting, Lao, who was paying attention to the outside, did not find the materials needed to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Looks like I've really used up all my luck. Duan Lingtian laughed at himself and left the Merit Pavilion under the watchful eyes of the group of inner disciples. I heard from senior brother that there's an inscription pen for sale in Han River City. Han River City is the largest city in the Nine Sect Alliance's territory. The headquarters of the Nine Sect Alliances are also located there. It's time for me to take a look there. On the way back to the outer court, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He decided to go to Han River City. He had heard of Han River City many times. Moreover, he really needed an inscription pen now. Other than the inscription pen, I can also go to Han River City to see if there's any materials needed to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Now, I'm not far from completely repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Once the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, my cultivation speed will be even more efficient. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He would find a time to go to Han River City. With his current ability, he could not use the Celestial Supreme Treasures in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, the cultivation environment inside had a profound meaning to him. 5 days inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. 8 months later, I must make a trip back to Half Moon Island to accompany the 2 girls until they give birth. If I can repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, my ability will definitely skyrocket 8 months later. By then, I'll be able to protect myself on the way back. When Duan Lingtian thought of Kerr and Li Fei, his heart was filled with motivation. When I find my parents, I'll bring them back to the Tao Martial Saint Land. At that time, I'll definitely hold a grand wedding for them. When he thought of his 2 fiancées, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with a blissful smile. As for those 2 girls, he still hadn't given them a proper status until now. Naturally, it was not that he did not want to, but he could not because his parents were not around. It was fine if the 2 girls' parents were not around, but his parents were healthy. If he wanted to get married, it was only natural that both of his parents were present. Perhaps, when I find my parents, both of my children will be able to speak. I wonder how happy they'll be when they find out that they're going to be grandparents. Duan Lingtian could not stop smiling. Wherever Duan Lingtian passed by, the group of outer court disciples would be stunned when they saw him laughing foolishly to himself. Why was senior brother Duan so happy? Could it be that Elder Bai Li had given him some benefits again? When the outer court disciples thought of this, their eyes were filled with envy. However, they also knew that they could not be envious of Duan Lingtian's good fortune. Duan Lingtian was destined to be someone they had to look up to. Xiong Hu, did Lu Huan's people cause you any trouble recently? When Duan Lingtian saw Xiong Hu again, he asked. Senior brother Duan, who doesn't know that you're Elder Bai Li's junior brother now? Lu Huan must have been scared out of his wits when he heard that Elder Bai Li acknowledged you as his junior brother. How would he dare to cause trouble for us? Xiong Hu grinned. Speaking of which, I haven't congratulated you yet, senior brother Duan. Duan Lingtian did not comment on Xiong Hu's optimism. He did not believe Lu Huan would completely give up on making things difficult for him just because of Bai Li Hong's existence. Currently, Lu Huan must have moved from being in the open to being in the dark. This was not a good thing for him. Of course, he did not regret allowing Bai Li Hong to publicize their relationship as fellow disciples. At the very least, Xionghu and Ling Yun would be safe now. Lu Huan would definitely not dare to cause trouble for them in the open. However, senior brother is really overbearing. He beat Lu Huan up as soon as he saw him. Bai Li Hong had mentioned to Duan Ling Tian that he had beaten Lu Huan up. Duan Ling Tian could not help but click his tongue. He really didn't see that his senior brother had such a side to him. His protective nature was obvious at a glance. It was as though Lu Huan would definitely die if he dared to touch him. Although there was a rule in the Moon Illumination sect that forbade disciples from killing each other. However, who was Bai Li Hong? Even the few powerhouses in the sect did not dare to put on airs in front of Bai Li Hong. Even if Bai Li Hong did not have a valid reason to kill, they would not dare to do anything to him. Bai Li Hong meant a lot to the Moon Illumination sect. All these years, the other 7 seventh-rate sects that did not have a 3-star Saint Inscription Master in the 9 sect alliances had never stopped sending people to lure Bai Li Hong to their sections. The few Saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect knew about this very well. In the past, Bai Li Hong had rejected the 7 great sects' good intentions because he had a good time in the Moon Illumination sect. Once he was dissatisfied with the Moon Illumination sect, it would be hard to say if he would reject the 7 great sects again. A 3-star Saint Inscription Master was too important to a 7th-rate sect like the Moon Illumination sect. He was no different from a pillar. Xionghu, I'll transfer Ling Yun's merit points to you. Give it to him later. I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other for a while. Duan Ling Tian took out his crystal card and told Xionghu. Senior brother Duan, you're going into closed-door cultivation? Xionghu asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He did not plan to tell Xionghu about his plan to leave the Moon Illumination sect and go to Han River City. Not only that, he did not plan to tell anyone, including Bai Li Hong. He knew very well that although he had been in the Moon Illumination sect for less than 4 months, he had offended many people in this period of time. If those people knew he was leaving, would they not chase him out of the Moon Illumination sect and kill him immediately? However, Duan Ling Tian did not plan to leave immediately. I'll break through to the Paramount Mortal shedding stage first before going to Han River City. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart and made a decision. What Duan Ling Tian did not know was when he entered the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate in closed-door cultivation, the inner court elder, Lu Huan, had arrived at Han River City. Lu Huan had arrived at Han River City. Even if his direct disciple, Zhou Qi, was still alive, he would not be able to recognize him. This was because he had disguised himself. After entering the bustling Han River City, Lu Huan went into a few secluded alleys and completely concealed himself. He only appeared again when it was late at night. In the west of Han River City, there were few people at night. In a secluded area near the west of Han River City's city wall, there was an independent house. The house looked very ordinary. It was so ordinary that it did not attract anyone's attention at all. It was almost impossible to see anyone going in or out during the day. However, there were many ghost-like figures going in and out of the house every night. Lu Huan arrived at the house. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he walked in. After passing by quite a number of ghostly figures, Lu Huan walked into a dark room with an open door. Almost as soon as he walked in, the light was turned on and the door was closed. I want to buy a person's life. Chapter 1483. More than once, Duan Ling Tian had imagined what would happen after he had broken through to the Paramount Mortal shedding stage. He wondered how many saint veins he would be able to open and whether he would be able to open all of them. There were a total of 99 saint veins. However, when he broke through to the Paramount Mortal shedding stage, he calmed down all of a sudden. Saint veins, after opening all the saint veins that he could open, Duan Ling Tian began to observe the saint veins in his body. Now that he had broken through to the Paramount Mortal shedding stage, it meant that the saint veins in his body had been completely formed. It would be impossible for him to have more in the future. Therefore, he felt a little solemn. Due to his solemn mood, he did not count how many saint veins he had opened after breaking through to the paramount mortal shedding stage when he was opening his saint veins. If he had counted, he would have known and would not be as anxious as he was now. However, when he counted the number of saint veins in his body, the huge rock that was pressing on his heart was finally lifted. 99 saint veins. This. Duan Ling Tian was overjoyed when he counted the number of saint veins in his body for the first time. This was something that he had been thinking about in his dreams many times. It had always been what he had been looking forward to. Now that he had realized it, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Duan Ling Tian knew very well what 99 saint veins meant. It meant that he had reached the limit of the number of saint veins he had. Even the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, from the ancient myths and legends in his past life, and the one who had once suppressed Sun Wukong under the Five Fingers Mountain, had opened more saint veins than him. I'll count again. After a moment of excitement, Duan Ling Tian felt like he was dreaming. He immediately counted again. That's right. It's 99 saint veins. Count again. After counting a few times, Duan Ling Tian finally confirmed that he had opened 99 saint veins. Hua Lao. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, he went to look for Hua Lao. When Hua Lao heard that Duan Ling Tian had opened 99 saint veins, he was stunned for a moment. He even asked uncertainly, "Are you sure you have opened 99 saint veins?" Ever since Duan Ling Tian met Hua Lao, this was the first time he had seen Hua Lao lose his composure like this. For a moment, he was secretly pleased. "Hua Lao, do you want to take a look yourself?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Hua Lao did not stand on ceremony. He placed his hand on Duan Ling Tian's hand at lightning speed. Before Duan Ling Tian could react, he withdrew his hand and muttered, "It's really 99 saint veins. Are you really human?" In the end, Hua Lao looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he was looking at a monster. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's attention was not on this. Just now, when Hua Lao placed his hand on his hand, he felt as if an electric current had passed through his body. Before he could react, the electric current had withdrawn. At the same time, Hua Lao withdrew his hand. Hua Lao's strength shocked Duan Ling Tian once again. It's a pity that Hua Lao can't leave the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda now, and he can't attack anyone outside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Otherwise, he would definitely be a great help to me. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself that it was a pity. After opening 99 saint veins, Duan Ling Tian had opened up all the saint veins that should be opened up. Currently, apart from his hearing, his eyesight, and even his sense of smell had been elevated to an extremely exaggerated level. Duan Ling Tian, who had opened up 99 saint veins, was confident that he could be called a king on the mortal shedding stage even without relying on the saint inscriptions, the strange pupil, or even a saint weapon. The help that the 99 saint veins gave him was no joke. With my current strength, I can be considered to be able to protect myself to a certain extent. It's time to leave the Moon Illumination sect and explore the outside world. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his heart jolted. On the same night that Duan Ling Tian had this thought, he quietly left his courtyard in the dead of the night. He left the outer court and the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Whoosh! After leaving the Moon Illumination sect's estate, Duan Ling Tian let loose and shot into the distance as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. He was heading in the direction of Han River City. It had been a month since he had planned to go to Han River City. After a month, Duan Ling Tian had finally broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage and left the Moon Illumination sect. From the beginning until the end, he did not tell anyone. Everything was done secretly. However, although Duan Ling Tian's movements were discreet, he was still discovered by someone. This person was none other than the outer court's elder Huang Cheng. After waiting for so long, the rabbit has finally come knocking on my door. Duan Ling Tian left in the middle of the night without anyone following him. I'm afraid even Elder Bai Li doesn't know about this, right? Huang Cheng smirked at the side of the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate. He moved with the wind and chased after Duan Lingtian. Huang Cheng had mastered the secret tactic to conceal his tracks. Even though Duan Lingtian was the most powerful weapons specialist on Earth in his past life and had an amazing anti-tracking ability, he did not notice Huang Cheng following him. He continued on his way. He only realized the situation had changed when a gust of wind whistled behind him. Horror dawned on his face immediately. The moment Duan Lingtian's expression changed, he saw a flash in front of his eyes. Another person appeared in front of him. It was someone he was familiar with. Huang Cheng. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave when he saw the person in front of him. He did not expect to be targeted even though he had left so discreetly. Huang Cheng was one of the people he had offended in the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian. Huang Cheng's face was filled with a bright smile when he saw Duan Lingtian's grave expression. I've waited for more than 2 months, and you've finally left on your own. The last time you left, that old man by Li Hong followed you. I couldn't do anything to you at all. This time, you'll definitely die. As soon as Huang Cheng's voice fell, 2 streams of Jin Qi rose above his head. One of them turned into a giant saber, and the other turned into a giant beast that looked like a leopard but wasn't a leopard, or a tiger but wasn't a tiger. Whoosh! The gigantic saber tore through the air and appeared on Duan Lingtian's left in just a blink of an eye. It hovered in the air while emitting waves of sharp aura. Boom! 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 The gigantic beast took a step forward. Every step it took shook the air and created a thunderous sound. In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic beast appeared on Duan Lingtian's right. It stared at Duan Lingtian covetously as though it would pounce on Duan Lingtian at any time and swallow him whole. True energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he muttered to himself. You're quite knowledgeable to recognize my true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast technique. Huang Cheng snorted coldly. However, from today onward, you, the genius whose martial Dao innate talent is widely acknowledged as the #1 in the outer court, is destined to turn into a pile of dirt in the Dao martial saint land. Perhaps, after a year or so, not many people will remember you anymore. Huang Cheng, as far as I remember, there's no great enmity between us, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice. The conflict between us seems to be limited to that bet. I didn't use a knife to force you to make a bet during that bet. It was you who made the bet yourself. It's your own fault that you lost. What does it have to do with me? It's meaningless to talk about this now. Huang Cheng said nonchalantly, from today onward, you, Duan Lingtian, are destined to disappear from this world forever. Nobody will know that I'm the one who killed you. If there's a next life, remember that there are some people you can't afford to offend. If I return the 300,000 merit points to you, will you let me go? Duan Lingtian asked coldly. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huang Cheng burst out laughing instead. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a monster. Duan Lingtian, you're too naive. After I kill you, all the crystal cards in your hands will be mine. At that time, I'll be able to get as many merit points as I want. Moreover, since you become elder by Li's junior brother, you should have a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions that he gave you, right? Let me guess. The saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions in your hands has at least 2 3-star saint inscriptions, right? At this moment, the way Huang Cheng looked at Duan Lingtian did not seem like he was looking at a person at all. Instead, it was as though he was looking at a peerless treasure. Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold as he looked at Huang Cheng. What he said earlier was actually just a test for Huang Cheng. He no longer had 300,000 merit points in his hands. In his crystal card, there were only 100,000 merit points. Huang Cheng, you've guessed wrongly. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Guessed wrongly? Huang Cheng sneered. Duan Ling Tian, what tricks are you trying to pull now? Don't tell me you think you'll still be able to live after today? What tricks can I pull? Duan Ling Tian said, I just want to tell you that the saint weapon in my hand is not only inscribed with 2 3-star saint inscriptions, but it's inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions. However, even if you obtain it, would you dare to use it? Duan Ling Tian sneered when he reached the end of his sentence. When Huang Cheng heard Duan Ling Tian mention the saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions, there was only a greedy gleam left in his eyes. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's last sentence, he smirked in disdain. Don't tell me you think there's a need for me to stay in the Moon Illumination sect after I kill you and snatch the saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions from you? Even if I stay in the Moon Illumination sect temporarily, it'll only be a cover-up at most. I'll leave eventually. A saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions was enough for him to leave the Moon Illumination sect. Huang Cheng had made up his mind. It seems like you, Huang Cheng, have been planning this for a long time. You've even thought of your own escape route. Chapter 1484. As soon as his words left his mouth, a talisman appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. This 3-star Divine Strider talisman speed is comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Don't tell me you, Huang Cheng, think you can catch up to me with the 3-star Divine Strider talisman? A confident smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he looked at Huang Cheng. However, contrary to Duan Lingtian's expectations, Huang Cheng was not surprised by Duan Ling Tian, who had taken out the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. At once, Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Activate. Although Duan Ling Tian did not know why he had such a feeling, he did not dare to be careless. He immediately shouted and activated the 3-star Divine Strider talisman in his hand. The 3-star Divine Strider talisman instantly disappeared as a mysterious energy entered Duan Lingtian's body. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's body moved and disappeared before Huang Cheng's eyes. Although Huang Cheng and the giant saber and giant beast condensed from his true energy blocked Duan Lingtian's escape route, Duan Ling Tian was not disturbed at all when he left. This was because Huang Cheng, whose cultivation base was only at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, could not react in time at all. The speed of a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse was not something a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse could compare to. However, Huang Cheng did not panic when he saw Duan Ling Tian disappearing before his eyes. Instead, he raised his hand at lightning speed and a talisman appeared in his hand. Activate. As soon as Huang Cheng opened his mouth, a loud shout reverberated in the air. After the talisman disappeared, Huang Cheng also disappeared on the spot. Naturally, he did not really disappear. His speed was so fast that it seemed like he had disappeared. Duan Ling Tian, do you think you're the only one who has a 3-star Divine Strider talisman? Due to the fact that Duan Ling Tian's speed had slowed down after he had fled for a distance, it did not take long for Huang Cheng to catch up to him and appear behind him. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard the voice behind him. Huang Cheng has a 3-star Divine Strider talisman as well. This was the first thought that came to his mind. At this moment, he did not have the time to think about how Huang Cheng could afford a 3-star Spirit Travel talisman. Logically speaking, Huang Cheng had lost so many merit points to him, so he shouldn't have any more merit points to buy a 3-star Spirit Travel talisman. After all, the wealth in the hands of an outer court elder was limited. However, Duan Ling Tian did not know that. In the Moon Illumination sect, there were many inner court elders who liked to lend money. Huang Cheng had found an inner court elder and borrowed 200,000 merit points from the loan shark. Including the merit points he used all of his wealth to buy a 3-star Divine Strider talisman. The reason he did this was all for Duan Ling Tian. To be more precise, it was for the huge wealth in the hands of the Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian fought with He Zhong, he had used the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Huang Cheng had seen it. Moreover, he also knew that He Zhong had given a 3-star Divine Strider talisman to Duan Lingtian. It was precisely because he knew that Duan Lingtian had a 3-star Divine Strider talisman that he did not hesitate to borrow money from the loan shark to buy a 3-star Divine Strider talisman. It was all for this moment where he could kill Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop and seize Duan Lingtian's wealth. He believed that this would definitely be a profitable business. Whoosh! After learning that Huang Cheng also had a 3-star Divine Strider talisman, Duan Lingtian hurriedly sped up. At this moment, he even regretted decelerating earlier. The reason he had decelerated earlier was because he thought he had escaped from Huang Cheng's sight. It did not cross his mind that Huang Cheng also had a 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Moreover, he had caught up with him. When Duan Lingtian raised his speed to its peak again, Huang Cheng had already caught up with him and was running side by side with him. Duan Lingtian, I've said before that after today, you'll leave this world forever. I'll send you on your last journey. Huang Cheng sneered. 2 surges of true energy appeared above his head. The True Energy Consolidated Weapon and True Energy Consolidated Beast techniques appeared again. Buzz! The huge saber swept across the sky like a saber waterfall that streaked across the sky. It charged toward Duan Lingtian menacingly as though it wanted to cut Duan Lingtian in half. Boom! 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 The enormous beast soared into the sky and opened its bloody mouth to bite Duan Lingtian. Lin! Duan Lingtian shouted in a low voice as his face turned grave when he saw Huang Cheng attacking him. At the same time, the talisman that he had just grabbed in his hand disappeared as well. Huang Cheng frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's shout. He noticed a layer of golden energy rising from Duan Lingtian's body. It looked like a golden eggshell that enveloped Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the huge saber and the huge beast formed by Huang Cheng's true energy shattered when they collided with the golden eggshell. On the other hand, the golden eggshell was not damaged at all. 3-star golden energy talisman. Huang Cheng's expression darkened when he saw this. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have a 3-star golden energy talisman other than the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Duan Lingtian, it seems like you're really afraid of death. Not only do you have a 3-star Divine Strider talisman, but you also have a 3-star golden energy talisman. Huang Cheng scolded sarcastically. Afraid of death? Duan Lingtian sneered when he heard Huang Cheng's words. Based on your words, you're not afraid of death. Don't you want to kill me? Come on then. Once the 3-star golden energy talisman was activated, it would form a layer of defense around one's body. This defense was comparable to the defense of a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Similar to the 3-star Divine Strider talisman, it could last for 15 minutes. Huang Cheng, a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial artist, could not break through the defense of a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Duan Lingtian, don't be so smug. Huang Cheng's expression darkened. After 15 minutes, the 3-star golden energy talisman will lose its effect. At that time, you'll be a fish on my chopping board. Before that happens, your 3-star Divine Strider talisman will lose its effect as well. Let's wait and see. Duan Lingtian glanced at Huang Cheng indifferently before he slowed down and even came to a halt. Huang Cheng stopped as well. Naturally, he knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Since he could not shake him off, it was meaningless for him to continue using the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. He might as well stop since the result would be the same anyway. At this moment, Huang Cheng's heart was bleeding. The 3-star Divine Strider talisman that he had spent 300,000 merit points on had become useless after just a short while. However, when he thought about the huge amount of wealth on Duan Lingtian, he felt relieved. In his opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian died, the millions of merit points in Duan Lingtian's possession would be his. At that time, he would be able to buy the 3-star Divine Strider talisman whenever he wanted. Duan Lingtian stood in the same spot with the golden eggshell around his body. He looked at Huang Cheng calmly. Huang Cheng was also staring at Duan Lingtian. He was waiting for the moment the 3-star golden energy talisman on Duan Lingtian's body would lose its effect completely. At that moment, he would show his might and kill Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop. He was looking forward to it. Just like that, a strange scene appeared. Duan Lingtian and Huang Cheng stood there staring at each other, but neither of them made a move. Time passed by quietly. From the moment Duan Lingtian used the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, 15 minutes had passed by very quickly. The effect of Duan Lingtian's 3-star Divine Strider Talisman was the first to disappear. Following that, the effect of the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman on Huang Cheng's body disappeared as well. Huang Cheng, the effect of the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman on you should be gone by now, right? It was rare for Duan Lingtian to speak, breaking the silence. So what if it's gone? If the effect of the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman on me is gone, it means that the effect of the 3-star Golden Energy Talisman on you is about to disappear as well. The moment the effect of the 3-star Golden Energy Talisman is gone will be the moment of your death. Huang Cheng sneered. Huang Cheng, I'm very curious. How do you still have so many merit points to buy the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman? You lost more than 300,000 merit points to me earlier. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have enough merit points to buy the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Huang Cheng only snorted in response to Duan Lingtian's question. He did not reply. Naturally, it was impossible for him to tell the truth. Could he say that he had borrowed a loan from an inner court elder? Or was it the kind of loan shark that would charge 20,000 merit points a month for a loan of 200,000 merit points? I think you don't have a second 3-star Divine Strider Talisman on you, right? Duan Lingtian asked with narrowed eyes. Don't tell me you do. Huang Cheng asked reflexively when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, Huang Cheng saw the smile on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. An ominous feeling rose in his heart immediately. Huang Cheng, Duan Lingtian, will remember what happened today. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Cheng deeply before he took out another 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. When the golden eggshell on his body began to fade, he shouted, "Activate!" Duan Lingtian instantly disappeared before Huang Cheng's eyes again. Oh, no. Huang Cheng's expression changed drastically. Why does he still have a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman? Why is he so afraid of death? He even prepared so many 3-star Divine Strider Talismans. At this moment, Huang Cheng felt like he was going crazy. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to have a second 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. How was he going to chase after him? Although he could confirm the direction Duan Lingtian had left in, he was not sure if Duan Lingtian was still in that direction. Moreover, even if he was, he could not catch up to him. The reason he could catch up to him earlier was because he also had a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. Before Duan Lingtian could turn around, he managed to catch up with Duan Lingtian in time. This time, it's impossible for me to return to the Moon Illumination sect since I didn't manage to kill Duan Lingtian. That Duan Lingtian might have returned to the Moon Illumination sect to look for Bai Li Hong. With Bai Li Hong's position in the Moon Illumination sect, he can definitely take my life. Huang Cheng's face turned pale as he took a deep breath. Even if I leave, I still have to. At the very least, I don't have to pay the loan sharks to the inner court elder anymore. Huang Cheng knew very well that he only had one choice now, which was to leave the Moon Illumination sect. If he returned to the Moon Illumination sect, he would definitely die. Nobody would say anything even if Bai Li Hong did not have a valid reason to kill him, let alone killing him. Bai Li Hong's special position in the Moon Illumination sect gave him a power that was different from ordinary inner court elders. Chapter 1485. Duan Lingtian, don't ever fall into my hands again. Otherwise, I, Huang Cheng, will make you wish you were dead. When Huang Cheng thought of the culprit who forced him to leave the Moon Illumination sect, he clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. In his opinion, all of this was Duan Lingtian's fault. If it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian did not return his bet, he would not have hated Duan Lingtian, and things would not have escalated to this stage today. It had never crossed his mind that he had participated in the bet that Duan Lingtian had set up because of his own greed. Now that Duan Lingtian was far away from Huangcheng, he flew at full speed for 15 minutes. He only came to a halt when the effect of the 3-star Divine Strider talisman left his body. It's a good thing I still have a second 3-star Divine Strider talisman with me. Otherwise, I'd definitely die today. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Fear still lingered in his heart when he recalled the scene earlier. Even if you have a third 3-star Divine Strider talisman with you, you'd still die today. A hoarse voice that seemed to come from all directions entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It made Duan Lingtian's expression change immediately as he shouted, "Who's there?" At the same time, a figure covered in a black robe appeared near Duan Lingtian like a ghost. The person covered in the black robe only revealed a pair of cold eyes as he stared at Duan Lingtian. "It doesn't matter who I am. All you have to know is that I'm here to take your life. No wonder you're so valuable. As it turns out, you have so many trump cards with you." When the black-robed man reached the end of his sentence, he was almost mumbling to himself as though he was lamenting. Based on the black-robed man's words, it was obvious he had seen the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Huangcheng. As the saying went, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. And he was obviously the final oriole. "Are you an assassin?" The black-robed man's mutterings were heard by Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change. "You are very smart. It's a pity that many people smarter than you have died in my hands." The black-robed man laughed sinisterly. "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck." You actually still have the 3-star Divine Strider talisman? Is this a 3-star Golden Energy talisman? It seems that you have a lot of trump cards." Duan Lingtian once again took out a 3-star Spirit Strider talisman and a 3-star Golden Energy talisman. As soon as he took them out, the black-robed man saw them. "Brat, don't tell me you think I'm that trash called Huangcheng." The black-robed man sneered and said, "Do you think that this 3-star Divine Strider talisman and 3-star Golden Energy talisman can help you escape from under my nose? Now, I will let you know how naive and ridiculous your idea is." Almost as soon as the black-robed man's words left his mouth, the black robe on his body suddenly fluttered like dark clouds. At the same time, 3 waves of vast and rolling true energy swept out from his body. One of them transformed into a gigantic sickle while the other transformed into a skinny wild beast. The last wave swept out in all directions. It was this last wave of true energy that swept out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, it spread out to a radius of 100 meters around the black-robed man and enveloped Duan Lingtian as well. Wisps of faint green aura appeared at the edge of the 100-meter radius around him. True energy consolidated territory. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. "Why, you're at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage." Previously, when the black-robed man caught up to him, he thought he had used a 3-star Spirit Strider talisman to catch up to him. Now, he finally realized his opponent was a genuine Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. If the true energy consolidated weapon was the symbol of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, then the true energy consolidated beast was the symbol of the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. In that case, the true energy consolidated territory was the symbol of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. The true energy consolidated territory was a territory that covered a radius of 100 meters. Every Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse's territory was different. Some Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse's territory was the gravity territory. Once it was activated, the gravity within a radius of 100 meters around the territory would rapidly increase to an extremely exaggerated degree. Naturally, Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses who controlled territories would not be affected. Some Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses' territory was the wind territory. Once the territory was activated, it would turn into a world of wind. The wind inside was completely controlled by the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse who controlled the territory. It would either turn into wind blades to attack or form a gust of wind that swept out in all directions to affect the opponent, tiring them out. Some Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse's territory was the sword territory. Once the territory was activated, countless swords would form in the territory. These swords were all controlled by the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse who controlled the territory. Apart from that, there were many other territories. Otherwise, why do you think I said you'll die today even if you have the third 3-star Divine Strider talisman? The black-robed man smiled sinisterly. How many saint stones did the person who hired you spend? As long as you're willing to stop, I can give you saint stones that will tempt you even more. Duan Lingtian felt helpless when he learned the black-robed man was a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. It was just as the black-robed man had said. The 3-star Divine Strider talisman and the 3-star Golden Energy talisman were useless against him. Although the speed of the 3-star Divine Strider talisman was comparable to the speed of a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, it was only comparable to the speed of an ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. It was the same for the defense of the 3-star Golden Energy talisman. These two Dao talismans might be effective against martial and Dao cultivators below the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. However, they were nothing in front of a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Boy, we have our rules in our line of work. Moreover, as long as you're dead, all your wealth will be mine, and I won't have to break the rules. The black-robed man continued to smile sinisterly. At the same time, the black scythe above the black-robed man's head seemed to have transformed into a blood moon that hung high in the air. The tip of the scythe was pointed at Duan Lingtian. As for the skinny wild beast, it was also glaring at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. Although it was a wild beast that was consolidated from true energy consolidated beast, it was still very lifelike. The saint stones that will tempt you are not with me. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'm willing to swear on the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation, that I'll give you all the saint stones. Duan Lingtian said to the black-robed man after taking a deep breath. He was not afraid of death. However, in the face of such danger, the first thing that came to his mind was not his own life. Instead, what would happen to his 2 fiancées if he died? Moreover, what would happen to the children in their wombs if they were born without a father? For this reason, he did not want to die. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he wanted to live on. The current him was different from the him in his previous life. In his previous life, he had no ties and was all alone in the world. Even in the face of death, he could remain calm. However, the current him had too many ties. Boy, let's cut the crap. Do you think people in our line of work would not break the rules without swearing on the tribulation oath? The black-robed man sneered. For this reason, it's useless even if you're willing to give me 10,000 first-grade saint stones as long as I let you go. If I break the rules, the tribulation oath will come true immediately. The 99 heavenly tribulation will descend and kill me. Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he gripped the 2 Dao talismans in his hands tightly. Was he really going to die here today? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was in a mess. Activate. Activate. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian shouted twice and activated the 3-star Divine Strider talisman and 3-star Golden Energy talisman in his hands. At once, his entire body was shrouded by the golden eggshell. At the same time, the energy in the 3-star Divine Strider talisman also merged with his body, allowing him to possess a speed comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. It was apparent that even though Duan Lingtian knew he was in a dire situation, he did not intend to wait for death to come. It was not his style to wait for death without putting up a fight. At this moment, Duan Lingtian transformed into a streak of light and shot into the distance. In the distance, the black-robed man stood there. When he saw Duan Lingtian using the 3-star Divine Strider talisman and 3-star Golden Energy talisman, He smirked contemptuously. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, the territory that shrouded the area within a 100-meter radius suddenly became active. The territory that was originally light green instantly turned crimson red. Wisps of black mist could be seen in the crimson red, emitting an extremely evil aura. At the same time, the black mist that was mixed with crimson continued to tumble in Duan Lingtian's path. In the end, it consolidated into a human figure and transformed into a giant. Naturally, it was a giant formed purely from the black mist. The giant stood there like an iron wall, blocking Duan Lingtian's path. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. With a raise of his hand, a 2-star offensive Dao talisman shot out. As the word appear resonated in the air, the attack that was comparable to a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse landed on the giant. At this moment, Duan Lingtian used whatever he had. He no longer thought about saving anything. Since he was already on the verge of death, it was meaningless to save anything. Once he died, there would be nothing left. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the giant was unharmed after being hit by the 2-star offensive Dao talisman's energy, horror dawned on him. What kind of monster is this? Without any hesitation, he immediately turned around and tried to escape in another direction. However, in another direction, an identical giant also appeared in a timely manner. Subsequently, no matter where Duan Lingtian fled, an identical giant would appear in that direction. These giants were formed from black mist with a crimson aura emitting from them. It gave off an invisible pressure, causing Duan Lingtian to feel extremely depressed. Boy, you're still trying to escape in my blood devil territory? How naive. Chapter 1486. Blood Devil's Territory? Is this the power of the true energy consolidated territory? Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. His expression turned gloomy. Don't tell me that I, Duan Lingtian, am really going to die here today? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. He could not accept this. He had yet to see his 2 unborn children. He had yet to find his parents. He had yet to return to Earth to seek revenge. There were too many things that he had yet to do. As the giants around Duan Lingtian's body dissipated, they transformed back into black mist that was mixed with a bloody aura. The black-robed man appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye. His eyes were shining under the black robe. Duan Lingtian finally saw his eyes clearly. He did not look human at all. Boy, it's all over now. As the black-robed man spoke nonchalantly, the gigantic scythe above his head and the skinny wild beast charged toward Duan Lingtian. Their speed was not fast, as though they were intentionally giving Duan Lingtian a chance to catch his breath. This was the black-robed man's habit of killing. When he killed someone, he did not like to take his opponent's life in one go. He preferred to see the despair on his opponent's face when they were struggling for their lives. To him, this was a form of enjoyment. It was a form of spiritual enjoyment. However, Duan Lingtian's performance was destined to disappoint him. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian lifted his head and looked at the black-robed man. The gloominess on his face was gone. The unwillingness in his eyes was gone as well. He smiled strangely. Why, you're a devil cultivator? Boy, you're quite knowledgeable. You can tell that I'm a devil cultivator from my blood devil's territory. Although the strange smile on Duan Lingtian's face annoyed him, the black-robed man still snorted arrogantly. Even in the Moon Illumination sect, other than those saint stage powerhouses, only those imminent saint stage powerhouses can defeat me. You should be proud that you're able to die in my hands. The black-robed man smiled sinisterly. We don't know who will die yet. Duan Lingtian grinned and his eyes flashed. Before the black-robed man could react, he raised his hand and took out a stone tablet with a chipped corner. Above the stone tablet, there were wisps of black fog that emitted waves of terrifying aura. Seeing this stone tablet, the black-robed man had an ominous premonition. Kid, what is this? As a devil cultivator in the Dao martial saint land, I'm sure you know that there's a super saint weapon in the 10 great saint weapon rankings that can restrain devil cultivators, right? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face was brilliant, and he was no longer as disheartened as before. The 10 great divine weapons ranking? A super sacred artifact that can restrain devil cultivators? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the black-robed man was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression changed greatly. Seal, that's right. It's the devil seal tablet. Duan Lingtian shouted. It shocked the black-robed man so much that his body trembled. While he was in a daze, he suddenly lifted the stone tablet with a chipped corner in his hand and smashed it at the black-robed man. This smash did not contain any martial arts moves. It was purely a casual smash. However, this smash was the final straw for the black-robed man. The stone tablet with a chipped corner, the Devil Seal tablet, was one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapon rankings in the Dao martial saint land. When it was smashed out, the black light around it shone brightly as though it had been injected with chicken blood. Its speed became faster and faster. When the black-robed man finally regained his senses and wanted to make a move, the Devil Seal tablet had already smashed hard on his body. Bang! A loud sound resonated in the air. The black-robed man's body trembled before he was sent flying. At this moment, the black-robed man's eyes that were shining with a faint light suddenly turned dark and merged with the black-robed man's body. At the same time, the black-robed man no longer made any sound. His soul had been devoured and suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet. At the same time, the gigantic scythe and the skinny wild beast that the black-robed man had consolidated with his true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast technique disappeared as well. It was as though they had never appeared. Apart from that, the blood devil territory that the black-robed man had cast with his true energy consolidated territory technique that covered a radius of 100 meters disappeared as well. After killing the black-robed man, the Devil Seal tablet returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. What a false alarm. However, it's fortunate that he's a devil cultivator. Otherwise, I would have died today. Duan Lingtian said with lingering fear in his heart after he took a deep breath and calmed down his restless emotions. The Devil Seal tablet was only useful against devil cultivators. With Duan Lingtian's cultivation base at the mortal shedding stage, as long as it was not a saint stage devil cultivator, the Devil Seal tablet would be able to easily suppress him. Perhaps, he didn't even dream that a brat like me, whom he didn't take seriously, would possess the Devil Seal tablet that would strike fear in all the devil cultivators in the Dao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian flew out and landed next to the black-robed man's body. He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. At the same time, he reached out and lifted the black-robed man's robe to reveal his face. Even though Duan Lingtian had lived 2 lives and had a strong heart, he could not help but frown when he saw the black-robed man's face. The black-robed man's face was festering. He did not look human at all. If an ordinary person saw the black-robed man's face, perhaps he would have vomited the food he had eaten the day before out of disgust. After searching the black-robed man's body for a while, Duan Lingtian found his spatial ring and put it away. Since the black-robed man had died, the spatial ring had become ownerless as well. After claiming ownership of the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian took a look inside and could not help but click his tongue. As expected of a powerhouse at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. The wealth in his hands is really shocking. These things that are piled up like a mountain seem to be 6th grade saint stones. There must be at least 1 million of them, right? With just a cursory glance, Duan Lingtian could see that there were at least 1 million 6th grade saint stones piled up like a mountain. Apart from 6th grade saint stones, there were also many 7th grade saint stones. Naturally, it was not that exaggerated. There were few low-grade saint stones while there were many high-grade saint stones. It seemed a little strange, but to Duan Lingtian, it was undoubtedly a huge gain. I'm afraid even an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage wouldn't have such an exaggerated amount of wealth. This guy must have something to do with his identity as an assassin for him to have so much wealth. Duan Lingtian was certain about this. In his past life, when he was a mercenary, some of the businesses he did were similar to an assassin's. He was hired to kill people. Naturally, he had his own principles when he was hired to kill people. That person must be someone who deserved to die. No matter what, he was trained by the Hua Nation's official special forces. He had his own bottom line. Apart from the millions of 6th-grade Saint Stones and the hundreds of thousands of 7th-grade Saint Stones, there were many other things in the black-robed man's spatial ring. There were saint weapons inscribed with saint inscriptions and various Tao talismans. 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, 3-star Golden Energy Talisman. There are so many of them. Also, this is a 3-star Offensive Tao Talisman. Duan Lingtian observed the Tao talismans in the spatial ring for a while and realized there were 3-star offensive Tao talismans that the Moon Illumination sect did not have. Once the 3-star offensive Tao talisman was used, it could unleash an attack that was comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse's strength. At once, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. There are actually 2 3-star offensive Tao talismans. This is good stuff. Although the number of 3-star offensive Tao talismans was not as many as the 3-star Divine Strider talismans and the 3-star Golden Energy talismans, Duan Lingtian was still in a good mood since he managed to obtain 2 of them. One must know that when he discovered the black-robed man was a devil cultivator, he already regretted using the 3-star Divine Strider talisman and the 3-star Golden Energy talisman. After all, the 3-star Divine Strider talisman and the 3-star Golden Energy talisman were useless against the black-robed man. Most importantly, the black-robed man was a devil cultivator. If he wanted to deal with a devil cultivator below the saint stage, he would not have to go through so much trouble. All he had to do was to use the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet's strength alone was enough to kill the black-robed man. However, now that he saw the black-robed man had left behind so many 3-star Divine Strider talismans and 3-star Golden Energy talismans, he felt better. Not only did he make up for what he had wasted today, but he even gained a lot more. Most importantly, he had also obtained 2 3-star offensive Tao talismans. As for the 3-star Tao talismans, there were even more. However, there were no 3-star Tao talismans. With his strength, he definitely wouldn't care about the 3-star Tao talismans. Duan Lingtian could understand this. Based on the black-robed man's words, it was obvious he was at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Otherwise, he would not have boasted that nobody in the Moon Illumination sect would be able to defeat him apart from the few Saint Stage powerhouses and imminent Saint Stage powerhouses. After looking at the Tao talismans in the black-robed man's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian looked at the pile of saint weapons. The best saint weapon was only inscribed with 2 3-star saint inscriptions. These saint weapons were not very attractive to Duan Lingtian. What a joke! His son's shooting bow was inscribed with a total of 3 3-star saint inscriptions. It was not something the pile of saint weapons in the black-robed man's spatial ring could compare to. In terms of value, even if all the saint weapons in the black-robed man's spatial ring were added together, they would not be comparable to the son's shooting bow in his hands. There are still many materials. I wonder if there's any material needed to repair the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda among these materials. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted when he saw the pile of materials in the black-robed man's spatial ring. Currently, he was obsessed with repairing the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. This was because the opening of the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was of great significance to him. He wanted to open the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda even in his dreams. Huolao. Duan Lingtian immediately greeted Huolao, who was in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At the same time, he poured out all the materials in the black-robed man's spatial ring and distributed them for Huolao to check. Huolao checked for a while but did not say anything. Huolao, are there any materials that can be used? In the end, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. We're in luck. There are a few materials that can be used. With these materials, it'll be enough to repair the remaining parts of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Huo Lao replied. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Huo Lao's words. He felt as though he was dreaming. Chapter 1487. Once the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was repaired, it would mean that Duan Lingtian would have an excellent cultivation environment. According to Huo Lao, the cultivation environment on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much better than the cultivation environment on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Coupled with the slower flow of time, it was of great help to Duan Lingtian. Once the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, I can begin to repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Once the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, the space inside will completely stabilize. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes lit up. Once the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda stabilized, it meant that he could hide inside when he encountered a life or death situation. Just like today. Fortunately, the black-robed man was a devil cultivator. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. And if the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was stable, even if the black-robed man was not a devil cultivator, he would not be afraid. This was because he could hide inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and let the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda turn into a speck of dust. When the black-robed man left, he would come out again. Repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was the only way to repair the fourth level. Now that he could completely repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was something worth celebrating for Duan Lingtian. Huo Lao, you can start repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I will continue on my way. By the time I reach Han River City, the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda should have been repaired. Duan Lingtian threw the materials into the Seven Treasures Jewel Pagoda and impatiently told Huo Lao. Huo Lao nodded and went to work. Duan Lingtian collected the remaining materials on the ground and continued on his way to Han River City. After experiencing the obstruction from the moon illumination sect's outer court elder, Huang Cheng, and the black-robed assassin, the rest of the journey was smooth sailing. Half a month later, Duan Lingtian successfully arrived in the vicinity of Han River City. Before coming here, he had specifically gone to Han River City to find out the exact location of Han River City, as well as the situation around it. This should be the Juku mountain range south of Han River City. Duan Lingtian stood in the air, gazing at the mountain range in front of him as he muttered. This mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles. It was impossible to see the end of it with a single glance. If one wanted to pass through it, one would have to pass through it. It's said that the gravity in the Juku mountain range is much stronger than the outside. Even an ordinary Saint Rudiment stage martial or Dao cultivator would find it difficult to fly in there. This was Duan Lingtian's understanding of the Juku mountain range. I don't know if it's true. Looking at the continuous mountain range in front of him, Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a bit of surprise. At the same time, he took to the air and approached. He couldn't imagine how a mere mountain range could have such a strong gravitational force. However, when he neared the Juku mountain range and had yet to enter the mountain range, he could faintly feel an additional pressure from the void pressing down on his body, causing him to lower the altitude he was flying at. This pressure was similar to the flight forbidding formation, but it was not a flight forbidding formation. In the area covered by the flight prohibiting formation, those with insufficient cultivation base would not be able to fly at all. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was only flying at a lower altitude, but he could still continue to fly. The closer I get to the Juku mountain range, the stronger the pressure. It seems like the gravitational force in the Juku mountain range is really extraordinary. When he arrived at the worts of the Juku mountain range, Duan Lingtian could only walk on the ground due to the pressure. Although he could still fly, he would have to exert all his strength, and he could not fly for long. At this time, if he wanted to fly, it was equivalent to fighting against the gravitational force in the Jukum mountain range. The gravitational force in the Jukum mountain range was the force of nature. Only when one's strength had reached a certain level would one be qualified to ignore it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not have the qualifications to do so. It seems like I can only walk on the ground if I want to pass through the Jukum mountain range. It's said that there are many wild beasts in the Jukum mountain range, including Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts. I can't be careless after I enter. Before entering the Jukum mountain range, Duan Lingtian was secretly on guard. Duan Lingtian entered the Jukum mountain range through one of the entrances. After entering, he could feel the gravitational force getting stronger. Now, it's a little strenuous to take each step. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. He had heard that the gravitational force in the Jukum mountain range was strong, but he did not have much of an idea of it. However, when he saw the gravitational force in the Jukum mountain range, he realized he had underestimated it. Such a strong gravitational force. Unless one's at the perfection Saint Rudiment stage or above, it's impossible for one to fly freely in the air. Duan Lingtian thought to himself after gaining a certain understanding of the gravitational force in the Jukum mountain range. Naturally, if he used the 3-star Divine Strider talisman, he would be able to fly in the air in the Jukum mountain range. However, he did not plan to do so. Unless he encountered a life-or-death situation, he would not consider using the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Not only was the gravitational force in the Jukum mountain range strong, but there were also many unknown dangers inside. These dangers were the wild beasts inside. The wild beasts in the Jukum mountain range had been living in the Jukum mountain range since they were young. They had long gotten used to the gravitational force in the Jukum mountain range. Not only that, but they had also been suppressed by the gravitational force in the Jukum mountain range since they were young. Surviving in such a harsh environment also allowed their strength to surpass wild beasts of the same level in the outside world. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless when he was in the Jukum mountain range. He carefully guarded his surroundings. Roar. Accompanied by the roar of a wild beast that was as strong as a bull and looked like a tiger leaped out from behind the bamboo forest at the side and charged toward Duan Lingtian. It opened its bloody mouth as though it wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian in one gulp. In an instant, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of heat coming toward him. Accompanying the wave of heat was a foul stench. It was the bad breath of the wild beast that had leaped out from behind the bamboo forest. "You're asking for death." Duan Lingtian's face darkened as he roared. The 1,000-catty sword appeared in his hand out of nowhere. With a sudden jerk, he swung it toward the wild beast's bloody mouth. The 2-star Saint inscription, 1,000-catty Saint inscription, was activated. Heavy as Mount Tai. Duan Lingtian swung the 1,000-catty sword in his hand. It was as though a huge mountain had collapsed as it landed heavily on the wild beast's bloody mouth, pinning it to the ground. Roar! Roar! The wild beast that was pinned on the ground had a pair of red eyes that were as big as a gong. It kept roaring and moving its bull-like body as though it was trying to break free from the grip of the broadsword in Duan Lingtian's hand. "You want to stand up so badly?" Duan Lingtian sneered. "Since you want to stand up so badly, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian withdrew his 1,000-catty sword at lightning speed. The wild beast's large eyes lit up immediately. Following that, its 4 limbs shook the ground as it tried to stand up. Heavy as Mount Tai. However, Duan Lingtian would not let it stand up so easily. He raised his hand and swung the 1,000-catty sword that was raised above his head again. It landed on the wild beast's head and killed it. Boom! The wild beast's huge body fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was completely silent. Its large eyes were still wide open as though it had died with a remaining grievance. This wild beast's cultivation base is at most at the mastery mortal shedding stage. However, the strength it displayed is comparable to a wild beast at the perfection mortal shedding stage. The wild beasts in the Juku mountain range are really terrifying. Duan Lingtian did not feel smug after killing a wild beast at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Instead, his expression turned solemn. This was the first wild beast he had encountered since entering the Juku mountain range. The wild beasts he would encounter would definitely be more terrifying than this wild beast as he ventured deeper. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was extremely cautious throughout the journey. Along the way, Duan Lingtian killed a few more wild beasts at the Mastery Mortal shedding stage and Perfection Mortal shedding stage. As for the few wild beasts at the Paramount Mortal shedding stage that he encountered, Duan Lingtian intentionally avoided them and tried his best to avoid conflict with them. After all, those wild beasts at the Paramount Mortal shedding stage were from the Juku mountain range. Even he had to fight them with all his might. If a battle really broke out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. At that time, it might attract more wild beasts at the Paramount Mortal shedding stage or even more powerful wild beasts. Therefore, even though Duan Lingtian was confident he could kill those wild beasts at the Paramount Mortal shedding stage, he did not make a move. The wild beasts that he killed were all wild beasts that he was confident he could kill in one blow. Of course, this one-hit kill was under the condition that he did not use the sun shooting bow. With the 3 3-star saint inscriptions on the sun shooting bow, he was confident he could kill the wild beasts at the Paramount Mortal shedding stage in the Juku mountain range with one arrow. However, the commotion caused by the explosive flame saint inscription was too great. If it was not necessary, he did not want to use it. Therefore, Duan Lingtian tried his best to behave with his tail between his legs as he traveled through the Juku mountain range. Huh! Duan Lingtian, who was traveling cautiously along the way, suddenly heard a huge commotion in front of him. Taking a closer look, he realized that an elderly man was currently fighting with a savage beast. Whether it was the old man or the wild beast, both of them were injured. However, they had no intention of stopping. They fought fiercely as though they would not stop until one of them was dead. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also saw 2 people standing nearby while the old man was fighting with the wild beast. One of them was a good-looking young lady and the other was an ordinary-looking young man in luxurious clothes. Judging by the young lady's attire, it was obvious she came from an extraordinary background. Elder Ping is indeed a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse from the Ouyang clan. He's even stronger than this Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast. This is a wild beast that grew up in the Juku mountain range. Its strength is incomparable to wild beasts from other places. The young man in luxurious clothes praised. Of course. Chapter 1488. Upon hearing the young woman's words, a cold gleam flashed across the young man's eyes. This trace of cold light was noticed by Duan Lingtian. Aren't they together? Why does it seem like there's a conflict between them? Duan Lingtian was confused. He had no idea what was going on. At this moment, the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast was finally killed by the old man. With the 3-foot-long sword in his hand, the old man pierced through the wild beast's glabella and pinned the wild beast to the trunk of a big tree. It hung there, causing the big tree to tremble. Elder Ping, you're amazing. The young woman smiled as she walked toward the old man. She exclaimed in admiration. Barf. When the young woman walked toward the old man's face suddenly turned red. After he spat out a mouthful of blood, he knelt on one knee on the ground. His body began to tremble. It was obvious he was severely injured. Elder Ping, you're injured? The young woman's expression changed drastically. She asked a question that made Duan Lingtian speechless. This woman, she couldn't possibly think that this old fellow only had a little wound on his body, right? Naive. This was Duan Lingtian's first impression of the young woman. Second miss, let's return to Han River City. The old man lifted his head with difficulty and said to the young woman. Okay. The young woman nodded immediately. At the same time, she looked at the young man in luxurious clothes and frowned. Tianxing, why aren't you helping Elder Ping? Coming. The young man in luxurious clothes, Tianxing, smiled awkwardly. He strode toward the young woman and the old man. All of a sudden, his gaze turned cold as a ferocious expression appeared on his face. Ouyang Ping! Tianxing suddenly shouted. The young woman was so shocked that she was stunned. Ouyang Ping, who was kneeling on one knee on the ground, lifted his head instinctively and looked at Tianxing in a daze. When he saw Tianxing raising his hand and sending a saber ray toward him, horror dawned on his face. Fear and despair could be seen in his eyes. Although he was at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight after fighting with the wild beast. In the past, this early Saint Realm martial cultivator was nothing in his eyes, but under such circumstances, he had no way to avoid such a blow. Kacha! As the saber light descended, Ouyang Ping's head was chopped off and rolled to the side. The two halves of his body continued to spurt out blood, staining the ground. It was a dazzling sight. A thick smell of blood permeated the air. Tianxing, you're crazy. The young woman finally came back to her senses. When she saw this scene, her expression could not help changing drastically. You actually killed Elder Ping. You're dead meat. You're dead meat. Even your father won't be able to save you this time. My father can't protect me? Tianxing smiled. Ouyang Yan, you don't seem to understand the situation, do you? Now that this old man is dead, do you think you can still survive to go back and inform him? You want to kill me? Ouyang Ruo's expression changed. If you dare to kill me, your family will be in chaos. Even if I kill you, who would know that I was the one who killed you? Tianxing smirked. I met you halfway, so who would know that I was with you? Even if you didn't return to the Ouyang family, the Ouyang family would only think that you were buried in Juku mountain range. Why would they suspect me? Ouyang Ruo's face turned pale when she heard Tianxing's words. Naturally, she knew that Tianxing was telling the truth. Tianxing, I don't think I've ever offended you. Why are you doing this? Ouyang Ruo's voice trembled slightly. She was the young miss of an aristocratic family who grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. When had she ever encountered such a situation? She was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly. Why am I doing this? When Tianxing heard this, his expression turned ferocious. Naturally, it's to get you. You, Ouyang Ruo, relied on the Ouyang clan's power and never treated me, Tianxing, seriously. Since we were young, I've written no less than 1,000 love letters to you. Have you even read one? You're looking down on me, Tianxing, from the bottom of your heart. Tianxing roared when he reached the end of his sentence. When Ouyang Ruo heard this, she was completely dumbfounded. She did not expect Tianxing to harbor evil intentions and kill her because of this. How twisted must one's mind be to do such a thing? For a moment, her heart was filled with fear. Tianxing, it's not like that. I've read all the letters you've written. However, I don't have the habit of replying to letters. Ouyang Ruo lied to calm Tianxing down. You don't have the habit of replying to letters? Tianxing laughed maniacally. Then, why did you reply to Situhao's letters? Until now, do you still think that I, Tianxing, am an idiot that you can toy with? Ouyang Ruo's face was pale. She did not expect Tianxing to know about this. I've heard that the Situ family will soon come to the Ouyang family to ask for Situhao's hand in marriage. Your father has also agreed to it. I've been thinking about how to get you. Thank God, I've finally found my chance. Tianxing walked toward Ouyang Ruo step by step. His eyes were filled with lust. Tianxing, as long as you let me go, I'll swear that I won't tell anyone about what happened today. As for Elder Ping, I'll say that he died protecting me. Ouyang Ruo was completely terrified. There's no need for that. As long as I get you and kill you, no one will know about this. Didn't you always act all high and mighty in front of me? Why? You're no longer high and mighty now. Yi Tianqing's expression was ferocious when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, Ouyang Ruo took out a Dao talisman at lightning speed and tossed it at Yi Tianqing. Activate. Ouyang Ruo cried out in a low voice. At the same time, another activate resonated in the air. Yi Tianqing had also tossed out a Dao talisman that exploded with a powerful force. It collided with the force of the Dao talisman that Ouyang Ruo had tossed out and cancelled each other out. They were both 2-star offensive Dao talismans, so they could not do anything to each other. Ouyang Ruo, you don't have to struggle anymore. Perhaps, as long as you serve me well, I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll cut you into 7 to 8 pieces and feed each piece to a different wild beast. Yi Tianqing grinned. His smile was ferocious and evil. Ouyang Ruo was so frightened that her face turned pale. Her delicate body trembled, and she was completely speechless. Yi Tianqing instantly made his move. Although Ouyang Ruo resisted, she was no match for Yi Tianqing. She was subdued in just a blink of an eye. She was a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. She was powerless in front of Yi Tianqing, who was an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. How twisted must your mind be to do such a thing? Duan Ling Tian walked out from the dark and chuckled when Yi Tianqing was about to attack Ouyang Ruo, who was in despair. He had never been a busybody. Moreover, he did not like Ouyang Ruo's spoiled temper. However, Yi Tianqing's behavior disgusted him. He knew that he couldn't just watch Yi Tianqing get what he wanted. Who's that? Yi Tianqing's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice. He turned around hastily and saw Duan Lingtian at first glance. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you disgusted me. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Tianqing indifferently and said, You're a 7-foot man, but you're reduced to this state because of a woman. How sad. Who do you think you are? How dare you lecture me, Yi Tianqing? Yi Tianqing sneered. A saber as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand when he raised his hand. The saber gleam flashed, and an arc-shaped saber ray shot toward Duan Lingtian without any warning. It was so fast that it was impossible to guard against it. Duan Lingtian, who was prepared since long ago, moved his body and barely avoided the arc-shaped saber light. This was because Yi Tianqing had only casually attacked. If he had attacked with his full strength, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to dodge it so easily. No matter what, Yi Tianqing was an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. His cultivation base was 2 levels higher than him. Save me. Save me. When Duan Lingtian dodged Yi Tianqing's attack, Yi Tianqing let go of Duan Lingtian and looked at Duan Lingtian with a grave expression. Ouyang Ruo quickly moved behind Duan Lingtian to seek protection. She no longer had the arrogance from before. If you save me, our Ouyang clan won't mistreat you. At that time, no matter what you want, as long as our Ouyang clan can afford it, we'll give it to you. Ouyang Ruo said to Duan Lingtian. Although Ouyang Ruo was not arrogant when she said that, Duan Lingtian still felt uncomfortable when he heard that. However, he had already made up his mind. If he had the chance, he would definitely extort a huge sum from the Ouyang clan. Die. At this moment, Yi Tianqing shouted again and attacked at lightning speed. The saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing whistled as he used the Saint-grade martial tactic saber technique and aimed it at Duan Lingtian. The strength of an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator was fully displayed. One had to admit that Yi Tianqing was very powerful. Moreover, there were 3 2-star saint inscriptions inscribed on Yi Tianqing's saint saber. Duan Lingtian knew he was no match for Yi Tianqing if he only used the 1,000-mass broadsword to cast the gargantuan mountain. For this reason, he took out his trump card. Sun Shooting Bow. Body and arrow synchronization. Aerolite strike. Duan Ling Tian immediately activated the 3-star saint inscriptions on the sun's shooting bow. Apart from not using the strange pupil, he used almost all his strength. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the air and aimed at Yi Tianqing's vital point. You overestimate yourself. Yi Tianqing smirked. The saint saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing trembled and formed a layer of defense in front of him. In his opinion, an arrow condensed from true energy by a mere mortal shedding stage martial cultivator would not be able to break through his defense. However, when the arrow that Duan Ling Tian shot out arrived before him, he finally realized how naive he was. Chapter 1489. Although he was shocked by the power of Duan Lingtian's arrow, Yi Tianxing heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the arrow seemed to have deviated due to his defense and shot towards his shoulder. However, his expression changed in the next moment. And the scene of fear on his face was destined to be the last scene of his life. Bang! At the same time, the arrow that hit Yi Tianxing's shoulder suddenly exploded, causing his upper body to turn into a bloody mist. Not only that, even the lower half of his body had been corroded to the point where nothing was left. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianxing's body was engulfed by the black smoke and completely disappeared from this world as though he had never appeared. Ouyang Ruo, who was hiding behind Duan Ling Tian, widened her eyes when she saw this. She was so frightened that her body began to tremble. A person who was still alive a moment ago had completely disappeared before her eyes in the blink of an eye. This scene gave her too much of a shock. However, she was the daughter of a great clan after all. She quickly recovered and thanked Duan Ling Tian. Thank you for saving me. Duan Ling Tian turned around and glanced at Ouyang Ruo indifferently. He did not say anything. Until now, he still did not have a good impression of this woman. Earlier, he had walked out from the shadows because he could not stand Yi Tianxing's actions. There was no other reason. If Yi Tianxing had not tried to kill him first, he would not have killed Yi Tianxing. Ouyang Ruo frowned when she saw Duan Ling Tian picking up Yi Tianxing's spatial ring like a money grubber before taking Ouyang Ping's spatial ring and putting them into his own spatial ring. That's Ouyang clan's elder Ping's spatial ring. Shouldn't you? Ouyang Ruo could not help but speak. However, before she could finish, Duan Ling Tian interrupted her. That spatial ring was Yi Tianxing's spoils of war. It's considered Yi Tianxing's. I killed Yi Tianxing, so his things are naturally my spoils of war. Duan Lingtian's words angered Ouyang Ruo to the point that she was speechless. Thinking about it carefully, that seemed to be the case. Miss Ouyang, if I didn't save your life, not to mention these things were originally mine, even your storage ring would be mine. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Ouyang Ruo and said. After saying that, Duan Ling Tian could not be bothered with Ouyang Yan anymore. He went to the other end of the Juku mountain range. As for the repayment that Ouyang Ruo had mentioned before, Duan Ling Tian wasn't too interested in it. With Ouyang Ruo's temper, who knew if she would bite the hand that fed her when she arrived at the Ouyang family? He had just gone to collect his spoils of war, but this Ouyang Ruo actually had the nerve to ask him for it. As he spoke, he even faintly used the Ouyang family to pressure him. Was this how she treated her savior? Wait. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian had abandoned her and left, Ouyang Ruo immediately panicked. Who didn't know that the Juku mountain range was extremely dangerous? With her strength, if she encountered a savage beast, she would definitely die. In an instant, Ouyang Ruo caught up with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian could not be bothered with Ouyang Ruo and continued walking forward. If it was not for the fact that he had to be careful with every step in the Juku mountain range, he would have used his speed to shake Ouyang Ruo off. How dare he ignore me? Seeing that Duan Ling Tian had ignored her, Ouyang Ruo, who was following behind him, had a gloomy expression on her face. As the only daughter of the Ouyang family's clan leader and the second miss of the Ouyang family, she had grown up surrounded by a group of men. Which man would not reveal their admiration for her when they saw her? This was the first time she had been ignored by a man of her age. At that moment, Ouyang Ruo felt that her pride had been ruthlessly trampled on by Duan Lingtian. Looking at Duan Lingtian's back, there was only anger in Ouyang Ruo's eyes. However, although she was angry, she did not dare to do anything. She did not even dare to argue with Duan Lingtian. She had seen Duan Lingtian's coldness. She knew this was a man who did not know how to be gentle with women. I really don't know if he's a man or not. How can he treat a beauty like me so coldly? If Duan Lingtian knew what Ouyang Ruo was thinking, he would definitely have laughed out loud. Which of his two fiancées was not better than Ouyang Ruo by 1,000 times? He's also a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Along the way, Ouyang Ruo witnessed Duan Lingtian's attacks a few more times. At this moment, she could clearly sense the true energy's aura that Duan Lingtian released. It was the true energy of the mortal shedding stage. There was a certain difference between the true energy of the Saint Rudiment stage and the true energy of the mortal shedding stage. Ouyang Ruo could clearly tell the difference. A mere mortal shedding stage martial cultivator managed to penetrate Yi Tianxing's defense and kill him with just one arrow. It seems like the saint inscription inscribed on his saint weapon is not simple. Ouyang Ruo thought to herself. Fear still lingered in her heart when she recalled the scene of Yi Tianxing being killed instantly. That arrow seemed to have easily penetrated Yi Tianxing's defense. It didn't even seem like it was obstructed at all. It's impossible for a mere mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like him to have such strength. Ouyang Ruo speculated inwardly. In that case, it must be the power of the saint inscription. It's impossible for a saint inscription with such a strong penetrating ability to be a 1-star saint inscription. It's also impossible for it to be a 2-star saint inscription. Could it be a 3-star saint inscription? Among the 3-star saint inscriptions, the penetration saint inscription just so happens to possess such a characteristic. Ouyang Ruo's heartbeat quickened when she thought of this. 3-star saint inscription. Even in their Ouyang clan, there were only a few saint weapons that were inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions. Moreover, they were all in the hands of the few high-ranking officials in the clan. Who's he exactly? When Ouyang Ruo looked at Duan Lingtian again, her eyes shone brightly. His background is definitely not ordinary. Even Situ Hao can't be compared to him. The Situ clan is just an 8th-rate clan like our Ouyang clan. It's very likely that he's from a 7th-rate force. When Ouyang Ruo thought of this, she no longer found Duan Lingtian an eyesore. She even took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. Moreover, her image had changed to that of a gentle lady. If it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian had seen Ouyang Ruo's arrogance before, he would have been fooled by her. Why has Ouyang Ruo suddenly changed so much? Duan Lingtian was secretly on guard. As the saying went, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. He understood this simple logic. As expected. When Duan Lingtian noticed Ouyang Ruo trying to figure out his identity, he could guess what she was thinking. Miss Ouyang, I heard you're going to marry someone from the Situ clan soon. Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. That's all Yi Tianxing's nonsense. Situ Kong is a licentious young master, and I don't like him. I like a man who loves himself, Ouyang Ruo said softly. Ouyang Ruo said softly as she looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. There was a hint of adoration in her eyes. Duan Lingtian sneered inwardly. Naturally, he was not naive enough to think Ouyang Ruo would fall for him just because he had saved her. This Ouyang Ruo doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Could it be that she saw through me? Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess what was going on. He became even more wary of Ouyang Ruo. This woman was much smarter than he had imagined. You know my name, but I don't know yours. Isn't this a little unfair? Ouyang Ruo asked with a smile as she looked at Duan Lingtian. There's nothing unfair about it. You didn't tell me your name yourself. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Ouyang Ruo was slightly annoyed by his stubbornness. However, she suppressed her anger and forced a smile on her face. The more Duan Lingtian acted like this, the more she felt Duan Lingtian's origin was not simple. I hope he'll get rid of his prejudice against me along the way. At that time, as long as I mesmerize him, our Ouyang clan will be able to establish a connection with the force behind him and soar to the sky. At that time, even the Sita clan will be completely trampled by our Ouyang clan. Ouyang Ruo's eyes lit up as though she could already see the scene of the Ouyang clan soaring to the sky. She thought so because not only did she guess Duan Lingtian came from a seventh-rate force, but she also guessed Duan Lingtian's position in the seventh-rate force was not simple. Otherwise, how could he possess a saint weapon that was inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription when he was only at the mortal shedding stage? After half a day had passed, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in relief when he felt the gravity on his body was decreasing. I'm finally leaving this godforsaken place. To Duan Lingtian, the Juku mountain range was a godforsaken place. In this godforsaken place, not only did he have to be wary of wild beasts, but he also had to deal with a scheming woman like Ouyang Ruo. Due to this reason, after leaving the Juku mountain range, Duan Lingtian immediately stepped into the air and flew away without saying anything. Wait for me. Ouyang Ruo panicked when she saw Duan Lingtian was about to abandon her and leave. She lifted her hand and took out a 1-star Divine Strider talisman. After shouting "Activate," she possessed the speed of an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. In just a blink of an eye, she caught up with Duan Lingtian. Hey! Why are you so rude? Aren't you afraid that something will happen to a weak woman like me? Ouyang Ruo said to Duan Lingtian in embarrassment. Weak woman? Upon hearing Ouyang Ruo's words, Duan Lingtian instinctively glanced at her and sneered inwardly. If this Ouyang Ruo was a weak woman, then there would be no weak women in this world. Activate. Duan Lingtian was really annoyed with Ouyang Ruo. He immediately used a 2-star Divine Strider talisman that he obtained from the black-robed man's spatial ring and disappeared before Ouyang Ruo's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Ouyang Ruo was so angry that she stomped her feet. Am I that annoying? However, the fact that he can use a 2-star Divine Strider talisman so casually proves that my guess is right. His origin is indeed not simple. Soon after, Ouyang Ruo smiled again. Her eyes narrowed as they gleamed. Looking at the direction he left, he should be heading to Han River City as well. Chapter 1490. As the biggest city in the 9 Sect Alliances district, Han River City covered a vast area. It was the biggest city Duan Lingtian had ever seen in this life. The reason why he said it was in this life was because the cities in this world could not be compared to the cities in his past life. The cities in his past life were different from the cities in this life. The cities in this life were similar to the ancient cities in his past life. However, Duan Lingtian lived in a modern society in his past life. There were no city walls in the modern society, and there were no clear divisions. In the modern society in his past life, a city was a whole area. It was not a city surrounded by walls. Before he got close to Han River City, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were more and more people in front of him. Looking at the way these people were going, it was obvious that they were going to Han River City just like him. As a city in the 9 Sect Alliances district, Han River City had also set up a flight prohibiting formation. Duan Lingtian had learned about this before. The flight prohibiting formation in Han River City was the same as the one in the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. It restricted martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint stage from flying. However, martial and Dao cultivators above the Saint stage could fly freely in the air. Therefore, when he arrived at the worts of Han River City, Duan Lingtian could only follow the flow of people into Han River City obediently. The streets in Han River City were bigger than ordinary cities. The flow of people in Han River City also broadened Duan Lingtian's horizons. Compared to Han River City, the cities I've been to before are just like small villages in the countryside. Shuttling through the streets and looking at the magnificent Han River City, Duan Lingtian could not help but secretly click his tongue. However, Duan Lingtian did not forget his purpose of coming to Han River City. After finding an inn to stay in, he began to inquire about some things in Han River City. Before coming to Han River City, he only had a general understanding of the city. As for the things in Han River City, he was not very clear about it. However, as the saying went, money makes the world go round. Duan Lingtian went to a restaurant outside to eat a meal. After giving away some holy stone, he had a certain understanding of the situation in Han River City. Han River City was under the joint jurisdiction of the 9 sect alliances and was under their protection. The headquarters of the 9 sect alliances was in Han River City. Almost all the industries in Han River City, big or small, were divided among the 9 major sects of the 9 sect alliances. After the division, they were delegated to the local forces in Han River City to manage. The local forces of Han River City were all 8th-rate forces. Naturally, the strength of these 8th-rate forces was not something the 8th-rate forces under the Moon Illumination Sect's 18 cities could compare to. The 18 cities under the Moon Illumination Sect could barely be considered as an 8th-rate force due to the Moon Illumination Sect's influence. On the other hand, the 8th-rate forces in Han River City were all forces with deep foundations. Among these 8th-rate forces, the stronger ones even had several Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, while the weaker ones had several Perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. These forces, be it clans or sects, were all local tyrants in Han River City. It seems like the Ouyang clan, Situ clan, and the Yi clan behind Yi Tianxing are all local tyrants in Han River City. Not only that, the Ouyang clan and Situ clan should be the best among these local tyrants. The Yi family is slightly weaker. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out when he saw the scene when he first met Ouyang Roa and Yi Tianxing. Apart from having a certain understanding of the local tyrant forces in Han River City, Duan Lingtian also inquired about the places that sold inscription pens and all kinds of strange materials. Apart from relaxing, he had 2 major purposes in coming to Han River City. One was to buy an inscription pen. The other was to look for the materials needed to repair the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. When he left the restaurant, the sky was gradually darkening. Duan Lingtian had also returned to the inn. After closing the door of the guest room, Duan Lingtian entered the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. However, he found Hualao resting with his eyes closed on the first level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. He called out to Hualao a few times, but there was no response. It seems like Hualao is burdened to completely repair the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Let's go take a look at the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Before he passed through the Juku mountain range, he had received Hualao's voice transmission that the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda had been completely repaired. If it was not for the environment, he would have entered the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda a long time ago. After ascending to the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian did not stop and continued to walk to the 3rd level. However, he still took a few more glances at the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. In the future, this place will be unused. With a better cultivation environment, he naturally would not cultivate on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. The 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. After ascending to the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air. It was not something the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda could compare to. The 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda was empty. In the middle of the empty space, there was a huge rock. This huge rock stood there like a small mountain. The area it occupied was so vast that it was no less than the football field where the World Cup was held in Duan Lingtian's previous life. After flying up the huge rock, Duan Lingtian saw a long weapon in front of him. It was a halberd. This is the immortal supreme treasure astonishing god halberd that Hualao mentioned before. When Duan Lingtian saw this halberd, his heart could not help but beat faster. The astonishing god halberd was one of the 7 treasures in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. In terms of ranking, it was even higher than the jasper fairy sword on the 2nd level. Although Duan Ling Tian knew that he should not be able to pick up the astonishing god halberd, he still tried. He used all his strength, but the astonishing god halberd did not move at all. Only then did he stop. I wonder when I will be able to use the immortal supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly and sighed. Who would be able to understand his feelings? Although the sun's shooting bow was also an immortal supreme treasure, it was incomplete. Its current power was not even comparable to the worst immortal supreme treasure. On the other hand, the jasper fairy sword on the 2nd level and the astonishing god halberd on the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda were complete immortal supreme treasures. They possessed incredible power. According to Hualao, if I can use any of the 6 immortal supreme treasures in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, nobody in this world will be a match for me. When Duan Ling Tian thought about this, his heart itched even more. However, no matter how much he itched, there was nothing he could do. He was too weak to pick up an immortal supreme treasure. Only half a day had passed outside, but 2.5 days had passed inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. 2.5 days were enough for Duan Ling Tian to further consolidate his cultivation base at the paramount mortal shedding stage. When the dawn of the 2nd day shone on the earth, Duan Ling Tian left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. After taking a hot bath and enjoying himself, he walked out of the room and left the inn. After leaving the inn, Duan Ling Tian went to buy an inscription pen. This inscription pen is really expensive. It's just a 3-star inscription pen, but it costs me 100,000 7th grade saint stones. After obtaining the inscription pen, Duan Ling Tian could not help but click his tongue. After buying the inscription pen, Duan Ling Tian went to the biggest market in Han River City and spent the whole day there. It's a pity that Hualao hasn't recovered yet. Otherwise, he could see if there are any other materials to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda here. During the whole day, Duan Ling Tian did not come up empty-handed. He found 2 of the materials that Hualao had mentioned to him before. They were the materials needed to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. When he returned to the inn in the evening, someone came looking for him. Young master, I'm the butler of the Ouyang clan. Our clan leader would like to see you. The person who came was an old man. Duan Ling Tian raised his brow. He had a feeling that this old man's strength was not inferior to any of the outer court deacons in the Moon Illumination sect. The outer court deacons in the Moon Illumination sect were usually at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Chapter 1491. The Ouyang family? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but frown. Earlier in the market, he had noticed someone following him. However, that person had hidden very well and he had not been able to find him. After that, that person had stopped following him and he had forgotten about it. Who would have thought that someone would come knocking on his door as soon as he returned to the inn? Moreover, it was the Ouyang family's housekeeper. Duan Ling Tian did not have to guess. It must have been Ouyang Ruo's doing. Otherwise, how could a newcomer like him attract the Ouyang family's attention? Duan Ling Tian's guess was correct. After Ouyang Ruo returned to the Ouyang family, the first thing she did was to look for her father, the Ouyang family's patriarch, and tell him about what had happened in Juku mountain range. When the Ouyang family's patriarch heard that his precious daughter had almost met with disaster, he was furious and wanted to denounce the Yi family. However, Ouyang Ruo stopped him at that moment. After listening to Ouyang Ruo's story, the Ouyang family's patriarch realized that the most important thing now was not to settle the score with the Yi family but to find the young man who had saved his daughter. According to his daughter, the young man was most likely from a 7th-rate faction or above. Therefore, after his daughter had drawn a portrait of the young man, he had sent people all over Han River City to look for him. Ouyang Ruo's drawing skills were not bad. At the very least, the people from the Ouyang clan managed to find Duan Ling Tian in the biggest market in Han River City through the portrait she drew. Not only that, but they also found out the location of the inn Duan Ling Tian was staying in. Please. The Ouyang family's housekeeper narrowed his eyes and invited Duan Ling Tian once again. His eyes flashed. What will you do if I refuse? Duan Ling Tian glanced at the Ouyang family's housekeeper and asked. Young master, please don't make things difficult for me. The butler of the Ouyang family sighed. You can rest assured. You are our lady's savior. No matter how bad our Ouyang family is, we will not be ungrateful. This invitation is to thank you. We have no ill intentions. Duan Ling Tian took a deep look at the Ouyang family's housekeeper. After a while, he nodded and said, lead the way. He was not a cowardly person to begin with. The reason he asked the Ouyang family's housekeeper like that just now was just to test the other party. On the way to the Ouyang clan, Duan Ling Tian learned that the name of the Ouyang clan's butler was Ouyang Ji. When Ouyang Ji asked for his name, he only said that his surname was Duan. Young Master Duan, is this your first time in Han River City? Ouyang Ji probed. Why do you ask? Duan Ling Tian asked. I heard from my men about your performance in the market. Ouyang Ji said with a smile. Is the person following me one of your men? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Yes, Ouyang Ji admitted. He's an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator who's good at following people. I didn't expect you to notice him, young Master Duan. Before this, let alone mortal shedding stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators, even intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators didn't notice him when he was following them. Ouyang Ji sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. There's always someone better out there. It's just that he hasn't met anyone yet. Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. That's right. Young Master Duan, you've taught him a good lesson today. Ouyang Ji smiled. I don't think he was the one who discovered the inn I'm staying in, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. This was what he was most curious about. As the most powerful weapon specialist on Earth in his previous life, he was confident that he had an extraordinary tracking ability. However, he did not notice anyone following him back to the inn. One must know that the current him had opened 99 saint veins in his body. Whether it was his hearing, vision, or smell, they were far superior to ordinary people. This also made his anti-tracking ability even stronger. However, he still did not discover that person. It was fine if he did not discover Huang Cheng and the black-robed man on his way to Han River City earlier. After all, one of them was a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator while the other was a paramount Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator. Their cultivation bases were much higher than his. However, the person who followed him back to the inn was definitely not someone at the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. In a clan like the Ouyang clan, those who were at the perfection Saint Rudiment stage and above were undoubtedly the pillars. All of them were high-ranking members of the clan. It was impossible for these people to follow him. After he was discovered by you at the market, young Master Duan, he stopped following you. Ouyang Ji nodded. After he came back to report, I personally followed you, young Master Duan. Therefore, I appeared not long after you returned to the inn, Duan Ling Tian. Does this mean you're at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage? Duan Ling Tian asked as he narrowed his eyes. That's right. Ouyang Ji nodded. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank slightly. The difference in their cultivation bases seemed to have rendered his anti-tracking ability useless. However, when he recalled that he was only at the paramount mortal shedding stage, he was relieved. He was only at the paramount mortal shedding stage. How could he possibly expect to discover someone at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage following him? If he could discover someone at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, would it not be too degrading? Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian followed Ouyang Ji to the Ouyang clan's mansion. As a first-tier 8th-rate clan in Han River City, the Ouyang clan's mansion was located in the east of Han River City. It occupied a vast area and was magnificent. Lord Ji. Lord Ji. When Duan Lingtian followed Ouyang Ji into the Ouyang clan's mansion, more than 10 Ouyang clan's guards stood on both sides of the entrance and bowed respectfully to Ouyang Ji. The current Ouyang Ji was no longer as easygoing and warm as he was when he was only facing Duan Lingtian. His expression was solemn, displaying the majesty of a steward. However, after entering the mansion, his expression changed again when he was only facing Duan Lingtian. He introduced the scenery along the way to Duan Lingtian. The Ouyang clan's mansion was huge. It took them a long time to walk through the front yard. There was a lake, rockery, and corridors in the front yard. It looked like the back garden of the imperial palace in Duan Lingtian's hometown, the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Naturally, even the back garden of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace was not as big as the front yard of the Ouyang clan's mansion. At this moment, the sunset on the horizon gradually dimmed. Night began to fall. The front yard of the Ouyang clan's mansion began to be lit up one by one. It set off the buildings in the front yard of the Ouyang clan's mansion. It looked magnificent and magnificent. Young Master Duan, the reception hall of our Ouyang clan is right in front of us. The clan leader and young miss have been waiting for you for a long time. Ouyang Ji glanced ahead and said to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he looked ahead. With just a glance, he saw a palace-like building standing in front of him. It was surrounded by other buildings like stars surrounding the moon. It was like a crane in a flock of chickens. When he brought Duan Lingtian to the outside of the main hall, Ouyang Ji said respectfully, "Clan leader, young Master Duan is here. So your surname is Duan." Almost as soon as Ouyang Ji's words left his mouth, a figure that was not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian appeared before his eyes. It was Ouyang Ruo. At this moment, Ouyang Ruo was looking at Duan Lingtian with a smile. "How is it? We meet again, right? Young Miss Ouyang, you don't seem like you're treating your savior like you're treating your enemy instead." Duan Lingtian said meaningfully. "If I didn't do this, how would I have found you?" The smile on Ouyang Ruo's face remained unchanged. She could guess what Duan Lingtian was talking about. It was none other than the fact that the Ouyang clan was following him. "Ruo, why aren't you inviting your savior in?" At this moment, a loud and clear voice resonated from the main hall. The voice was extremely majestic. Just by listening to the voice, one could tell that this person must have been in a high position for a long time. Duan Lingtian did not have to guess to know that it was the voice of the Ouyang clan's clan leader. "Please come in. Young Master Duan." Ouyang Ruo looked at Duan Lingtian and greeted him with a smile. Duan Lingtian did not intend to be courteous. He strode into the Ouyang clan's main hall. The Ouyang clan's main hall was dazzling and majestic. After entering the main hall, Duan Lingtian looked around. With just a glance, he saw a middle-aged man sitting in the middle of the main hall. The middle-aged man was a man with a curly beard. He had a strong back and a strong waist. As he sat there, he was majestic like the king of lions. He was the Ouyang clan's clan leader, Ouyang Ba. Behind him stood a young man. The young man was quite handsome. His brows were similar to Ouyang Ruo's. Duan Lingtian could guess that this person must be Ouyang Ruo's elder brother, the Ouyang clan's first young master, Ouyang Qing. It said that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. The Ouyang clan's clan leader is such a careless person. It's really rare that he could give birth to such a delicate son and daughter. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He was speechless. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could almost imagine that Ouyang Ba's wife must be a rare beauty. Otherwise, how could she give birth to such a pair of children? If Ouyang Ba's wife was not a beauty, then there was only one possibility. Ouyang Qing and Ouyang Ruo might not be Ouyang Ba's biological children. Of course, the possibility of this was very low. As the Ouyang clan's clan leader, how could he possibly raise someone else's children? Ouyang clan leader. Duan Lingtian cupped his hands together at Ouyang Ba as a form of greeting. I'm Ouyang Ba, the Ouyang clan's clan leader. May I know little brother Duan's name? Ouyang Ba chuckled. There was a hint of friendliness in his tone. He was not arrogant at all. My surname is Duan. Duan Lingtian replied calmly. He still did not intend to reveal his name. His name must be very unpleasant. Ouyang Roa, who followed Duan Lingtian back into the main hall, cursed in her heart as she stared at Duan Lingtian's back. Humph. Just as Ouyang Ba's expression froze, Ouyang Qing, who was standing behind him, snorted coldly. You're really arrogant. My father asked for your name, but you're not willing to reveal your own. I'm really curious about your background. You're so ill-mannered. Whether I'm willing to reveal my name or not depends entirely on my mood. If you insist on talking about manners. You're the Ouyang clan's first young master. How can you treat your sister's savior in this manner? Chapter 1492. You. Ouyang Qing was furious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, but he was speechless. After all, what Duan Lingtian said made sense. He did save his sister's life. All right, Qing, little brother Duan is a guest and Roa, savior. Don't be rude. Ouyang Ba was the one who spoke at the critical moment. Little brother Duan, thank you for saving my daughter's life. Ouyang Ba stood up and clasped his hands at Duan Lingtian to express his gratitude. You're welcome, Ouyang clan leader. It's just a small matter. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, now that I've thanked you, if there's nothing else, Ouyang clan leader, it's time for me to go back. I have an appointment with my elder at the inn tonight. Elder? Ouyang Ba and Ouyang Roa looked at each other when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They saw the joy in each other's eyes. No matter what, I'll have to invite little brother Duan tonight to thank you for saving my daughter's life. As for little brother Duan's elder, he'll have to attend as well. Why don't I go with little brother Duan to invite your elder? Ouyang Ba said to Duan Lingtian. His words were sincere. Duan Lingtian had fabricated an elder so that he could get away as soon as possible. Who would have thought that the Ouyang clan leader would be so stubborn that he would personally go with him to invite that elder to the Ouyang clan? Ouyang clan leader, I'm afraid this won't work. My elder doesn't like to meet outsiders. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said. Doesn't like to meet outsiders? Ouyang Qing sneered. He's really arrogant, but I wonder if he's really capable. Ouyang clan leader, it seems like your son doesn't welcome me. I'll take my leave now. Duan Lingtian was not upset when he saw that Ouyang Qing was going against him. Instead, he was amused. He clasped his hands at Ouyang Ba and turned to leave after he finished speaking. Little brother Duan, please wait. Seeing this, Ouyang Ba immediately panicked. When he heard that a senior from the Duan Lingtian family was coming, his first thought was to meet that senior from the Duan Lingtian family and build a good relationship with him. It would only be beneficial to the Ouyang family. My son is not sensible, please forgive him. After Ouyang Ba finished his sentence, he turned around to look at Ouyang Qing and bellowed, unfilial son, why are you still standing here? I shouldn't have let you come along. Ouyang Qing was stunned when he heard Ouyang Ba's roar and saw Ouyang Ba's furious expression. This was the first time in his life that he had seen his father throw such a tantrum at him, and it was because of an outsider. Immediately, he felt his chest fill with anger, ready to burst out at any moment. Humph. Ouyang Qing left in a huff. When he passed by Duan Lingtian, he glared at Duan Lingtian before leaving the hall. Ouyang family head, farewell. Duan Lingtian did not wait for Ouyang Ba's explanation as he strode out. He would be a fool not to take advantage of such a good opportunity. You're not allowed to leave. However, Duan Lingtian forgot about one person, and that was Ouyang Roa. She blocked Duan Lingtian's path first. Young Lady Ouyang, is this how you treat your savior? Duan Lingtian's face darkened slightly. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have saved you back then. You. Ouyang Ruo was so furious that her expression changed. Duan Lingtian did not show any courtesy to Ouyang Ruo. He moved aside and left the Ouyang family's hall. However, he was stopped again outside the Ouyang family's hall. This time, the person who stopped him was the Ouyang family's housekeeper, Ouyang Ji. Housekeeper Ji, are you trying to stop me too? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. Young Master Duan, please don't make things difficult for me. Ouyang Ji smiled bitterly. He did not dare to let this person leave without the family head's permission. Housekeeper Ji, let young brother Duan leave. At this moment, Ouyang Ba spoke. Father. Ouyang Ruo's expression changed. She did not expect her father to let Duan Lingtian leave so easily. It took her a lot of effort to draw his portrait and find him. However, Ouyang Ba ignored Ouyang Ruo. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Young brother Duan, I apologize to you for what happened today. Tomorrow morning, I'll prepare a generous gift and personally apologize to you. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly and left. After leaving the Ouyang family's mansion, Duan Lingtian felt his body lighten. He felt like a bird flying in the vast sky and a fish swimming in the vast sea. In the Ouyang family's hall, Ouyang Ruo looked at Ouyang Ba and asked with a frown, Father, why did you let him leave just like that? In that situation earlier, what else could I have done? Force him to stay? Ouyang Ba shook his head. I'm afraid that many people in Han River City already know that he came to our Ouyang clan. Not to mention the forces that have been keeping an eye on our Ouyang clan, even the people behind him probably already know that he came to our Ouyang clan. Ouyang Ruo fell silent when she heard Ouyang Ba's words. Father, his background is definitely not simple. Are we going to let him go just like that? Ouyang Ruo said with some reluctance. Of course, we can't let him go just like that. Tomorrow morning, I'll prepare a generous gift and apologize to him. At that time, I'll bring your brother along to apologize to him as well. Ouyang Ba could not help but frown when he mentioned Ouyang Qing. Qing has really disappointed me this time. Father, don't blame brother. He's just feeling injustice for you. I don't know why that person with the surname Duan is so secretive. He's not even willing to say his name. Ouyang Ruo pleaded for Ouyang Qing first. However, when she mentioned Duan Lingtian, she looked upset again. He doesn't have a good impression of our Ouyang family. As the clan leader of the Ouyang family and a powerful force in Han River City, Ouyang Ba's judgment of people was still very accurate. Ruo, did you miss out anything from what you told me earlier? I felt that he seemed to be hostile toward you when he met you. Hostile toward me? Ouyang Ruo was stunned. Although she knew that Duan Lingtian seemed to dislike her, she did not expect that Duan Lingtian was hostile toward her. Yes. Ouyang Ba nodded. Could it be that I asked you to invite him here by force? Is that why he's hostile toward me? Ouyang Ruo was puzzled. I don't think it's that simple. I feel that his hostility toward you is not something that was formed overnight. Ouyang Ba shook his head. Think about it again. Did you miss out on any details? Just as Ouyang Ruo was racking her brains, Ouyang Qing saw Duan Lingtian walking out of their Ouyang family's mansion with his own eyes. Boy, my father and sister said that you have a seventh-rate force behind you. I'd like to see if you're just playing tricks. A faint sneer appeared at the corner of Ouyang Qing's mouth. At the same time, he went to the Ouyang family's backyard and found a white-haired old man. Grandpa Shan, there's someone who's plotting against our Ouyang family. He even lied that he's from a seventh-rate force. My father seems to believe him. Chapter 1493. The white-haired old man whom Ouyang Qing addressed as Grandpa Shan was the second elder of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Shan. Ouyang Qing had grown up with him since he was young. He had long treated him like his own grandson. His love for Ouyang Qing was more than the love his father, Ouyang Ba, had for Ouyang Qing. Due to Ouyang Ba's love, he had to give half of it to Ouyang Qing. However, he gave all of his love to Ouyang Qing. Qing, your father is not a fool. Since he believed him, it means that he might be from a seventh-rate force. Ouyang Shan shook his head and said with a smile. Grandpa Shan, you said it's a possibility. Maybe he's not from a seventh-rate force? Ouyang Qing said, my father asked him to stay out of goodwill and wanted to invite him to a banquet, but he rejected him. He even said that he had an appointment with an elder. I think that's most likely his excuse. Perhaps, even Ouyang Qing did not expect that. He had spouted nonsense in front of the old man in front of him to attack Duan Lingtian, and he had hit the nail on the head. That was indeed Duan Lingtian's excuse. Does this mean that he left? Ouyang Shan asked. Yes. Ouyang Qing nodded. If he has any ulterior motives for the Ouyang clan, I don't think he would reject your father. So, he should be fine. As the saying went, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Ouyang Shan was very clear about this. Grandpa Shan, that might be the case. Maybe he's deliberately mystifying and retreating in order to advance? Ouyang Qing panicked when he heard Ouyang Shan's words. If he was alone, he really wouldn't dare to do anything in secret. Moreover, he had heard from his sister that the boy with the surname Duan was not easy to deal with. He had killed Yi Tianxing from the Yi clan in just a second. He knew that his ability was only slightly more powerful than Yi Tianxing, that's possible. Ouyang Shan nodded thoughtfully. Grandpa Shan, we'll know if there's anything wrong with him as long as we keep an eye on him at the inn for a night. I'd like to see if he really has an appointment with his elder or if he's lying. Ouyang Qing's eyes gleamed coldly as he said. Qing, you seem to be hostile toward him. Ouyang Shan vaguely sensed that something was amiss. He had watched Ouyang Qing grow up, so he naturally understood his temper. My intuition tells me that he is indeed plotting against our Ouyang clan. Naturally, Ouyang Qing knew that he had exposed his emotions in front of Ouyang Shan, so he added immediately, we can't let anyone who's plotting against our Ouyang clan live. If he's really lying today, he can't be allowed to live in this world after tonight. At the end of her sentence, Ouyang Qing's eyes were filled with killing intent. Her face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Grandpa Shan, come with me. We will secretly monitor him. If his elders don't show up, it means that he is lying, which also means that his thoughts are not pure. We need to get rid of him to prevent future troubles. As Ouyang Qing spoke, he made a kill gesture with a ferocious expression. Qing, even if he's lying, it only means that he's unwilling to accept the clan leader's invitation. This doesn't mean that he's plotting against our Ouyang clan. Ouyang Shan frowned and said, moreover, this doesn't prove that he's not from a seventh-rate force. Even if he's from a seventh-rate force, he might still reject the clan leader's invitation. Some people really don't like banquets. If we kill him rashly, there's no doubt that we'll offend the force behind him. If the force behind him is really a seventh-rate force, then it'll undoubtedly be a disaster for our Ouyang clan. Ouyang Shan's expression was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Grandpa Shan, I've thought about this. When we leave the clan, we don't have to go through the main door so that the people in the clan won't know that we've left. Even if he's dead, nobody will know that it was done by our Ouyang clan, Ouyang Qing said. It was obvious that he already had a plan. Seeing that Ouyang Shan was still hesitating, Ouyang Qing continued, Grandpa Shan, as the saying goes, it's better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. The feeling he gives me is really too dangerous. It'll definitely be a disaster for our Ouyang clan if we keep such a person alive. When Ouyang Qing saw that Ouyang Shan's frown had eased after hearing his words, he clenched his teeth and kneeled on the ground with a thud. Qing, what are you doing? Get up, get up. Ouyang Shan immediately stood up and wanted to help Ouyang Qing up. However, Ouyang Qing was unwilling to get up. Grandpa Shan, just trust me this time. Don't tell me you want to watch the Ouyang clan be destroyed just like that. You said that you'll watch me become the clan leader of the Ouyang clan in the future. If the Ouyang clan is destroyed, how can I still be the clan leader? Ouyang Qing was very agitated as he spoke. He was so agitated that he knocked his head hard on the ground. His forehead was bleeding and it was dazzling. At the same time, a hint of cunning flashed across his eyes. This was because he had lowered his head so Ouyang Shan could not see it. Naturally, even if he did not lower his head, Ouyang Shan might not have seen it. Qing, Grandpa Shan promises you. Ouyang Shan felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife when he saw Ouyang Qing's lifted forehead dripping with blood. He had focused his entire life on martial Dao. Other than a failed relationship when he was young, he had always been alone and had no children. Ouyang Qing's appearance was like a ray of light that illuminated the dark world in his heart. From then on, he was no longer alone. He had someone who was worthy of his protection and care for his entire life. He was willing to do anything for Ouyang Qing, even if he had to die. Now that he saw the blood flowing out of Ouyang Qing's forehead, he no longer had any qualms and agreed to it right away. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Naturally, he did not regret agreeing to Ouyang Qing's request. He regretted hesitating. If he had agreed to Ouyang Qing's request earlier, he would not have kowtowed and his head would not be bleeding. Thank you, Grandpa Shan. Thank you, Grandpa Shan. Although he knew Ouyang Shan would agree to it, Ouyang Qing still pretended to thank him. Grandpa Shan, I'll prepare 2 sets of night clothes and 2 masks. Ouyang Qing said to Ouyang Shan and prepared to leave. Grandpa Shan has everything that you mentioned. Wait a moment, Grandpa Shan will go in and get them. Ouyang Shan stopped Ouyang Qing and turned to enter his room at the same time. Duan, it's fine if you really have a senior here. But if your senior isn't here, tonight will be the day you die. A ferocious gleam flashed through Ouyang Qing's eyes as he thought to himself. Ouyang Qing had heard about Duan Lingtian from his sister before. In fact, he was almost certain that Duan Lingtian was from a 7th-rate force. This was because only outstanding young talents from 7th-rate forces would possess a saint weapon that was inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription. According to Roa, the saint weapon in that Duan boy's hand seems to have more than one 3-star saint inscription inscribed on it. The moment Ouyang Qing thought about this, he became excited again. Naturally, the reason he asked Ouyang Shan for help was not because of the Ouyang clan's safety. It was just an excuse. His purpose was to kill Duan Lingtian and seize everything that Duan Lingtian had. This included the saint weapon that was inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription and the precious Dao talismans on him. In his opinion, it must be a huge fortune that was enough to move his heart. Although he was the great young master of the Ouyang clan was only an 8th-rate force. Although it was considered one of the best among the 8th-rate forces, it was still incomparable to a 7th-rate force. Just like in Han River City. Their Ouyang clan had to depend on the 9 sect alliances to survive. All of this was because the 9 sect alliances was an alliance formed by 9 7th-rate forces. Any 7th-rate force had the ability to annihilate the Ouyang clan. In Han River City, it was not only the Ouyang clan, but the other 8th-rate forces were also subordinate to the 9 sect alliances. Although Duan Lingtian had saved his sister's life, he did not take it to heart. Let alone saving his sister's life, even if Duan Lingtian had saved his own life, as long as the other party had something that moved his heart, he would still seize it by hook or by crook. Soon, Ouyang Shan came out. When he came out, he had already changed into a black night suit. In his hand, he was also holding a night suit and 2 grimacing masks. Once he put them on, it would be enough to cover his face completely and no one would recognize him. Grandpa Shan, let's go. After changing into the night suit and putting on the grimacing mask, Ouyang Qing looked at Ouyang Shan eagerly and said excitedly. Of course, since his face was covered by the grimacing mask, Ouyang Shan could not see the excitement on his face. Yes. Ouyang Shan responded. With a lift of his hand, he brought Ouyang Qing out of his courtyard and disappeared into the night. As the second elder of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Shan's cultivation base was naturally not simple. Along the way, the Ouyang clan's guards patrolling everywhere did not find any trace of Ouyang Shan and Ouyang Qing. It was easy for the two of them to climb over the wall at a remote corner of the Ouyang clan's mansion and leave the Ouyang clan. After leaving the Ouyang clan, the two of them disappeared at the end of a remote street in Han River City. In the Ouyang clan's guest hall. Father, do you think? Is it because I asked him to return Elder Ping's spatial ring to me when he killed Yi Tianqing and took Elder Ping's spatial ring? Ouyang Ruo racked his brain and finally thought of something useful. However, Elder Ping is a member of our Ouyang clan. It's only right that he gave me Elder Ping's spatial ring. If it's because of that, then he's too petty. Ouyang Ruo snorted. Ruo, what should I say to you? Ouyang Ba smiled bitterly. He finally knew the reason. Elder Ping was killed by Yi Tianqing. If he didn't do anything, not only would Elder Ping's spatial ring be Yi Tianqing's, but even your spatial ring would be Yi Tianqing's spoils of war. He killed Yi Tianqing and saved you. It's only right that he took Elder Ping's spatial ring. How can you ask him to return it to you? Chapter 1494. In fact, Ouyang Ba knew that he could not blame his daughter for this. His daughter rarely ventured out, so she did not know about the law of the jungle in the outside world. Father, why are you saying the same thing as he said? Ouyang Ruo frowned. She still remembered that when she asked Duan Lingtian to return Elder Ping's spatial ring to her, the words that Duan Lingtian said were almost exactly the same as what her father was saying now. If she did not know that it was impossible for her father to have discussed with Duan Lingtian beforehand, she would have suspected that her father and Duan Lingtian had discussed and said that together. Ruo, this is the law of the outside world. Ouyang Ba could only explain it this way. These things could not be understood just by talking about it, they had to be put into practice. Alright, Ruo, this matter is over now, don't think too much about it. Go and get your brother here, I want to discuss with him about going to little brother Duan tomorrow to bring a bramble and ask for punishment. Ouyang Ba said to Ouyang Ruo. Father, brother will never agree to this, Ouyang Ruo said bitterly. Ouyang Ruo said with a bitter face. She knew her brother very well. His ego was frighteningly strong. It was impossible for him to bring a bramble and ask for punishment from someone who had not had any conflict with him, let alone someone who had just had a conflict with him today. He has to agree to this even if he doesn't want to. I don't believe that he can go against the heavens. Ouyang Ba snorted coldly and said overbearingly, just go and get your brother here, there's no need to tell him about this in advance. I'll tell him myself. Otherwise, he'll run away in advance if you tell him about this. Although Ouyang Ba did not dare to say that he knew his son's character the best, it was not like he did not know. Yes, father. Ouyang Ruo smiled wryly and left the reception hall to look for her brother, Ouyang Qing. Now that Ouyang Qing had left the Ouyang clan's estate, she naturally did not find him. Ouyang Ruo sighed in relief when she found out that her brother was not around and seemed to have left. At the same time, he went back to report to Ouyang Ba, Father, I went to brother's courtyard to look for him, but he wasn't there. I asked the servants in his courtyard, and they all said that he didn't go back. That unfilial son definitely couldn't stand my scolding and went out to have fun. Ouyang Ba cursed. Butler Ji. At the same time, Ouyang Ba called out loudly. Patriarch. Immediately, the old man standing outside the reception hall walked in. It was the Ouyang family's steward, Ouyang Ji. Take some people and bring that unfilial son back to me. No matter what you do, even if you have to tie him up, you have to tie him up and bring him back. Tomorrow morning, I must see him. Ouyang Ba ordered. Yes, Patriarch. Ouyang Ji smiled bitterly and retreated. He was most unwilling to do this kind of thing, but he didn't dare to disobey the Patriarch's orders. Although Ouyang Qing was the successor to the Patriarch's position, he had not yet matured, so he was not afraid of him. He was afraid of the person behind Ouyang Qing. That person was their Ouyang family's real power figure. He was not someone that he, Ouyang Ji, could offend. At this moment, Ouyang Ba only thought that Ouyang Qing had gone out to have fun. However, he had no idea that Ouyang Qing had his eyes on the young man who was suspected to be from a seventh-rate force whom he wanted to befriend. What he did not know was that this night might be a turning point for the Ouyang clan. After leaving the Ouyang family and returning to the inn, Duan Lingtian did not leave immediately. If he was a timid person, he would naturally hide as far away as possible from the Ouyang family's line of sight. However, he was not that kind of person, so he did not plan to run away with his tail between his legs. After returning to the guest room, he could not wait to enter the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. The time flow on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, coupled with the excellent cultivation environment, was enough for his cultivation base to improve rapidly. If I calculate the time outside by cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I'm afraid the time I spent breaking through from the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage to the Saint Rudiment stage is less than the time I spent breaking through from the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage to the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was certain about this. Cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 5 days was only equivalent to 1 day outside. This was not something the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda could compare to. Moreover, the cultivation environment on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was far inferior to the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If one really had to make a comparison between the two, it could be said that the cultivation speed on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was not even half of the cultivation speed on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Before I return to Half Moon Island, I should be able to break through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Of course, it'll be even better if I can break through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Duan Lingtian's mind became much more active as he thought about this. What I need to do now is to cultivate diligently and elevate my cultivation base as soon as possible. With my current ability, I can deal with ordinary Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators, but if I really encounter a powerhouse, I'll be at their mercy. Ever since Duan Lingtian found out that someone above the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage could easily avoid his anti-tracking, he felt a sense of pressure that he had never felt before. He desperately wanted to elevate his cultivation base. However, everything had a process, and he knew in his heart that he could not rush it. However, he was so anxious that he could not control his emotions at all. Someone's watching from outside. Unknowingly, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was like a clap of thunder that completely woke him up. Hualao? You're awake? The moment Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, he saw Hualao who was just inches away from him. Yes. Hualao nodded. Repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda took a huge toll on me, and it took me a while to fully recover. However, I gained something during the restoration, and my strength has recovered a little. Now that my divine consciousness has recovered a lot, I can extend it to cover an area. Although it doesn't have any offensive power, it's still useful for scouting. Elder Hua said, I just found out that there are 2 people spying on you outside this inn. They don't come with good intentions. 2 people? Spying on me? Duan Lingtian frowned. Don't tell me they're from the Ouyang clan? It can only be them. What are they trying to do? When I was recovering this time, I left behind a gush of sun energy that I'm going to channel into your body to refine your true energy. In the future, when your true energy transforms into this world's true origin, it'll carry the sun energy and become the sun true origin. Hualao told Duan Lingtian. True origin was the energy in the body of a powerhouse above the saint stage. After a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse broke through to the Saint stage, his true energy would transform into true origin. Sun energy? Sun true origin? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this. However, he soon frowned again. Hua Lao, let's do it another time. There are still 2 people outside that we haven't dealt with yet. The power of the sun is dissipating at every moment. Even I won't be able to hold it for long. Furthermore, given your current level of Jinqi, it'll take you at most 2 hours to refine it. Hua Lao did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply. He lifted his hand and pointed his sword finger at the space between Duan Lingtian's brows. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifyingly hot aura rushing toward him. It transformed into a stream of heat that entered his qi through the space between his brows. He was like a bandit who robbed people of their houses. As the stream of heat entered his qi, Duan Lingtian discovered the true energy in his qi was boiling. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian felt dizzy. In the end, he completely lost consciousness. While Duan Lingtian was unconscious, the true energy in his qi underwent an earth-shattering change. In the beginning, his true energy was boiling as though it had been injected with chicken blood. Following that, the 99 saint veins in Duan Lingtian's body began to circulate one great cycle after another as a warm current guided the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air into his body. This stream of heat was extremely domineering. It seemed to possess a devouring characteristic. Originally, the heaven and earth spirit energy on the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda could not be seen. However, it had now gathered above Duan Lingtian's head and condensed into a large pool of liquid. Moreover, the liquid was still increasing. This was the materialization of the heaven and earth spirit energy. The materialized heaven and earth spirit energy continued to surge into Duan Lingtian's body and was guided by the stream of heat to circulate his qi. At the same time, black impurities began to seep out of every pore on Duan Lingtian's body. Naturally, there were not many black impurities. Duan Lingtian's body had already been reborn twice. Naturally, the amount of impurities in his body would not be as much as an ordinary person's. At this moment, if there was a powerful person present, he would definitely be able to tell with just a glance that this 3-legged golden crow was using the sun energy to cleanse the purple-clad young man's impurities and help him to attain the sun body through the enlightenment technique. Every 3-legged golden crow could only use this enlightenment technique once in their lives. It was extremely domineering and heaven-defying. At this moment, Hua Lao had already transformed into his true form. He was a 3-legged golden crow that was covered in flames. His entire body was emitting a domineering heat wave that made the entire 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda seem to have fallen into a scorching heat. Naturally, the unconscious Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. 2 hours were equivalent to 2 hours. 2 hours later, Elder Hua finally transformed back into his human form. His originally rosy complexion had become incomparably pale, as though he had aged several hundred years in an instant. At this moment, Duan Lingtian gradually regained consciousness. In the beginning, he was still a little confused. However, after he recalled for a while, he completely regained his senses. The first thing he did was to observe his qi. The moment he did so, he was taken aback. This, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was completely stunned. Disbelief was written all over his face as though he had discovered something unbelievable. This seems to be intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Chapter 1495. Duan Lingtian noticed the qi in his body had turned into a small lake. It was completely different from his previous qi. Previously, his sea of qi was at most a large pool. As far as he knew, even an early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Tao cultivator's qi was only the size of a small stream. Due to this reason, the moment he looked into his qi, he realized he had broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Although this was somewhat unbelievable, it was indeed true. Hua Lao, this is, Duan Ling Tian looked at Hua Lao in front of him excitedly. He had too many questions to ask, but he did not know which to ask first. You can ask later. The most important thing now is to deal with the two people who are spying on you. Hua Lao said to Duan Ling Tian before he left and returned to the first level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Ling Tian had also seen Hua Lao's pale face. Although he was curious, he knew it was not the best time for Hua Lao to answer his questions. Ouyang clan. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer. However, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he began to test the true energy in his body on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Currently, the true energy in his body was as vast as a lake. It flowed through the 99 saint veins and swept out in just a blink of an eye. Even if it's someone at the paramount mortal shedding stage, regardless of whether it's the true energy weapon condensation, true energy beast condensation, or true energy domain, their short burst of power might not necessarily be comparable to mine. Duan Ling Tian was very confident about this. If the true energy was the car in his previous life, then the saint veins were the roads in his previous life. There were more cars here that could travel at the same time. Of course, Duan Ling Tian also knew that from the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage onwards, one's strength was no longer limited to the use of true energy in saint veins. At the same time, it also depended on the true energy consolidated weapon, true energy consolidated beast, and true energy consolidated territory techniques. Duan Ling Tian had seen these three methods before and knew that they were extraordinarily powerful. However, with my current strength, even a martial or Dao cultivator at the Mastery Mortal shedding stage who uses the true energy consolidated weapon might not be a match for me. Although martial and Dao cultivators at the late stage of the mortal shedding realm who had mastered the true energy weapon condensation technique were very powerful, there was still a limit to how powerful they were. With his means and reliance, unless a late-stage mortal shedding realm existence was also an existence that could surpass ranks and defeat enemies, it was impossible for them to be his opponent. Of course, if it was someone at the perfection mortal shedding stage, he would not dare to say that he could win. After all, the existence of the perfection mortal shedding stage not only mastered the true energy weapon condensation technique, but also the true energy beast condensation technique. After spending a few hours familiarizing himself with the true qi in his body, Duan Ling Tian left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As my cultivation base has increased, my spiritual energy has also increased. Currently, I can already inscribe 2-star saint inscriptions. After returning to his room, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Soon, he walked out of the room and left the inn. He's leaving. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to leave the inn, two figures clad in night clothes walked out from a corner of the inn. The owners of the two figures were each wearing a ghost mask. It was already late at night, and there was almost no sign of people on the road. Grandpa Shan, let's follow them and have a look. One of the masked men looked at the other masked man and said through true energy voice transmission. The other masked man did not say anything. He merely nodded and brought the former along to follow them. Two people. Although Duan Ling Tian who was walking in front did not turn his head, he also noticed the two people who were following them from afar. Naturally, he might not be able to see them even if he turned his head. This was because the two sneaky people were walking in a place that was not covered by the streetlights. Now that my cultivation base has broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, with the help of the spiritual secret tactic, Divine Eye, that Hua Lao passed on to me, I can now detect the age and cultivation base of those below the Saint stage without them noticing. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought to this point, he quietly extended his spiritual energy and quickly detected the cultivation base of the two people who were following him. Early Saint Rudiment stage? How dare you follow me when you're so weak? When Duan Ling Tian detected the cultivation base of one of them, he could not help but scoff. That's not right. This person is very good at hiding. If it wasn't for the fact that my cultivation base has broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, I might not have been able to detect him. Either he has some special concealment technique or he has a powerhouse protecting him. Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed something was amiss again. At this moment, his spiritual secret tactic, Divine Eye, also began to detect the other person. When he detected the person's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened. Perfection. Perfection Saint Rudiment stage? Duan Lingtian's heart sank. Even the Ouyang clan's steward, Ouyang Ji, is only at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Even in the entire Ouyang clan, there are very few people at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. The weakest one is an elder. The Ouyang clan really thinks highly of me. They actually sent an elder to spy on me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt the flames of rage rising in his heart. He did not plan to have any relationship with the Ouyang clan at all. Otherwise, he would not have rejected the invitation of Ouyang Ba, the clan leader of Ouyang clan. Who would have thought that the Ouyang clan would be so despicable? They said one thing but did another behind his back. The night was dark and the wind was strong. What did they mean by sending someone secretly? Did they want to kill him and steal his wealth? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian suppressed the rage in his heart. He calmed down and thought of a plan to deal with this. In the end, he turned into a main road in a flash. This main road was the main road of Han River City. Therefore, even though it was late at night, he could still see a few figures on the road. Where is he going? One of the two devil-masked men who were following them in the dark sounded a little impatient. We'll know once we follow him. The other masked man was very calm. However, his voice was very old. It was obvious that he was an old man. Huh. That's the direction of the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters. Could this kid be from the 9 Sect Alliances? After following Duan Lingtian for more than half an hour, the masked man with the old voice stopped in his tracks when he saw that Duan Lingtian was still heading to the north of Han River City. Grandpa Shan, the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters is still quite a distance away from here. Maybe he's just passing by. The other masked man said, let's follow him and have a look. The former hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in the end. He continued to move forward while covering the ladder. When he saw that the target had suddenly stopped heading north and turned to the west, the masked man with the old voice heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the other party was from the 9 Sect Alliances. The people from the 9 Sect Alliances were all from 7th-rated forces. It was not a big deal to kill such a person without exposing themselves. Once they were exposed, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the families behind them. I knew it. How could he be related to the 9 Sect Alliances? The other masked man with the young voice said. They're really following me. If I continue to head north to the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters, they might not dare to follow me. However, the two masked men did not know that their target, Duan Lingtian, had noticed their hesitation. That was why he changed his route at the last minute and headed west. He continued to head west and came to a remote place. This remote place was filled with a fishy smell. It was the place where all kinds of rubbish were piled up in Han River City. Usually, other than the people in charge of cleaning Han River City, very few people would come here. The area that this place occupied was also very vast, covering a radius of 1 kilometer. Soon, Duan Lingtian came to the center of this remote place and stopped. At the same time, he turned around. The two masked men who were following behind him immediately hid behind a pile of rubbish. You're quite vigilant. One of the masked men hid in the dark and stared at Duan Lingtian from afar. His eyes gleamed as he thought to himself. Duan Lingtian chuckled and looked at the place where the two masked men were hiding. You've been following me all the way, so isn't it time for the two of you to come out? I wonder what the two of you are trying to do after following me for so long? If Duan Lingtian did not say, the two of you, perhaps the two masked men would have thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying them. After all, many people would deliberately say things like, I saw you, or, come out, stop hiding, because they were afraid of being followed. In fact, they were not even sure if they were being followed. However, the other party had accurately said, "the two of you," which was enough to prove that the other party had really noticed them. "Humph. I didn't expect you to notice us." While the masked man with the old voice was surprised, the other masked man with the younger voice had already walked out of the rubbish. His nose that was hidden under the mask wrinkled. It was obvious that he was not used to the smell here. The devil-masked man with the old voice could only follow him out. However, there was a serious expression in his eyes. He was very confident in his concealment technique. A mere martial cultivator at the mortal shedding stage had actually seen through his whereabouts. At that moment, the masked man's eyes narrowed. He extended his spiritual energy and cast the spiritual secret tactic immediately. At that moment, Duan Lingtian only felt a gush of spiritual energy sweeping toward him, intending to pry into his cultivation base. "Humph." Duan Lingtian snorted softly. However, he could not stop it. He allowed the other party's spiritual energy to attach itself to his body and probe his cultivation base. Although the spiritual secret tactic, Divine Eye, that Hualao had passed on to him, had a secret tactic that was specifically used to prevent other people's spiritual energy from prying, that secret tactic could only be cast when one's spiritual energy was at the saint stage or above. However, the current him could not cast it yet. Intermediate saint rudiment stage. Chapter 1496. Intermediate Saint Rudiment Stage. The other ghoul-masked man with a young voice exclaimed in shock when he heard the old ghoul-masked man's words. At the same time, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. However, the sound of his exclamation was completely different from the sound of his voice just now. His earlier voice was intentionally faked, making it sound slightly hoarse. However, he did not pretend to sound hoarse now. Ouyang Qing. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice, he immediately recognized the young ghoul-masked man with a young voice. It was the Ouyang clan's great young master, Ouyang Qing. Ouyang Qing panicked when he saw Duan Lingtian had recognized him. He pretended to sound hoarse as he said, "What, Ouyang Qing? I don't know what you're talking about. The Ouyang clan's great young master is such a coward. How disappointing. In my opinion, an idiot like you doesn't deserve to be the successor of the clan leader of Ouyang clan. Even your sister, Ouyang Ruo, is more suitable than you to be the clan leader of Ouyang clan." Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue and shook his head. His words were filled with undisguised mockery. Meanwhile, the ghoul-masked man with a young voice, who was the Ouyang clan's great young master, Ouyang Qing, was enraged. He took a step forward, wanting to shed all pretense of cordiality with Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian was really an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, he was still no match for his grandfather Shan. His grandfather Shan was the Ouyang clan's second elder. His cultivation base had long entered the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. He was only a step away from the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. However, when Ouyang Qing took a step forward and was about to speak, he was stopped by the ghoul-masked man with a hoarse voice. This ghoul-masked man was the Ouyang clan's second elder, Ouyang Shan. "You seem to have some enmity with the Ouyang clan." "Unfortunately, we're not from the Ouyang clan." Ouyang Shan looked at Duan Lingtian and said nonchalantly. "With your cultivation base, you must be an elder of the Ouyang clan, am I right? I wonder if you've come here under the orders of the Ouyang clan's clan leader, Ouyang Ba, or are you merely obeying the orders of this cowardly Ouyang clan's first young master, Ouyang Qing?" Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from Ouyang Shan to Ouyang Qing. Hearing Duan Lingtian call him a coward, Ouyang Qing naturally couldn't hold it in and was about to explode. However, he was interrupted by Ouyang Shan as soon as he opened his mouth. "Sir, I've already said that we're not from the Ouyang family." There was a hint of impatience in Ouyang Shan's tone. "Not from the Ouyang family?" Duan Lingtian smiled. "If you're not from the Ouyang family, then tell me, who are you?" Humph. There's no harm in telling you since you're a person who's about to die anyway. The two of us are from the Mountainshade Black Market, and we're here to take your life. As soon as Ouyang Shan finished speaking, 2 waves of essential qi rose from his body. One of them transformed into a gigantic axe that hovered majestically in the air as though it could split everything in half. The other transformed into a gigantic eagle that spread its wings like clouds that covered the sky, blocking the moonlight and causing the already dark area to become even darker. It was like a bottomless abyss where one could not even see their own fingers if they stretched their hands out. Without warning, the gigantic axe and the gigantic eagle flew out and split into 2 sides, forming a 3-sided encirclement with Ouyang Shan, surrounding Duan Ling Tian in the middle. You're not wrong to die in the place you chose to be buried, Ouyang Shan said indifferently. Ouyang Shan said nonchalantly. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was looking at a dead man. Mountainshade Black Market? When Duan Ling Tian heard Ouyang Shan's words, he was thinking about something else. Naturally, he had heard of the Mountainshade Black Market before. He even knew that it was a colossus in the 9 Sect Alliances district. Rumor had it that the Mountainshade Black Market was a powerful and unique third-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, it was different from ordinary third-rate forces. Its tentacles were all over the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. Even in the 9 Sect Alliances district, a remote place in the Dao Martial Saint Land, its shadow could be seen everywhere. Of course, the Mountainshade Black Market in the 9 Sect Alliances district was just a small branch. However, it was precisely this branch that scared the 9 great sects so much that they formed an alliance until today. The 9 great sects announced to the public that the alliance was to defend against the invasion of a 6th-rate force. However, in reality, it was to defend against the Mountainshade Black Market. To them, the Mountainshade Black Market was like a ferocious dragon that gave them great pressure. All these years, they were glad that the Mountainshade Black Market did not seem to have any intention of encroaching on their district. However, the underground world was ruled by the Mountainshade Black Market. The Mountainshade Black Market was a very special force. As long as one had the ability, no matter who one was, one could join it. Those who joined the Mountainshade Black Market would usually be able to amass a huge amount of wealth in a short period of time. Of course, there were also many people who died before they could even amass any wealth after joining the Mountainshade Black Market. The Mountainshade Black Market did all kinds of business. As long as one could afford the Saint Stones and pay the price, there was nothing that the Mountainshade Black Market could not do. That black-robed man. It's very likely that he's from the Mountainshade Black Market. After Ouyang Shan's reminder, Duan Ling Tian finally remembered that the assassin who killed him earlier was most likely from the Mountainshade Black Market. However, Duan Ling Tian also knew that this was not the time to think about this. Since when did the people from the Mountainshade Black Market have the habit of announcing their identity and origin when doing business? Duan Ling Tian looked at Ouyang Shan and sneered. I've said it before. You're a person who's about to die. It's fine even if I let you know some things. Ouyang Shan said nonchalantly, I'll send you on your way now. Almost as soon as Ouyang Shan's words left his mouth, the gigantic axe suddenly danced in the air. After accumulating strength, it slashed down on Duan Lingtian's head with a force that could split Mount Hua. Buzz. 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 Wherever the gigantic axe passed, a series of sonic booms resounded in the air. The terrifying force caused the air to be sucked dry. The ferocious light that appeared briefly descended on Duan Lingtian's head. Aerolite strike. In the face of Ouyang Shan's true energy consolidated weapon attack, Duan Ling Tian, who had long been prepared, drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow pierced through the air as though it could pierce through everything. It targeted the gigantic axe that was descending on him. Of course, the speed of the arrow breaking through the air was still much slower than the speed of the axe falling down. However, when the two of them collided, an unexpected scene occurred. The gigantic axe was penetrated and exploded like a flame bomb. It instantly turned into nothingness. Penetration Saint inscription. Explosive Flame Saint Inscription. At the same time, Ouyang Shan could not help but exclaim. It was obvious that he saw the power of the saint inscription in Duan Lingtian's arrow. You have a good eye to recognize the saint inscription that I used. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ouyang Shan nonchalantly and said. Ouyang Shan's eyes gleamed. He was almost certain that the purple-clad young man before him was definitely from a 7th-rated force. Penetration Saint Inscription. Explosive Flame Saint Inscription. When he heard Ouyang Shan's exclamation and saw that Duan Lingtian had confirmed it, Ouyang Qing was inexplicably excited. He had suspected that Duan Lingtian's saint weapon might have more than one 3-star saint inscription inscribed on it. However, he did not expect his guess to be correct. There was a second 3-star saint inscription on Duan Lingtian's saint weapon. The Explosive Flame Saint Inscription was similar to the Penetration Saint Inscription. It was also a 3-star saint inscription. Grandfather Shan, kill him. He already suspects that we're from the Ouyang clan. If we let him live, it'll undoubtedly be a disaster for the Ouyang clan. Ouyang Qin looked at Ouyang Shan and spoke righteously through true energy voice transmission. He only had one thought now, and that was to kill Duan Lingtian. As long as Duan Lingtian was dead, everything that belonged to Duan Lingtian would become his grandfather Shan's spoils of war. Naturally, his grandfather Shan would not be stingy with giving those things to him. Ouyang Shan took a deep breath. He knew very well that this was the only path he could take. If you think that you can defeat me with just 2 3-star saint inscriptions, then you're wrong, Ouyang Shan said coldly. His night clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. The gravel under his feet was lifted into the air by the aura that was emitted from his body. It was as though it had been given life and wings at this moment. At the same time, a gust of true energy extended from Ouyang Shan's body and transformed into a gigantic axe again. The true energy consolidated weapon could be consolidated and cast at any time unless one's true energy was exhausted. As long as Duan Lingtian was killed, Ouyang Shan could create another one. Unlike the last time when he only used his gigantic axe to deal with Duan Lingtian, Ouyang Shan did not hold back this time. Not only did the gigantic axe appear, but the gigantic eagle that he consolidated with his true energy consolidated beast technique also flapped its wings and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, he held a saint weapon gigantic axe in his hand as he charged toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Although the saint weapon gigantic axe in his hand did not have any 3-star saint inscriptions, it had 3 2-star saint inscriptions. In order to kill Duan Lingtian, an intermediate saint rudiment stage martial cultivator, to prevent future trouble, he, a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, attacked without holding back. He unleashed his peak strength as though it could crush everything. Die. Die. If you die, everything you have will be mine. In the distance, Ouyang Qing, who was dressed in night clothes and wearing a grimacing mask, was extremely excited when he saw the scene before him. It was as though he could already see the saint weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand that was inscribed with 2 3-star saint inscriptions waving at him. Moreover, the other wealth that Duan Lingtian had as an outstanding young talent from a 7th-rate force would also be his. Duan Lingtian's expression turned extremely solemn when he saw Ouyang Shan attacking with all his might. Aerolite strike. He lifted his arm and shot another arrow, shattering Ouyang Shan's gigantic axe once again. However, he only had the chance to shoot that arrow. This was because the gigantic eagle that Ouyang Shan consolidated with his true energy consolidated beast technique had already swooped down near him. It was so fast that he could not shoot a second arrow at all. Chapter 1497. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was in a perilous situation. There was a strong enemy in front of him and a pursuer behind him. At this critical moment, many thoughts flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind. Although my cultivation base has broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, I still feel a lot of pressure when facing a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Moreover, this old man from the Ouyang clan is obviously not an ordinary perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. After making a breakthrough in his cultivation base, Duan Lingtian's eyes had become sharper. It was easy for him to see that Ouyang Shan was not an ordinary person. Moreover, this old man actually activated the 3 2-star saint inscriptions on his saint weapon. He's determined to kill me. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess the reason why Ouyang Shan was determined to kill him. He was worried that if he survived today, it would be detrimental to the Ouyang clan. He believed that when this old man recognized the 2 saint inscriptions on the sun's shooting bow in his hand, he had already vaguely confirmed his identity. It was precisely because of this that the old man's attitude had changed. He was determined to kill him. Only when he was dead would the Ouyang clan be safe. You want me to die? You're destined to be disappointed. Today, the person who dies will be you. As for the Ouyang clan, you're destined to pay the price for what you've done. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed. His extremely sharp gaze instantly locked onto Ouyang Shan, who had appeared in front of him as he shouted at the same time. His thunderous voice reverberated in Ouyang Shan and Ouyang Qing's ears. Shameless boasting. Ouyang Qing sneered. He thought Duan Lingtian was daydreaming. Did he think that he, a mere intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, could defeat someone at the perfection Saint Rudiment stage? Moreover, this person at the perfection Saint Rudiment stage was a powerhouse who had half a foot in the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Young and arrogant. Ouyang Shan sneered. The gigantic axe in his hand tore through the air and swept toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, apart from the raging true energy around the gigantic axe, there were 3 additional strange energies. They were the 3 2-star saint inscriptions on the gigantic saint weapon axe in Ouyang Shan's hand. Whoosh! At the same time, the giant eagle that swooped down was only a foot's distance away from Duan Lingtian. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's strange pupil that he had been accumulating strength for a long time suddenly activated to its limit. He burned his spiritual energy recklessly. His strange pupil had locked onto the giant eagle that was swooping down from the sky. It was the giant eagle that Ouyang Shan had conjured using his real energy consolidated beast. This giant eagle was condensed from Ouyang Shan's true energy. Even if it faced a mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, it would still be able to crush them. Therefore, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian didn't dare underestimate this enormous eagle. The giant eagle was even more powerful than the gigantic axe that Ouyang Shan condensed with his true energy consolidated weapon. Time was of the essence. Duan Lingtian did not have time to shoot another arrow, and Ouyang Shan did not have time to condense another gigantic axe. Die. Ouyang Shan's eyes narrowed. His eyes were cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was looking at a dead man. In Ouyang Shan's opinion, he could easily kill Duan Lingtian even without the gigantic axe condensed with his true energy consolidated weapon. The gigantic axe condensed with his true energy consolidated weapon was his weakest technique. Strange pupil. Spatial shift. Just as the giant eagle swooped down toward Duan Lingtian used the most heaven-defying ability of his strange pupil. Perhaps the strange pupil that he activated with his current spiritual energy could not perfectly affect a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, but it could affect a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator's true energy consolidated beast easily. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian made the giant eagle turn around. At the same time, he took a step to the side. In an instant, the giant eagle that turned around charged toward Ouyang Shan, who was attacking Duan Lingtian from the other side without any hesitation. Ouyang Shan did not have time to react to all of this. He did not expect the giant eagle to break free from his control and turn to attack him. At that moment, he did not even have time to think about anything else. With a shake of the gigantic axe in his hand, he blasted the giant eagle into nothingness with ease. The giant eagle was condensed with his true energy after all. With just a thought, the giant eagle's momentum was reduced. Under his attack, it was shattered. Although I don't know what you did to affect my true energy consolidated beast, you won't be able to escape death today even without the true energy consolidated beast. After destroying the giant eagle, Ouyang Shan looked at Duan Lingtian and launched another attack. Lin. Just as Ouyang Shan launched another attack, Duan Lingtian, who had been waiting for a long time, raised his hand and shot a Dao talisman at Ouyang Shan. At the same time, he shouted and activated the power in the Dao talisman. Do you think you can threaten me with just this Dao talisman's power? In the face of Duan Lingtian's Dao talisman, Ouyang Shan laughed mockingly. He did not even look at the Dao talisman as he shot the gigantic axe in his hand at Duan Lingtian. As for the Dao talisman's power, he was confident that he could destroy it easily. This attack alone was enough. From the beginning until the end, Ouyang Shan did not expect Duan Lingtian to have a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. This was because in the 9 sect alliances district, only 2 forces had 3-star offensive Dao talismans. Not only that, but they were not spread out. Even in the black market, it was extremely difficult to buy one. These 2 forces were the Profound Talisman sect, one of the 9 major sects, and the Mountain Shade black market. Even in the Profound Talisman sect and the Mountain Shade black market, it was rare to see a 3-star offensive Dao talisman among the younger generation. He did not think that he would be so unlucky as to encounter such an existence. Die. Die. In the distance, Ouyang Qing's face that was hidden under the grimacing mask was filled with excitement. It was as though he could already see all of Duan Lingtian's wealth falling into his hands after his death. Boom! However, as the earth-shattering loud bang reverberated, Ouyang Qing's face that was hidden under the grimacing mask completely froze. Fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul could be seen in his eyes. What exactly had happened to make Ouyang Qing so fearful? As the Dao talisman exploded, the void in the distance seemed to distort slightly at this moment. The rolling shockwave continued to blast out a vast airwave that swept in all directions and wreaked havoc in all directions. As for Ouyang Shan, who happened to be within the range of the Dao talisman's energy, apart from the saint weapon in his hand that was blasted away, his entire body was torn into pieces. He did not even have the time to scream. The pieces of flesh that filled the sky were once again attacked by the airwave that seemed to be able to distort space. In just a blink of an eye, they turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. All that was left was a single storage ring that had fallen onto the ground. Ouyang Shan was dead. He was killed before he could even react. A mere perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator dares to ignore a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. It seems like the people from the Ouyang clan are all the same. They're so arrogant that they think the heavens are the most important and they're second. Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue as he looked at Ouyang Qing in the distance meaningfully. Apart from the last accident, everything that happened earlier was within his plan. First, he shot an arrow with all his might to shatter Ouyang Shan's true energy consolidated weapon. Then, he used his strange pupil's ability to change the direction of the true energy consolidated beast's attack. Finally, he killed Ouyang Shan with the 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Any one of the 3-star offensive Dao talismans could unleash a full-force attack that was comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse once it was activated. Even if Ouyang Shan was one of the best among the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivators who had half a foot in the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he was not a true Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse after all. It was impossible for him to block a full-force attack from a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, the last accident was Ouyang Shan being killed directly. In his plan, Ouyang Shan might have survived if he blocked the Dao talisman's energy with all his might. However, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured and become a fish on his chopping board. To his surprise, Ouyang Shan actually ignored the 3-star offensive Dao talisman that he threw out and was killed directly in the end. Grandpa Shan, Ouyang Qing stared blankly at the ground that was dyed red by the bloody mist. He was completely stunned. His Grandpa Shan, who was like an invincible god of war in his eyes, died just like that? A 3-star offensive Dao talisman, a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Who is he? How can he have a 3-star offensive Dao talisman? At this moment, no matter how stupid Ouyang Qing was, he realized that he had kicked an iron plate this time. Moreover, this iron plate was so hard that even the entire Ouyang clan behind him might not dare to kick it. Ouyang Qing's heart trembled. After inhaling a breath of cold air, he quickly regained his senses. He knew very well that he would not be able to escape death if he continued to stay here. With that thought in mind, Ouyang Qing wanted to escape. However, as soon as he turned around, he heard a cold voice coming from behind him. Ouyang Qing, if you don't want to die, you'd better stay there obediently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ouyang Qing's face that was covered by the grimace mask froze again. He did not dare to move anymore and stood there obediently. Why, you're really not going to kill me? Ouyang Qing asked in a trembling voice. He no longer pretended to be hoarse because he knew there was no point in pretending now. Duan Lingtian had already taken control of the situation before him. Now, it was Duan Lingtian who was in charge. Why? Are you doubting my words? Duan Lingtian sneered. And no. No. Ouyang Qing did not know why, but when he heard Duan Lingtian sneer, he recalled the scene where Ouyang Shan was blasted into a bloody mist by the 3-star offensive Dao talisman. His heart trembled for no reason as boundless fear rose in him. With a lift of his hand, Duan Lingtian put away Ouyang Shan's saint weapon, gigantic axe, and spatial ring before walking toward Ouyang Qing. Take off your mask and remove the ownership of the spatial ring on your hand. Give it to me. Don't play any tricks. Otherwise, that old man from before will be your example. Chapter 1498. I won't. I won't. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's threat, Ouyang Qing quickly shook his head. He no longer looked as arrogant as before. Right now, he looked like a frightened bird. Ouyang Qing's pale face was revealed after he took off the ghost mask. His eyes were filled with fear and it did not fade away for a long time. I'll give it to you. After removing the ownership of the spatial ring in his hand, Ouyang Qing handed it over to Duan Lingtian obediently. He was very cooperative. Of course, behind this cooperation, his heart was also bleeding. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. However, he did not expect that in the end, it was Duan Lingtian who took away his spatial ring. He could not reject it at all. Or rather, he did not dare to reject it. When he thought about how his grandfather Shan, the dignified second elder of the Ouyang clan, died in Duan Lingtian's hands, Ouyang Qing did not have any thoughts of resisting. Let's go. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and grabbed Ouyang Qing's arm like an iron clamp. He carried him away from the garbage dump and returned to the place where they turned earlier. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian brought Ouyang Qing all the way to the north. Why, you're from the 9 sect alliances? Seeing that Duan Lingtian was bringing him closer to the 9 sect alliance's headquarters, Ouyang Qing's voice began to tremble slightly due to fear. Weren't you quite unyielding when I went to the Ouyang clan today? Why are you so cowardly now? I'm really not used to it. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ouyang Qing indifferently and said. His words made Ouyang Qing's face and ears turn red, but he was speechless. After a while, he asked in a trembling voice, What are you trying to do? What are you going to do to me? You said that, you won't kill me. You can't go back on your words. Ouyang Qing was completely flustered. When he found out that Duan Lingtian had used a 3-star offensive Dao talisman to kill Ouyang Shan, he realized that the Duan Lingtian must have a frightening background. However, that was only his own guess after all. It might not be true. Perhaps the Duan Lingtian had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a treasure left behind by an expert. Perhaps the 3-star Dao talisman came from that treasure. However, now that he realized that Duan Lingtian might really be a member of the 9 sect alliances, the last bit of hope in his heart had completely vanished. He knew clearly in his heart that if Duan Lingtian was a member of the 9 sect alliances, even if he killed him, the Ouyang clan behind him would not dare to say a word. Duan Lingtian could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. There was no need for him to fear anything. Realizing that his life was in Duan Lingtian's hands, Ouyang Qing was scared, really scared. I said that I won't kill you, so naturally, I won't kill you. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ouyang Qing in disgust as he thought to himself, if it was not for the fact that this guy still has some value, I would not have spared his life at all. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ouyang Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had guessed that Duan Lingtian might want to use him for something, he did not think too much about it. To him, it was fine as long as he could survive. As long as he did not die, he would do anything. This was because once a person died, there would be nothing left. He would completely disappear from this world and vanish into thin air. The 9 sect alliance's regional headquarters occupied a large area in the north of Han River City. This area was divided into 9 small areas. They were the strongholds of the 9 major sects in the 9 sect alliance's regional headquarters in Han River City. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the 9 sect alliance's headquarters, Duan Lingtian was stopped. Who are you? Why have you come to our 9 sect alliance's headquarters so late at night? The entrance of the 9 sect alliance's headquarters was brightly lit. There were 9 people standing on both sides of the entrance, making a total of 18 people. Right now, one of them was looking at Duan Lingtian and asking with a frown. I'm a disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian replied. Since he had come to the 9 sect alliance's headquarters, of course, he would have to report his identity. Otherwise, he would not be able to enter at all. Moon Illumination sect? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ouyang Qing, who was being lifted up by him, narrowed his eyes as shock filled his face. Now, he finally knew Duan Lingtian's identity. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was from the Moon Illumination sect. However, it was a little too late for him to find out now. You're from the Moon Illumination sect? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the middle-aged man who questioned Duan Lingtian with a frown relaxed his brows. At the same time, he looked at the other 2 people among the 18 people. Lu Hai, Lu Yu, since he claims to be from your Moon Illumination sect, I'll let you verify his identity. The 2 people who were called Lu Hai and Lu Yu, one of them looked young while the other looked middle-aged. Both of them nodded their heads and walked up to Duan Lingtian at the same time. You said you're a disciple of our Moon Illumination sect? Do you have the sect's token? Lu Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked courteously. Although Duan Lingtian looked very young, Lu Yu, who had been wandering outside for many years, could tell that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary bearing. Even if he was a Moon Illumination sect's disciple, he should not be an ordinary Moon Illumination sect's disciple. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. At the same time, he took out a token and passed it to Lu Yu. It was the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple identity token. There's no mistake about the token. But, you're an outer court disciple? Lu Yu asked in surprise as he returned the token to Duan Lingtian after verifying the token. Duan Lingtian greets senior brother Lu Yu and senior brother Lu Hai. Duan Lingtian casually tossed Ouyang Qing aside as though he was throwing away trash. He cupped his hands slightly and greeted Lu Yu and Lu Hai. Judging from the identity tokens on both of their waists, one could tell they were inner court disciples of the Moon Illumination sect. However, the moment Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, Lu Yu and Lu Hai were dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian? Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple? At this moment, the other 16 people's gazes landed on Duan Lingtian in unison as though there was something about Duan Lingtian that attracted them. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian was stunned as well. Why you're Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Ouyang Qing, who was casually tossed aside by Duan Lingtian, also looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. It was as though he had just met Duan Lingtian. You know me too. Upon hearing Ouyang Qing's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. Was he really that famous? Junior brother Duan, don't you know that your name has almost spread throughout the entire 9-sect alliances district? At this moment, Lu Yu finally regained his senses. When he heard Duan Lingtian's question to Ouyang Qing, he could not help but smile wryly. Almost spread throughout the entire 9-sect alliances district. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Ever since you killed Feng Fan, who was ranked 99th on the Earth ranking, and replaced him not long after you entered the sect, your name has begun to spread throughout the 9-sect alliances district. Lu Yu sighed emotionally. Later on, you defeated He Zhong, who was ranked 66th on the Earth ranking and directly entered the 66th place on the Earth ranking, stunning the entire 9-sect alliances district. Currently, in the 9-sect alliances district, as long as it's not too remote, as long as it's not too uninformed, there's almost no one who hasn't heard of you. Lu Yu continued. Duan Lingtian came to a realization. After all was said and done, it turned out that it was all related to the Earth ranking. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian felt relieved again. As far as he knew, the Earth ranking was the ranking of the entire 9-sect alliances district. It gathered the most outstanding powerhouses at the peak of the mortal shedding stage in the 9-sect alliances district. Since it was related to the Earth ranking, it was not strange that news about him had spread throughout the entire 9-sect alliances district. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not know about it because he did not think about it. Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly become a household name in the 9-sect alliances district. Although those who were ranked on the Earth ranking were only martial or Dao cultivators at the mortal shedding stage, all of them were at the peak of the mortal shedding stage without exception. Most importantly, junior brother Duan, you're only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. A perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator entering the 66th place on the Earth ranking is something that has never happened before in the history of the Earth ranking. At this moment, Lu Hai sighed emotionally. He's Duan Lingtian? He looks really young. I heard that he's only 35 years old. 35 years old, and he managed to enter the 66th place on the Earth ranking. His strength and innate talent are indeed shocking. I heard that he's only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. I don't think it's possible, right? I think it's impossible as well. It's most likely a gimmick that those guys from the Moon Illumination sect came up with on purpose to attract attention. The other 16 middle-aged men and young men who were guarding the entrance of the 9-sect alliance's headquarters discussed among themselves. Based on their words, they did not believe that Duan Lingtian could enter the 66th place on the Earth ranking with his cultivation base at the perfection mortal shedding stage. I heard that this Duan Lingtian has even been accepted as a disciple by Elder Bai Lihong of the Moon Illumination sect on behalf of his master. This is the most shocking thing. This news must be true since it was spread by the Moon Illumination sect. That's right. Who would dare to spread fake news when it concerns Elder Bai Lihong? Putting everything else aside, just based on this alone, we can't offend this Duan Lingtian. Offending him is equivalent to offending Elder Bai Lihong. When the 16 of them reached this point, dread could be seen in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. As for Ouyang Qing, who was thrown to the ground by Duan Lingtian, he was dumbfounded when he found out that the person he was plotting against was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse who was ranked 66th on the Earth ranking. He was one of the best in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. It would be fine if this was all. What really terrified him was Duan Lingtian's identity. Duan Lingtian was the junior brother of Bai Lihong, the 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect. There were only a few 3-star saint inscription masters in the entire 9-sect alliances district. No wonder. No wonder there are so many 3-star saint inscriptions on his saint weapon. As Bai Lihong's junior brother, it's only natural that he doesn't lack 3-star saint inscriptions. At this moment, Ouyang Qing finally understood many things. However, it was already too late when he finally figured it out. Junior brother Duan, who's this? Chapter 1499. Isn't this the Ouyang clan's eldest young master, Ouyang Qing? Right at that moment, one of the 16 people recognized Ouyang Qing. The Ouyang clan's eldest young master? At once, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone's eyes landed on Ouyang Qing, causing him to become the center of attention. If it was in the past when he had a glamorous identity, Ouyang Qing would definitely be proud of himself for being noticed by the people from the 9 sect alliances. However, at this moment, he was like a stray dog with his head lowered, wishing he could dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. The Ouyang clan's eldest young master? Although Lu Yu and Lu Hai were surprised when they heard that the person sitting on the ground in a daze was the Ouyang clan's eldest young master, they were not too shocked. As people from a 7th-rate sect, it was only natural that they would not take someone from an 8th-rate clan seriously. Junior brother Duan, Yu and him, however, the two of them were still curious about the matter between Duan Lingtian and the Ouyang clan's eldest young master. This was because they had noticed that the Ouyang clan's eldest young master was carried by Duan Lingtian with just one hand. It was obvious that the two of them were not friends. Right now, the two of them were looking at Ouyang Qing with hostility in their eyes. Unless there was an unresolvable conflict between the Moon Illumination sect's disciples, they would always be united against outsiders. For this reason, after realizing that Ouyang Qing might have offended Duan Lingtian, both Lu Yu and Lu Hai were filled with hostility toward him. Sensing the hostility in their eyes, Ouyang Qing was so frightened that his body began to tremble even more violently. The matter between me and him can't be explained in just a few sentences. Senior brothers, the reason I came to the 9 sect alliance's headquarters so late at night is to look for Elder Hui. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ouyang Qing nonchalantly. When he looked at Lu Yu and Lu Hai again, his face was filled with friendliness. It was as though he was a completely different person compared to when he looked at Ouyang Qing. So, junior brother Duan is here to look for Elder Hui. I'll bring you in now. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu quickly said. Elder Hui was one of the people in charge arranged by the Moon Illumination sect at the 9 sect alliance's headquarters. Among the 3 Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials who were stationed at the 9 sect alliance's headquarters, he could be considered as the second in command. Apart from that, everyone in the Moon Illumination sect knew that as a 2-star Saint Inscription Master in the Moon Illumination sect, Elder Hui was very close to Bai Li Hong, the 3-star Saint Inscription Master in the Moon Illumination sect. He even claimed that Bai Li Hong was like a brother to him. Therefore, in Lu Yu's opinion, even if Elder Hui was resting or cultivating, he would not reject Duan Lingtian's visit. After all, Duan Lingtian was Elder Bai Li Hong's junior brother. Thank you, senior brother Lu Yu. Duan Lingtian hastily expressed his gratitude. With a raise of his hand, he grabbed Ouyang Qing and followed Lu Yu into the 9 sect alliance's headquarters. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian politely said goodbye to Lu Hai. With junior brother Duan Lingtian's current identity and status, it's really rare for him to be so polite to an ordinary inner court disciple like me. Looking at Duan Lingtian's departing silhouette, Lu Hai's eyes were filled with excitement. In his opinion, this purple-clad young man in front of him was destined to soar into the sky as long as he did not die prematurely. If he stayed in the Moon Illumination sect in the future, he would most likely be the next sect leader. How could he not be excited when such a person was so polite to him? Looks like the Ouyang clan's great young master is going to be in trouble. Who could he have offended, yet he dared to offend Duan Lingtian? At the entrance of the 9 sect alliance's headquarters, many people sighed. That's right. Let alone the Ouyang clan's great young master, even the clan leader of the Ouyang clan wouldn't dare to offend Duan Lingtian even if he had 100 guts. Many people nodded in agreement. However, that Ouyang clan's great young master should have heard of Duan Lingtian before. But why would he dare to offend Duan Lingtian? You don't know about this, right? You speak as if you know about it. Although I don't know about it, I saw it earlier. When Duan Lingtian announced his name, the Ouyang clan's great young master immediately panicked. It's obvious that he didn't know about Duan Lingtian's identity beforehand. You even noticed this? Your zodiac sign is an eagle, right? Your eyes are so sharp. If that's really the case, then Duan Lingtian must be pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Looks like the Ouyang clan has kicked an iron plate this time and is going to be in big trouble. Apart from Lu Hai, the other 16 people looked at each other and saw pity in each other's eyes. It was pity for the Ouyang clan. Humph. Junior brother Duan is such a good-tempered person. If it wasn't for that Ouyang clan's great young master who offended him, it's impossible for him to make such a big fuss. Although Lu Hai had not spent much time with Duan Lingtian, he could see that Duan Lingtian was definitely not the kind of rich playboy who would be arrogant just because he had some confidence. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian carried Ouyang Qing and followed Lu Yu to the Moon Illumination Sex Base in the 9th Sect Alliance's headquarters. The Moon Illumination Sex Base in the 9th Sect Alliance's district was a mansion that occupied a vast area. Although it was not as big as the Ouyang clan's mansion, it was not much smaller. Senior brother Lu Yu, are those people on duty with you and senior brother Lu Hai from the other 8 great sects? On the way, Duan Lingtian recalled the other 16 people he saw at the entrance of the 9th Sect Alliance's headquarters and asked curiously. That's right. Lu Yu nodded. There's a total of 18 people on duty at the entrance of the Alliance's headquarters, including Lu Hai and I. 2 people from each of the 9 great sects are on duty, and it just so happens that it's Lu Hai and my turn to be on duty these few days. Duan Lingtian nodded. It was almost the same as what he had guessed previously. There was not much difference. Now that you've appeared in front of the people from the other 8 great sects, I'm afraid the entire Han River City will know that you've come to Han River City after tomorrow. By then, you must be mentally prepared. Lu Yu suddenly seemed to have recalled something and reminded him. Mentally prepared? Duan Lingtian was stunned. What kind of preparation? Of course, it's preparation to deal with those mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators who want to replace you and become the 66th person on the Earth rankings. Lu Yu said, it's still alright when you killed Feng Fan and replaced him as the 99th person on the Earth rankings. After all, that was a death duel. It's impossible for Feng Fan to let you win. However, many people suspect that He Zhong let you win on purpose during the battle later. When Lu Yu reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian and secretly sighed in relief when he realized that he was not angry. Let me win on purpose? Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he smiled. Just because both He Zhong and I are Moon Illumination Sect's disciples. Is that why He Zhong let me win? That's not the only reason. Lu Yu shook his head and said, right now, many people are spreading rumors that He Zhong lost to you on purpose because he was afraid of Elder Bai Li Hong's pressure and willingly became your stepping stone. Moreover, very few people believe that you're only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Their imaginations are really good. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as if he did not care about those people's opinions at all. What a joke. Currently, he had already broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Let alone the challenges from those mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators who wanted to replace him, he could even easily crush the strongest person on the Earth rankings. No matter how powerful the Earth rankings powerhouses were, they could only defeat early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. Their strength was on par with intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. However, Duan Lingtian's current strength could crush mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Even if he faced an ordinary perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, he might still be able to fight them. Naturally, if he faced a perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse like Ouyang Shan who had 1 foot in the paramount mortal shedding stage, he would still be no match for him if he did not use a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Of course, all of this was only temporary. Once Duan Lingtian broke through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage and mastered the True Energy Consolidated Weapon Technique, or cultivated the Saint Grade Martial Tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, to its peak, he might be able to defeat Ouyang Shan. He might not necessarily be unable to fight a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse like Ouyang Shan in a fair and square battle. Junior brother Duan, I admire you more and more now. Lu Yu exclaimed, if I were in your shoes and heard these rumors, I definitely wouldn't be as calm as you are. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, but he did not explain. He had experienced 2 lifetimes, so he was already indifferent to rumors. Naturally, he would not care about them. Moreover, he did not feel guilty. I'd like to see how many ignorant people are going to challenge me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. If Lu Yu knew that Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base was already at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, and if he knew what was going on in Duan Lingtian's mind, he would definitely mourn for the mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators who came to challenge Duan Lingtian after hearing that Duan Lingtian was in Han River City. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qin, who was being held in Duan Lingtian's hand, was in shock. He was hoping that Duan Lingtian would not go back on his words and kill him. His only thought now was that he hoped that he could survive. When Lu Yu brought Duan Lingtian to the courtyard where Elder Hui lived, it was just as Lu Yu had expected. After hearing that Duan Lingtian had come, Elder Hui immediately rushed out personally and welcomed him in. Ha! Junior brother Duan, I finally get to meet you. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't leave recently, I would have returned to the sect to see you, the genius who's recognized as junior brother by senior brother Baili. When Elder Hui welcomed Duan Lingtian into the courtyard, he laughed out loud and said with incomparable enthusiasm. Elder Hui's full name was Dong Hui. He was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He looked kind and amiable. Lu Yu, who followed Duan Lingtian in, was already dumbfounded. Was this amiable old man in front of him really Elder Hui? One must know that although Elder Hui was not bad-tempered in the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters, he was still very cold and did not interact much with other people. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.